Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku became the dragon and led the League of Villains story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Toshinori Yagi sat in Nezu's office. The rat hadn't been the principal when he'd attended, but there was something about the office that made him feel like a nervous teen, even if he was the #1 hero. The principal was reading his proposal. Toshinori knew it was a lie. Nezu would have already read it several times, and probably corrected the grammar, spelling, and formatting. Then he would have critically analyzed it and come to a decision. Even so, he'd make him believe he'd only read it now. Nezu put the paper down and looked at him. He tapped one finger on his desk. "You believe he's that formidable?" All Might nodded. He'd already submitted his report to the Hero Public Safety Commission. He wasn't sure what they'd think of it. They probably thought he was being paranoid, but he discussed it with Mirai and, with All For One, his course of action was simple. Hunt down the man's network until he got to him. Then destroy him. With his son, it wasn't going to be that simple. Izuku had no network to speak of. He'd be building it. While that should make the job easier, Yagi knew it wasn't going to be that way. Izuku would inherit the last of his father's lieutenants, and they'd keep him from making any blatant mistakes. And he seemed to be intelligent. What he didn't have in experience, he'd make up for in strength and his quirk. "Did you see Dash?" The way Nezu pet his head told Toshinori what he meant. "I didn't see any evidence of their quirks," Yagi replied. He wasn't sure what that meant. Izuku had taken several quirks before he'd run from UA, and they were good quirks. He should have a rudimentary understanding of how they worked. Has he passed them on? The principal mused. That was a possibility. There were enough quirkless people out there who would do anything for a quirk. And for the quirks of those who had been in the hero course, those who received them would no doubt swear loyalty to Izuku. They would be found, of course. The quirks Izuku had stolen were well known. Explosion, engine, electrification, hardening, half cold, half hot, and creation. Anyone who received them couldn't use the quirk without giving away who it came from, but they wouldn't be able to give it back. And what the hell would they be charged with? The usual charge would be possession of stolen items. Except a quirk was not defined as a possession. It was meant to be a part of the person. They could perhaps charge anyone who had those quirks with association with a villain, but the charge would stick, but it didn't do anything. It simply told those who were quirkless that there was someone out there who could give them a quirk. And those who ended up with the quirks were victims as well. "I don't know," Toshinori said, finally. "He might be keeping them for some other reason." Nezu's nose twitched and Toshinori wasn't sure what that meant. "So you want to try this?" the principal questioned. He nodded. "You haven't found anyone you like?" Nezu pressed. All Might sighed. Mirai had asked him that same question. The difference between the two was that Mirai had a candidate in mind to inherit One For All. If Nezu did, then the principal hadn't given so much as a hint as to who it could be. "There were several I thought could be suitable." "Could be?" Nezu prompted. The rat was a stickler for meaning. "Mirio is Sir Nightye's preference." Toshinori didn't answer directly. "He is a fine young man, and he will be a great hero, but he just didn't feel right. I am not sure he has the necessary dash." He paused and sighed again. "If All For One was gone, then I wouldn't hesitate. I'd give One For All to Mirio, but he's not, and his son is still out there." "Ah," Nezu murmured. "There is a certain callousness required," he said. Yagi nodded. That was it exactly. Mirio was going to be a great hero, but right now, he didn't have the hardness that would be required to hunt down All For One's son and Tomura Shigaraki. He might gain that hardness, and in the hunt, he'd have to, but if they could do this quickly, then there would be no need to have him learn that. Not if someone else was more suitable. "I was thinking Kirishima as well, but it's the same." Nezu nodded his understanding. "That won't have changed." "It might have," Yagi allowed. "Having their quirk stolen would have changed them all." "Ah, so that's why you included them all," Nezu murmured. All the first years who had their quirk stolen had been on All Might's list of students he wanted for his venture. I am certain that Bakugo has the fortitude, but I'm not sure he has the restraint, All Might said honestly. Nezu ped his head slightly, indicating he agreed with the assessment. But being without his quirk, the rat suggested, may give him the push he needs to grow, Toshinori agreed. But that's also why I want to see others, he explained. With All for One's son and successor out there, whoever receives One for All must be ready to deal with them. I can't limit my choice. Not now. So why not mount an assault and capture him? Nezu asked, leaving out the fact that they didn't know where Izuku was. At some point, they would know. Why risk the next generation? This was something All Might had considered. The answer had surprised him. Gang Orca, MT Lady, Best Jeanist, and Tiger encountered All for One, he said solemnly. Nezu nodded. They still have their quirks, even though he touched Best Jeanist. The principal caught the implications immediately. Interesting, he murmured, thinking hard. I wonder if it has to do with the time he was raised. Principal? Toshinori asked. You've told me that All for One is old, and therefore he was raised in a different time, one that had different expectations. He would have needed to be circumspect in using his quirk, and maybe that has rubbed off. He shook his head emphatically. If All for One likes a quirk, he takes it, he said. Then perhaps he did not like them, Nezu suggested the obvious. Or is there some other limitation on his quirk? I don't know, All Might admitted. He sighed heavily. Gran probably would have known, but Gran was dead. When All for One had forced Tomura Shigaraki to escape, Gran had been thrown through the portal as well. He hadn't survived. There might be a limitation, but if there is, Izuku's quirk does not seem to share it, and so I believe people would hesitate. He gave the assessment honestly. The principal gestured to indicate that was a reasonable assessment. And the children won't. They haven't learned that they aren't invincible yet, the rat mused. I don't want to use that against them, Toshinori objected. Except he knew he was. But because they have seen what Izuku has done to their peers, they could see it happening to themselves, but they will also be more driven to deal with him. To do that, I believe we are going to need more than just UA students. This isn't a problem for UA, it's a problem for all heroes. Nezu thought about that for a moment, but All Might knew he was thinking of other issues. And the divisions between the schools are holding us back, he said. Toshinori looked slightly sheepish but nodded. We can't afford to be divided on anything, because he will exploit that. If he doesn't, one of his lieutenants will. All Might sighed. I hope I'm being paranoid. I really hope, that all the preparation isn't needed, but he remembered chasing All for One. Ferreting out each piece of information and striking when he found All for One's network. He remembered, far too many times, when he'd been too late to act. It took him over 30 years to find All for One. If it took that long this time, they couldn't let Izuku be free for that long. Nezu thought for a while longer. The silence stretched between them until finally, the rat nodded. I'll support it, he said. Yagi felt himself relax. He hadn't been aware of how tense he'd been about the decision until the stress disappeared. With Nezu backing his idea, while it wasn't guaranteed to be accepted, it had far more chance of succeeding. As the number one hero, his promotion of the idea would help, but having the number one hero school backing it as well would be beneficial. How many students from each school? Nezu asked, immediately moving into practicalities. His idea was to gather the top hero students from each facility in Japan, to have them train together. Izuku and Tomura represented a new wave of villains, and rather than just wait for them to strike, Toshinori wanted to be on the front foot. It would also help to regain public trust in UA and heroes in general. The new heroes would form the bulwark to guard society. Just their best 2 or 3, from any year level, Toshinori replied immediately. They were heading into the second half of the first year. The teachers would have an idea of who was going to be great, even at this early stage. I want to offer a place to all the rescue squad, he added. Even those Izuku took their quirk. Darn it. All Might stopped himself. He was thinking of them only as their quirk, which was one of the problems Izuku had pointed out with society. He had to stop that. They were people, not their quirk. It will be harder for them, Nezu noted. They have the most to gain, Yagi countered. It might sound arrogant, but it was true. Will you retire now or when you pass on one for all? That was a question Toshinori didn't like. He wanted to retire now, while it could be seen as a benefit, a triumph, but the commission was afraid of what would happen and what signal that would send to villains. They thought his retirement would embolden them. He thought they were already emboldened by Tomura and Izuku's very public actions. All for One had apparently kept some of them under control. It was rather disconcerting to know that. When we begin, he indicated, I will retire to devote my full attention to teaching. The principal nodded. It was a fair compromise, and while the public would be dismayed, they would be pleased to know that All Might was teaching the next generation. Endeavor would not be happy, but ever since he found out about All Might's injuries, nothing had made him happy. He wanted to gain the top spot against an All Might who was at full strength, and he knew that was never going to happen. Whether he knew it or not, it hadn't been going to happen for the last few years. In that manner, Endeavor had a surprisingly fair streak, though it was more likely he wanted absolutely no question about his right to the number 1 position when he took it. All Might retiring was not how he wished to claim it. It will take some time to set up, Nezu indicated. This is a high school initiative, Yagi replied, showing his understanding. They could probably set it up within a week, if they accepted the commission overseeing and wanting control over everything. Technically that was their job, just not to the level they were. In recent years, they had become far more authoritative, going into areas they had previously let regulate themselves. I'll keep you informed, Nezu said, waving one paw. This might be Yagi's proposal, but it would be UA who made it work. And while he did think the number 1 hero was being slightly paranoid, he had learned that it was better to be safe than sorry, especially with new villains. They could be so unpredictable, and with Izuku, unpredictable could be truly dangerous. The principal was also disappointed. He'd looked at Izuku's grades, and while the teen was not a genius, he definitely didn't think like the other students. It might be the influence of his father, but he couldn't help but feel he could have had a few interesting conversations with the teen. Finding someone who had a genuinely different view of the world and the arguments to back it up was rare. The opportunity had been lost. Izuku's father probably had similar views, but he was in Tartarus. That was such a waste. Ted Overhaul rolled the vial between his fingers. The liquid inside was clear, but to his eyes seemed blue. That was the effect of the vial. In his other hand he held a case. It held a series of vials and a space for a larger tube. The vial spaces were filled, with each vial being a successive shade of darker blue, nestled in the black velvet lining. The tube space was empty. He looked too. Chronostasis in askance. The serum still needs some work, he explained. But the bullets. Chronostasis nodded, and Kai felt a smile cross his features. They were getting closer. The new guy, the one who used to be loyal to All for One, had been a great help. While quirkless, he actually had some lab training, which meant he had refined some of their processes. What's the time on each of the bullets? He asked, pointing to the vials. The new guy insisted that it varies, but a day, a week, 2 weeks, and then permanent. He says he can probably mix up a month if wanted, Chronostasis said. I'll keep that in mind, Kai said, putting back the light-colored vial and pulling out the darkest one. They'd need a better color coding system for them. The permanent ones would have to be red. Something to indicate that they were permanent. He held the vial up to the light. The liquid reflected the light but did nothing more. He smiled. The weapon was nearly ready. And once it was, it wouldn't matter if All for One returned. It wouldn't matter what Dragon said, it would be the Shy Hasaikai who were in control. He'd sell the first bullets cheap, just to prove that they worked. He doubted they'd be used on anyone important. So the serum would also be cheap. And he'd be able to make use of the temporary bullets as well. They would be his proof of concept sales. Once everyone knew it worked, he'd let it be known he had permanent bullets. Then he'd watch the villains scramble to get them, and the heroes would be frantic to pay him off. They'd want to arrest him. He wasn't stupid. But they wouldn't be able to. Not when arresting him meant that they would be permanently without their quirks. In some way, he really should thank that UA student. All for One's son. He'd established the thought that quirks could be taken. Now he would capitalize on the idea. He put the vial back and snapped the case closed. Get the permanent bullets cased in red, Kai ordered. They'd need that visual delineation. I'll go work on the serum, he added. And, get me 3 permanent bullets. 3. Chronostasis said the number as confirmation, but Kai knew he was curious as to who they were for. He held up the case. This is going to make everyone realize the Yakuza were never gone, Kai reminded him. But to ensure we remain at the top there's a few that must be removed, Chronostasis finished for him. Kai nodded. All for One was in Tartarus, and while no one had ever escaped. Then there was Tomura Shigaraki and All for One's son. They were the 2 who would most likely be on the receiving end of these bullets, and unless they were very, very nice. All for One's time was over. It was the Shai Hasaikai's time to rule. They'd acknowledge that. One way or another. Izuku looked around the bar Kurogiri had found for them to move into. He gave the Misty Man a rather ironic smile. It seemed familiar. You like bars, he commented. They are useful spaces, the warp gate defended. Izuku laughed. It's fine, he dismissed the need to be defensive. Is there enough space here? It used to be a hostel, so there is room upstairs, Kurogiri told him, pointing to a very narrow set of stairs coming off from a corner. They disappeared into darkness. Then let's set up here, he decided. They'd been living in a warehouse for the last few weeks. It was one where Yakyuni appeared to be copying quirks. Warehouses had some advantages when you were hiding from the authorities. There were lots of them being one of the key advantages, but they had some really big disadvantages when people couldn't go anywhere. There was no privacy. Facilities were rudimentary, and being large, open spaces, they were freezing in winter and stiflingly hot in summer. The cold could be dealt with by extra blankets, but they were not comfortable. This would be much better. Each of his companions, the villains who had been gathered to aid Tomura, could have their own space, but they would still be living together and hopefully learning to work together. He was going to have to make sure that was something they practiced. But that was an issue for tomorrow. First, they had to move in and then plan. I will need stock, Kurogiri announced, walking to the bar. There were a few, very dusty glasses on the wall behind it, but no alcohol. Izuku asked. Yellow eyes turned to him. The main risk with the warehouse is people coming and going when people are not meant to be there. It is the same here. We will need customers to ensure that we blend, he explained. Izuku nodded. That made sense. He'd never thought about it growing up, but it made a lot of sense. Will there be enough passing traffic, he asked. The Misty Man nodded. This is not the best neighborhood, he observed. At that, Izuku snorted lightly. There were so many conclusions that could be drawn from that statement, but the one that was important to him was firmly rooted in the socio-economic class of the neighborhood. Upmarket neighborhoods tended to get more hero activity. The central business district and shopping areas were awash with heroes, especially during times when the public was present. They had a reasonable amount of hero presence in the down times too. But neighborhoods like this one didn't see as much activity. They might see new heroes or underground heroes. That could be their biggest threat actually. Underground heroes tended to actually want to be heroes, and it had been a threat all his life, Izuku realized. He'd have to deal with it when something materialized. He looked around. Would it damage anything if I blow the dust out, he asked. Kurogiri gave him an odd look before he understood what he was asking. He then moved behind the bar, took the non-broken glasses down, and secured them, before moving to a side door. From the angle, Izuku knew it went into an alleyway. It was probably the emergency fire exit. Then Kurogiri moved to stand next to him. It should be okay now, he indicated unnecessarily. Izuku grinned and focused. Kaylee Imperium wasn't actually a wind quirk, but he could give that impression. It allowed him to manipulate nitrogen. He couldn't change the chemical composition, so he couldn't change the nitrogen in the air into ammonia or something like that. But he could make the nitrogen in the air act as a physical barrier. That was often good enough for his purposes. So now, he concentrated on brushing the nitrogen in the air over the bar surfaces, picking up the dust, and throwing it out the door. It took a few minutes, but already the place looked cleaner, even if it now smelt extra musty. What's upstairs like? Izuku asked. It's not too bad, Kurogiri replied. It hasn't been abandoned long. That was good. They could clear up the beds and use the rooms. He'd get in furniture if he needed, but the budget was better without that need. It was a good thing he'd had a bit of experience living by himself to get used to budgeting. We should probably get some food before moving everyone over, Izuku mused. Kurogiri nodded. I'll get it, Izuku said. If you can move them over, he added. The Misty Man nodded again and closed the outside door. There's a shop down the road, he said, and there was something in his tone that took Izuku by surprise. He gave the warp gate a sharp look. Just make sure you don't offend them, Kurogiri advised. For a moment Izuku didn't understand, but then he nodded. The store was probably one of the hubs of the local community. For them to pass unnoticed, they had to fit in with them. He reached up and roughed up his hair a little as he changed it to a black color. It would be nice if the color change quirk also included length and style, but it was just color. He let his eyes turn brown. I'll be nice, he reassured the warp gate as he went to the front door and slipped out. They needed this space, so he wasn't going to make mistakes, and if they did it right. Izuku let a small smile play around his features. If they did this right, they could come to be seen as the neighborhood protectors. And that would be a great advantage. It wouldn't guarantee people didn't sell them out, but it would help. He'd be nice now, he'd be really nice now. It was hard to be casual when one of the checkout ladies was staring at him. Izuku had gotten to the store, picked out a trolley, and then started getting the stuff they'd need when he noticed her staring. She was doing her job, but she was staring at him intensely every time he came down to that end of the small shop. It was disconcerting. He didn't sense any hostility from her, just intense curiosity. He shook his head and kept shopping. It was kind of relaxing. This was a problem that was easily solved. He went for cheaper things that he could get in bulk and was thankful that he had a strength quirk that would help him carry everything. Eventually though, it came time to check out, and Izuku deliberately went to the cashier lady who was staring at him. Thankfully she didn't let the fact that she was staring impact her job, but halfway through putting the groceries through, she smiled at him. It is you, she said softly. Izuku braced. He wasn't used to being wanted, but he knew when she said that she could be referring to anything. His picture had been well circulated thanks to the Yorozus. He gave her a quizzical look. She seemed to understand what it meant because she chuckled, and reached towards the fruit he'd put at the back of the conveyor belt. I don't care about you, she told him conversationally. I just want to thank you, she said, holding up the bag of mandarins. That jolted his memory and Izuku felt his eyes go wide. You're okay? He said with a smile as he remembered her. She was the lady he'd helped in the alley, though he'd done practically nothing. He'd simply directed her to a shelter and given her some mandarins. She smiled back, looking far more peaceful than the last time he'd seen her. I am, she confirmed. You remembered me from that? Izuku asked. All he'd done was give her some fruit and the location of the shelter. That was hardly anything. He looked at her name tag. It said Kamoni. Izuku got the impression she was biting her lip as she looked at him. Her eyes went watery. It might have been nothing to you, she told him in a voice that trembled. It was everything to me. He wasn't sure what to say to that. Eventually he settled on something neutral. So it worked out. Kamoni nodded, as she kept putting his groceries through. Yes. Now I have this job and dash, she smiled. It seemed satisfied. Things are looking up. I'm glad to hear it, he replied. And for you? Kamoni asked, giving him a look that said she wasn't asking about his legitimate interests. She was aware he was wanted and he only hoped she didn't plan to sell him out. He should run. He should do something, but Izuku realized he'd just have to wait to find out what happened. Right now he had no idea who he could trust. He shook his head in a way that indicated his uncertainty. Kamoni chuckled as she packed the last of the groceries into a bag. Could go either way, she interpreted his gesture. Could go either way, Izuku confirmed, tapping his phone to the pay point. Well, if you ever need something, she told him. I may not be able to do much, but I owe you, Izuku, so if you need something, I will try. He just stared at her for a few moments, trying to work out what she was saying before he nodded. He had no idea what he could possibly need from her, but It was better to have allies than enemies. He started and then huffed. Again. Izuku stopped, trying to collect his thoughts. I'm not sure what, he said finally, with a friendly nod. But I will keep it in mind. Kamoni grinned at him and nodded before she turned to the next customer. Izuku took that as his cue to leave, wheeling the trolley out and picking up all the bags before he shoved the trolley into the rack and headed back to the bar. It had been an interesting encounter, and while Kamoni said she'd help him because he'd helped her, if her view was even halfway indicative of the public's, then he had more support than he thought, and that was useful. Ted, got food, Izuku announced as he came through the door and noticed the group was gathered in the bar. He held up the bags that without his strength quirks, even with all his training, he'd have been struggling to carry. Aizu! Himiko cried happily and skipped over to him. You paid for it? Whisper asked, almost too softly to be heard. I paid for it, he confirmed for her. I don't want to antagonize our neighbors, he explained. He was pleased to see nods from the others, and Whisper gave him a smile that indicated she'd been fishing for the answer. Let me put this away and then I think it's time for a proper chat, he announced. There was some curiosity about that, but Izuku held firm as he moved to the kitchen. It wasn't a domestic kitchen but one attached to the bar that would have served snacks and serviced the hostel rooms. The fridge was built in and was still in reasonable condition. Kurogiri had turned it on. He quickly unpacked the food and, after picking out some snacks, went back to the bar. Given that they'd just opened, there was no one there but his crew. You want to talk? You don't want to talk, Twice said. I want to talk, Izuku said seriously. What do you want to talk about? Darby asked. What we are going to do. That got their attention. Izuku tossed the snacks onto the table as he took a seat. What are we going to do, Aizu? Himiko asked. She grabbed a packet of chips and sat down too. The food gathered the others, and they picked out something to eat. Izuku sighed. It's easy to say I want to change the world, or I want to get rid of heroes, Izuku began. The question is, where do you start? He let that hover in the air for a bit. Izuku looked around. They were watching him with varying degrees of interest. Tomura was never meant to be alone, Izuku told them. Or rather, his part in the plan was to agitate society, while others took advantage of the discontent to change things. What do you mean, change things? Mr. Compress asked. He sounded intrigued. What's the easiest way of getting rid of heroes? Izuku challenged. Killing them. Himiko answered. That's one way, but it's kind of slow, Izuku answered, giving her a nod. Any other ways? It has always been one of the fundamental flaws of villainy, Mr. Compress mused. We tend to focus on one particular passion at a time. Hey! Himiko objected. I just want the BLD. There does tend to be a few types of what society calls villain, Izuku agreed. There always has been, even when the word was simply criminal. He sighed and looked up at the ceiling. It was just a ceiling with a fan to move the air. There are those who steal because they have to steal to eat, and there are those who steal because they find it fun or profitable. There are those who are called villains because they have had no choice, those who live in their passions, and those who want to achieve something. The first aren't really villains. It is simply due to circumstance, but society doesn't care about that. The second he half shook his head, indicating that it was a complex situation. They could probably live in a more accepting society. And the third. Those are the rare type, Izuku concluded. You want to be that, you don't want to be that, Twice observed. I want to be that, Izuku confirmed. Which means I need to be honest with you and realistic about my chances. And then, when realistic, work out ways of being better. They thought about that for a while before Twice gave him a sharp look and pulled off his mask. So what exactly do you want? He asked pointedly. Izuku nodded to acknowledge the question. I want society to realize that heroes are not a benefit. That they are a self-perpetuating system that creates inequality, false prejudice, and class division. So write some papers, letters to the editor, Twice advised. Izuku grinned at the suggestion. I would if it changed anything. All that would do is gauge public opinion, which will be necessary, he allowed. Go into politics, Darby suggested. I'm a little too young, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 countered. Though I had thought of that, he told the group. The Hero Public Safety Commission is, as the name suggests, a commission. It was set up by an act of parliament and is governed by that same act, he explained. If you want to change what they are doing, you just have to get parliament to agree to an amendment. While the looks he got for that information weren't blank, they weren't entirely believing either. I never said that would be easy, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 defended. At that, Darby snorted, as if he'd made a joke. I don't think any of us have the temperament required to go into politics, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 told them with a wry grin. But it's something to consider. We haven't seen many retired heroes go into politics, but it used to be popular for retired sports stars, he explained. So you want a contact in parliament? Mr. Compress asked. I wouldn't say no, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 replied. There are other ways of making society change, he continued. Changing the act is the legal way, and there are 2 more ways I can think of. What are they? Whisper prompted when he fell silent. If you don't have someone in parliament, you have to make society want the change so that parliament does it anyway, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said. That's what 𝐼𝐸𝐴 had been doing. Showing that heroes were ineffectual, and once people start thinking that, they start looking for their own protection. That's good in one way, but bad in others. If the government is decent, before it gets too far, they will address the citizens' concerns. No government is that good, Twice told him. Some have been, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 replied, giving him an ironic smile and shrugging. But I'm not sure ours is, which leaves us with the 3rd way of making a change. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked around. Atsuhiro gave him a mocking smile and Himiko giggled. He thought they knew what he was talking about. Darby frowned and Twice looked intrigued while Whisper was thinking. Hostile takeover, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 announced, ignoring the drama inherent in the words. A coup. A coup, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 agreed. There's a couple of ways of doing them too. If Parliament won't change, and society supports you, then it should be pretty easy. It's what comes after that is difficult. And if Parliament and society are against you, then you just need more force. They've all been done in the past. Which way do you want, Aizu? Himiko asked. I'd prefer with the support of society, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 told them. It's easier, and you have more tolerance when you make changes afterwards. But you'll use force if you have to. Darby suggested. I will, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 agreed. But that could be akin to a civil war. Japan had fought several civil wars over its history and no one really wanted to repeat them. Though maybe there will be opportunities to be more creative. Twice frowned. What do you mean? I don't really want to instigate or fight a civil war, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said. It would leave Japan weakened, and there are those who'd take advantage of that. But maybe we could create a separate society. He suggested with a shrug, but even as he said it he realized something. What is it? Himiko asked, seeing his change in expression. I might be thinking about this in the wrong way, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said slowly. While society has some issues, they are perpetuated by heroes. Yes, we know that. Heroes are the problem. Himiko told him. Yes, they are a problem, but if we try to attack all of society, then all of society will be against us, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said. We don't want that, he said with a self-deprecating chuckle. The fastest way to get the public offside is to look like you are going to take away their comfortable life. If that was the threat, then everyone would be against us. I don't want that. What I think we all really want is heroes gone, and with them, the support structure. You want to kill the support industry? Mr. Compress asked. No. I want the commission, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 corrected. I don't have a problem with social services, the tax commission, finance, foreign affairs, and all those, he explained, listing off parts of the government. It's really only the Hero Public Safety Commission which is the issue, and heroes. So, that means we must ensure we are targeted in what we do. We have to make sure the public knows we aren't against them, we are against those who claim to have their best interests at heart, those who claim to be for their safety, but who really don't care, so long as they get their action shot or their good propaganda. We have to show that heroes and the commission aren't needed, are corrupt, obsolete, whatever works. He finished with a grin. The group was silent again, understanding what he was saying. Finally, Darby sighed heavily. Well, that's going to be the trick then, right? Making sure we pick our targets, he elaborated. Yeah, Izuku agreed with a huff. So, anyone know how to do that? He looked around. There was silence once again. This was going to be hard. We could just attack the commission buildings, Twice suggested into the silence. That's got some possibilities, Darby agreed, a little too eagerly. It does, but we'd have to do it in such a way we weren't declared terrorists, Izuku said, but he was nodding. In fact, we could do it as a couple of attacks. A warning and then something harder. The only thing is, I don't think attacking the commission building will actually do anything. The symbolism, Mr. Compress told him. That would be powerful, Izuku admitted. I think it would make an even greater impression if we announced it first. If the heroes can't protect what is essentially their central headquarters, then how can they protect anyone else? He asked rhetorically. He thought about it for a few more minutes. Though would it be enough? Izuku asked. What do you mean? I don't think just attacking their headquarters will be enough to get the message across. It should be obvious though. If you need a commission to ensure public safety from something, then doesn't that suggest that something is doing it wrong? That got him a chuckle. It has to be more widespread, Izuku considered sadly. The wider a conflict, the more innocent people got dragged into it, but, on the other hand, people needed to be involved to make sure things changed. It was a delicate balance. We could attack Parliament. I think that would get us called terrorists, Izuku countered. But it might be something we do in time, he allowed as he looked around. Before considering that though, I think we have a bigger issue. Really? Himiko asked. Izuku nodded. He pointed at Darby and moved his finger around as he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, Izuku said, pointing at himself. Plus a few, he acknowledged. I have no doubt we can take out a lot of heroes, but I want to see what comes after. Twice quirk will help, but he shrugged. The problem was obvious. We need more manpower, Mr. Compress said as Izuku gave him a nod. Izuku was watching the group, so he saw the consideration on Twice's face. I may be able to help with that, the man indicated. Not with my quirk, he clarified. Izuku gestured that he should continue, before handing the last of his snacks to Himiko when she looked at them. He gave her a smile. Just having her here was helping. How much do you know about the Yakuza? Twice asked. Didn't they die out in the pre-quirk era? Whisper asked. Mostly, Twice said. But they are still around. So, they can't be doing anything or the heroes would have got them, Darby muttered. Probably not, Mr. Compress agreed. But they are people who would most likely want to see heroes gone, he added. Do you know any of them? Twice nodded. It's definitely worth meeting them, Izuku decided. Can you get in touch with them and organize a meeting, he asked. Again the blonde nodded. Thank you, Izuku said. There's one other thing I would like you all to think about, he added, looking around. What is it, Aizu? You all have versatile quirks and you know how to use them to best effect, but if we are going to take on the Hero Public Safety Commission and all the top heroes, then we are going to need to be flexible with the way we use them. And, there are weaknesses with every quirk. Not yours. Darby said. Mine has weaknesses, Izuku countered. It takes energy to use a quirk, he explained. And everyone can train themselves to use their quirk so that it seems as if they don't get tired but they are still using energy. If I use multiple quirks, then I'm using the energy equivalent to that. And I don't have any energy stockpile quirks, so I get tired quickly. It was perhaps a mistake to tell them his weakness, but being vulnerable was a part of how you built trust. What are you saying? Twice demanded. I want you to think of ways to counter your weaknesses, Izuku told him. With a quirk? Darby asked. With a quirk, Izuku confirmed, but silently he was also advocating for support equipment. It would be a test to see if they'd think of that. Quirks weren't everything in this world. He'd learned that well. If we can find a single quirk which would counter your weaknesses, then if you are willing, I am willing to have you acquire that quirk, he told them. That won't help us, Whisper objected. Taking a quirk from someone will make them hate us, she explained. They can be copied, without the original owner knowing, Izuku explained, but the act of talking about this reminded him of something Dr. Garaki had said. His father had collected quirks for him to use, but the doctor had never given them to him. Izuku had no doubt those quirks would help him, and if he was to go forward with any plan, then he'd need those quirks. Oh! There was some surprise. Think about it, Izuku advised them. It's not compulsory, but it could be an option. Darby looked thoughtful. It is something to think about, he agreed. That's all I can ask, Izuku said as he got up. While it's early, my sleep has been mucked up, so I am going to take advantage of the quiet and sleep, he told them all. There were various nods and some agreement. They hadn't been sleeping well in the warehouse, and the opportunity to sleep in private was going to be appreciated tonight. Toru Hakagure had been so happy to get into UA. She'd worked her behind off in the last year of middle school studying and making sure she could pass the entrance exam. She'd prepared as best as she could for the physical part of the exam, and somehow, she'd passed and gotten into Class 1A. For about 4 hours. It had taken her that long to be expelled. That had hurt. She'd done her best on the physical tests, and she'd know she had to get stronger, but wasn't that what she was at UA for? She tried to have some camaraderie with Mineta, who had been expelled with her, but the BSD had told her he wasn't interested 'cause he couldn't see her melons. It was the smallest consolation that she'd done better than that prick. But she had still been expelled. And being expelled from UA pretty much meant no other hero school would take you. Her parents had managed to get her into high school as a late entry, but it was hard. It was so hard going. Everyone wanted to know what had happened. She tried to explain that her teacher had expected something she couldn't provide, but everyone listened and said the right things, that he'd done it before. That Aizawa was known for that, and that she wouldn't be the last, but she knew about the way people said things without actually saying them. And since no one knew exactly where she was looking, she saw the looks people gave her when, well, they couldn't know she wasn't looking, but when they thought she shouldn't be able to see them. The ones of contempt were easy to understand. The pitying ones were the worst. But that was going to change. While she had been expelled, she'd followed what the class had been doing. There had been so many things to follow, and she'd been so scared for them at times. Now though, she clicked to YouTube again and pulled up the video. It was of Daiki Yoizoru's interview. She'd already watched it multiple times, and it wasn't like he said anything directly applicable to her, but it was the impression. He was willing to work with Maite Chue to see to it that the teen wasn't prosecuted as a villain, so long as he gave the quirks back. No one had heard so much as a peep from Maite in the weeks following that interview. Which meant there was an opportunity. Toru had no idea where Maite was, but she thought she might be able to find out. She couldn't turn her quirk off, so no one complained she was using it. But it meant she could use it to find out where Maite was, and no one could accuse her of abusing her quirk. Taking advantage of it, yes, but illegal use, no. That wasn't really the point. The point was that no one knew where he was, but she could look. It was not going to be an easy task, but what else was she going to do? She went to school and did her homework, but that hardly took up all her time. And this? If she found Maite, or something that could lead to him, then Toru liked her lips. She could ask for a reward, and while she'd like to ask to be re-enrolled in UA, she knew Aizawa would just expel her again, so instead, she'd ask for an enrollment in another hero school. She was going to be a hero. It was just going to take some negotiation and dedication on her part. Nothing worthwhile was easy, but she'd show Aizawa she was the perfect material for an underground hero when she found Maite, and by then, it would be too late. Her reputation would go to another school. But where to look first? Daiki had said it. Maite had a tie to the villain All Might had fought, and that had been in a warehouse district. There were also rumors going around that the various monsters that had been appearing were artificially created. She didn't know much about that, but Toru figured you'd want space for that, so it made sense that the villain was in the warehouse district. And it was far better for her to search warehouses than bars. There were too many shady bars for her to realistically check, but warehouses, those she could check. So, that's what she was going to do, and when she found something, Toru smiled. She was pretty sure the HPSC would find her request reasonable. Ted-Shouto sat and sipped his tea. He wasn't even aware that tea houses had private rooms, but Momo had told them to meet here. She'd invited everyone and they were sitting around the table in various states. Ida looked nervous, but he knew what to do in this setting, far better than Kaminari, Kirishima, and Bakugo did, though Bakugo was doing an admirable job of fitting in. He was surprising like that. At length, Momo put down her teacup and sighed softly. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 got the impression that there was some sort of expected social nicety that they had no idea about. "What do you think of the training opportunity?" she asked them. That explained the private room, though their notoriety was also attracting attention, so it could have been that. "It is interesting," Tenya said diplomatically. 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝑢 had extended their time off to adapt to the lack of their quirks, though the principal had insisted that they still attend class. The non-heroics won anyway. They couldn't fall too far behind. Then the principal had come to tell them that they could be included in some sort of inter-school training event. Except it wasn't an event, it was more like they were creating a special, dedicated course for up-and-coming heroes. The principal hadn't told them much. He didn't need to. They could think for themselves. It was obvious that the course was going to prepare them to fight Izuku Midoriya. "I'm going for it," Bakugo growled. "I'm gonna beat the SHT out of that villain," he assured them. No one bothered to point out that his arm was still in plaster, and some other, very minor villains had beaten him up. One was still awaiting formal sentencing. Nor did they bother to point out that Izuku Midoriya had fought them all together, and still won. At least some of that was because he'd taken their quirks, but he wasn't an easy foe. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 looked at Kaminari and Kirishima, making it clear that he wouldn't object if they answered first. There were a lot of social niceties he wasn't aware of, but that was one he'd actually managed to perfect. And right now, he didn't know what to say. He didn't know how to tell someone he had his quirk back. He knew what it would look like. There was no way to escape the fact that it would look like he was now in league with Izuku Midoriya. This group might not immediately think that. Bakugo would probably want to know how it had happened, and then demand to know why he hadn't beaten up Izuku. The others? It was going to come out. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 knew that. He couldn't keep it a secret forever, but how did he tell people that he had his quirk back because someone else had paid the price? Who would believe that? He could also say it was because Izuku just decided to give it back, but that was even more unbelievable. "I'm not sure," Kirishima admitted, sounding reluctant. "It's a good opportunity, but he swallowed and looked at Kaminari. "We're not sure how we can help with that, given what has happened." "Because we're quirkless," Kirishima elaborated. "I'm not going to be quirkless forever." Bakugo growled. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 got the impression he wanted to shout but knew better. "I will be trying," Tenya said. "I have to," he added. "Your family." The tall teen nodded. "To uphold the family tradition, I will go into heroics," Tenya told them. "I may not be able to be a really well-ranked hero, but with the right support equipment, I can be a hero. I'm gonna be the best, you wanna be elite." Bakugo growled. Tenya ignored him. "That's why I'm going to help on this activity," he said, referring to the event 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝑢 had told them of. "If I can help bring in Izuku Midoriya, then he sighed but didn't finish. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 knew what he was going to say. If Tenya could do something, and get noticed bringing in Izuku Midoriya, then even though he still hadn't graduated, it would cement his reputation as a hero, and that would establish his brand for another generation of Idas. "What about you, Momo?" 𝐿𝐴𝐽 asked. He still didn't want to say what he'd do. "My parents have already suggested several roles within our companies," she said with a sigh. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 got the impression she wanted to say something else but felt that now wasn't the time. "If you don't do this, what will you do?" Momo asked Kirishima and Kaminari. "I was going to go into general studies," Kaminari admitted. "I don't think I'm smart enough to be a quirkless hero." "You do fine." Momo tried to comfort him. "No, go to general studies, fuzz brain. All of you go to general studies and just wait for me to get your quirks back. 'Cause it's not like you are going to get them back yourself. Does anyone know if Honinuki and Shoji have been invited?" 𝐿𝐴𝐽 asked. "Not yet," Momo told him. "But 𝐻𝐻𝑒𝑢 said they will be." "What about you?" "I will be going," he said. His father hadn't said anything about it, but 𝐿𝐴𝐽 knew what Endeavor would have said. It would have been along the lines of him needing to go show the other heroes what the future #1 hero looked like. Endeavor hadn't said anything because he still thought his quirk was with Izuku Midoriya. It was a difficult situation. Momo nodded. What do you think of the plan? The principal hadn't told them a plan, but again, it was obvious. By bringing the best hero students from around the country together, they were going to make a fighting force. I just need my arm healed and I'll kill him. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 had known Momo for a while and so knew her expressions. She wasn't going to invite Bakugo next time, not if he was going to be unrealistic. I believe it is a good opportunity to develop contacts and bonds to use in professional life, Ida said. And it will be a way of he sighed. There may be an opportunity to get our quirks back, he added. At that Kaminari and Kirishima looked up, as if they hadn't thought about that. That's true, Kirishima murmured. If the group encountered Izuku, and brought him in then, that could be a possibility. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 didn't think it was going to be that easy, but it was not for him to say. Yeah, that's true, Kirishima said louder and gave them a smile. I think I'll go with it then, he said. Me too, Kaminari said, with a note of hope in his voice. He still wasn't sure, but he'd be willing to try. Momo smiled. I'm glad to hear it, she said. It will be difficult, but I think we can make a difference, she added. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 swallowed. Just so long as the difference they made wasn't as an object lesson to the others, then it would be okay. Except, he really couldn't see how they'd help. Not in a meaningful way, not in a way they'd be satisfied with, but, right at the moment, all they could do was try. Ted, stay a moment, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 asked Momo after the others had left. What is it? She asked. For a moment 𝐿𝐴𝐷 wanted to tell her everything but knew it would be too dangerous. Instead, he gathered his thoughts. What if there was a way to get your quirk back? He asked. What do you mean? He handed over his phone, on the messages he'd received. There was nothing in there to indicate the date he was meant to be at the park, except for the date it was sent. He watched as Momo read it. I'm sorry 𝐿𝐴𝐷, she said finally, after flicking to the final message. It took him a moment to understand what she meant, and then he realized she thought he'd gone to the meeting and no one had been there. He thought to correct her, but the words didn't leave his mouth. Did your parents get anything similar? He asked instead. I can check, Momo promised him. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 nodded. How did they get your number? Momo asked. No idea, he told her. There must have been something in the way he said it because Momo gave him a sharp look. 𝐿𝐴𝐷, that's just a scammer, isn't it? You didn't go? She asked worriedly. This wasn't going how he thought it might. He could lie, but I did, he admitted. And Momo pressed. He fixed his eyes on her and raised his hands before letting a tiny flame dance on his left hand while forming an ice block on his right. Momo's eyes widened and she stared. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 watched as her eyes flicked between his hands, as if confirming that she really was seeing his quirk in use. How? What happened? Why didn't you tell anyone? Momo demanded. He let his quirk fade. I thought it was a scam, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 told her. He was surprised when her eyes suddenly became sad. 𝐿𝐴𝐷, Momo whispered. What did you promise him? She asked, almost too gently. Nothing, he said immediately. I thought it was a scam, and they'd just demand money, or information, or something. And then when whoever it was said they'd already convinced Dragon Dash, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 shook his head as the words tumbled out of him. Wait. Who's Dragon? Momo asked with a frown. It says him there, but it didn't matter what name was there if the text had been a scam. The fact that he had his quirk back made the name important. While Momo's parents were rich, he sometimes forgot that they weren't heroes. There was information they just didn't know. My dad's been talking about someone in the underworld for a while. Some guy named Dragon. Except no one knew who it was. Your friend, 𝐒𝐴𝐷, what does Dragon have to do with her? She apparently has a pendant or something that was supposedly given to her by Dragon. During the camp, one of the villains recognized it, and left 𝐒𝐴𝐷 alone. What? Momo demanded. That's what I got told, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 defended. Why weren't we told? Momo bit her lip. Does Ochako know her pendant came from a villain? She worried. I don't know, he replied. He really didn't know any of that detail. It's just, Dad said they figured out who Dragon was recently. No. Momo was quick on the uptake. All the hero students were. So Maite is the traitor. I don't know, 𝐿𝐿 shook his head. He was there though, with someone else. I don't know who. And he gave back my quirk. Momo took a deep breath and then looked at him. You have to tell someone. I know. But he shook his head. I didn't tell anyone at the time, because I was positive it was a scam. And then he just walks up and grabs my hand and it's back, 𝐿𝐿 said. You have to tell someone. They can get information from it. Momo insisted. I asked about other quirks, he said softly. That silenced Momo. She looked at him and he knew what she was thinking. She wanted to know what he'd said. He said he'd give them back if someone paid the price. What price? Momo whispered, as if she didn't want to know, but 𝐿𝐿 knew she had to know. Loyalty, he said simply. 𝐿𝐿. Momo questioned him again. I swear, I didn't, he promised her. I don't know who did. But everyone will believe you did. He nodded. That's why I don't know how to tell people. Momo sighed. They can test what you were thinking, she said, waving one hand. Test. There are people with lie detector quirks, she told him. The police like them, she added. Oh, he felt stupid for not thinking about that possibility. He could prove that he hadn't done anything and then. I'll talk to Aizawa, he assured her as he got up. I'll talk to my parents, Momo said. No one is willing to be loyal to him, but maybe there is something that can be done to change his mind. The suggestion was hopeful. 𝐿𝐿 wasn't sure. He hoped they could capture Izuku and get back the other quirks, but he already knew it wasn't going to be that simple. Aizawa looked at the scores and pursed his lips. At least the physical ability of the want-to-be hero they'd foisted upon him was no worse than those in his class. That was something. He wasn't one of those people who thought his quirk would get him everywhere. Aizawa looked at the boy through heavily lidded eyes. The kid was waiting for his assessment. He was silent and appeared to be patient. That was another point in his favor, but the kid would need a lot of points to ever get out of the red. 𝐿𝐿 understood why he was ordered to do this, but no one said he had to like it. The kid was Izuku Midoriya's friend and he had no idea what the commission was thinking. No, he did know because he couldn't say he'd seen this before. This was a new play for them, but it was so predictable that he knew exactly where it was going. What he really didn't understand was why the commission didn't just question the kid and leave it at that. They were questioning the kid, tomorrow, but they were still making him go through with training him. All right, we will have to work on your physical abilities, 𝐿𝐿 huffed and was inwardly pleased to see the kid nod. Now, I don't have time to find out how. Your quirk works through observation, so tell me, he instructed. It would be a good test to see if the kid could be succinct in his description. He'd watched him at the sports festival, but the teen hadn't had a lot of chances to show off his quirk. Aizawa was glad when the teen paused for a second, and he could see him rewriting what he had been about to say. That was good. He didn't need the sensationalist spiel that most quirks had. He wanted the realistic, fact-based one. It's a conditionally activated quirk, the teen told him. If you fulfill certain conditions, I can control your body, he explained the consequences. At that, 𝐿𝐿 suddenly had a much better idea why the commission was doing this. What are the conditions? You have to reply to something I said, the teen told him, looking down, though he quickly looked up. That gesture was telling. The teen had been bullied about his quirk but had gotten support. Aizawa had a horrible feeling that he knew who had provided the support. Then he realized something. Nemurai had called the battle against Todoroki too early. If she'd let it continue, then Todoroki would have said something to the teen and would have walked out of the ring like Ojiro hadn't. Well, it was possible when the ice melted the teen would have been unable to continue, or that he would have slid out of the ring making it a double elimination, but it was also possible he could have gotten out of the ice and been functional for the next round. No doubt Izuku Midoriya had pointed all of that out to his friend. The fact that the teen was still here was a good start. Anything else? Aizawa asked, pushing aside thoughts of the sports festival. He could see the way the teen was thinking. To most, it would seem as if his face was blank. To him, it was clear. They were going to have to work on his ability to lie. Just spit it out, he ordered. I can leave subliminal orders, the teen said quickly. You are absolutely sure about that? The teen swallowed and then nodded. He at least knew how dangerous his ability was. Aizawa cursed some more in his mind. The Hero Public Safety Commission is questioning you about your friend tomorrow, aren't they? He asked, already knowing the answer. Yes, the kid said. Aizawa huffed. You absolutely cannot tell them about that, he said urgently. The teen looked at him and then huffed. So he was right. Who was? 𝐶HEAOTA asked before he realized there was only one person it could be. Thankfully the teen realized he had worked it out and didn't bother to say anything. It's difficult to explain, he said slowly. Your friend isn't stupid. He's foolish for being a villain but he's not stupid, however. I do not believe the Hero Public Safety Commission would be of danger to you. Then what do you mean? Your friend probably told you that the commission would want to control you, and they do whatever it took to ensure they could control you. Aizawa made it a question. The teen nodded. It's not impossible, he had to admit, but I don't think it would happen, he reassured the kid with a sigh. The commission, though, is made up of powerful people. People who are convinced they are right. People who he sighed again. People who will use any tool to maintain their power, the teen finished for him. Yes, 𝐶HEAOTA agreed. That's why I don't believe it would be the commission but someone either associated with them or he shrugged. There were a lot of possibilities. The kid nodded his understanding and 𝐶HEAOTA actually believed he got it. They aren't meant to be asking about my quirk, he said. Just your friend, Aizawa replied somewhat sarcastically. Just Izuku. All right, he said softly. Do not volunteer any further information. Answer their questions honestly, but don't give them more than they ask for, he advised. The kid looked at him sharply before he nodded. I know you don't really want an apprentice, but he paused, and 𝐶HEAOTA could tell he was trying to think of what to say. Thank you, the kid settled on those words. We have a lot of work to do before you can even consider entering a heroics class, he dismissed the thanks. And there is a fair chance you will have to fight your friend. The teen looked down. Yeah, I know, he said softly. 𝐶HEAOTA understood but had no idea what it would feel like. He'd never had a friend turn villain. Dead but not a villain. He felt like he should say something but the usual words, that even if it was difficult to take him in, that it was for his own good were hollow and it wasn't something the teen would want to hear now. Aizawa was surprised when the kid sighed. He made his choice, he murmured. I just wish he'd picked another way, the teen continued. For what? The teen stared at him, meeting his eyes squarely. There are things that the hero industry can do better, he said, but while the statement was one a teenager would make, the tone of his voice showed there was thought behind the statement. But this is not the way to make the world decide that, he added. You thought about it. We did, the kid admitted. And what did you want? 𝐶HEAOTA asked. Maybe it was just teenagers discussing things but it could give them insights into Izuku and what he would do to gain what he wanted. The teen thought about it for a moment. More accurate reporting on hero activities. What do you mean? At the moment, every fatality and injury gets blamed on the villain. That's not possible, he explained. Aizawa nodded. It wasn't quite the truth but it probably appeared that way. If it really was that way, then heroes wouldn't need insurance. A lot of the deaths and injuries are down to the villain, he said. And property damage is usually paid for by the hero's insurance, he pointed out. I know, the kid said reasonably, but the reports make it seem like everything is the villain's fault, which just puts heroes on a pedestal they can't possibly sustain. That was a better argument. Look, he's not against all heroes, the teen told him. 𝐶HEAOTA was surprised. The statement told him that the kid was aware he was fishing for information. He actually thinks underground heroes are pretty good, but he shook his head. I don't know anymore. I thought I did. He didn't say anything more. Aizawa wasn't sure what to say. The kid would have to work it out for himself. Well, that's for tomorrow, he indicated. For now, give me 5 laps. If you are going to be a hero, then you are going to need to be fit. After that, we'll discuss support items. 5 laps of what? The kid asked. For a moment 𝐶HEAOTA was tempted to say UA, but the kid would collapse. They'd have to work their way up to that. "The training grounds," he said instead. The team gave him a nod and heaved a sigh before he started. Well, not running but trotting. They'd work on that. Aizawa watched him go. He still didn't want to do this, but maybe it wouldn't be that bad. The kid, at least, seemed to be realistic and he could work with that. Tartarus was an island. It was also one of the best defended places in the world, and its very design created walls, both physical and mental, to keep the prisoners it contained in. But what a lot of people forgot about Tartarus was that it was self-sufficient. It could lock itself away from the world for a minimum of 5 years without issue. Longer probably, but that had been considered enough. As such, as well as guards, there were other professionals working at Tartarus. Yoshisato was one. In another setting, he'd be a research and development specialist. At Tartarus, his job was to catalog and register the prisoners' personal belongings, and then put them in storage. If there was something useful in those belongings, then he registered that as well, and then the various groups in charge of Tartarus decided what to do with it. Usually, the HPSC took the lead, but not always. Since Tartarus prisoners didn't get released, his secondary job was maintaining the generators. These were not just stock standard diesel generators. They were a variety of clean energy sources and required some maintenance. Everyone in Tartarus was multi-skilled. He'd been skimping that maintenance for the last few weeks to examine the latest prisoner's gear. The mask the man had been brought in with was a thing of wonder, and Yoshisato could see it providing much-needed mobility to some people who desperately wanted it. The mask was laid out on the table before him. The protective armor plates were stacked in one corner and the other bits were displayed with almost anatomical precision. You had to do it that way if you wanted to be able to rebuild. On a screen behind the parts were the scanned diagrams of how everything went together. He could see several independent systems had been integrated into the helmet, and Yoshisato could see the ways they'd be useful to others. Probably not to heroes, or at least not active heroes, but some retired heroes would no doubt benefit from some of the systems. Millions of people could benefit from them. Diabetics could simply load up the drags, and let the system monitor them and administer insulin as needed. Those who were otherwise healthy but required extra respiratory assistance could use the breathing apparatus. It was far more compact and powerful than what was on the market. So now all he had to do was register the individual parts, and then the various agencies who contributed to the upkeep of Tartarus could negotiate to use the plans in various projects and for profit. It wasn't their primary source of funding, but it added a nice little extra. He entered the first section into the patents database. It was part of the respirator unit. The system beeped at him. He frowned. It wasn't the beep of acceptance, but the deeper tone indicating an issue. Yoshisato looked at the screen. What the dash? The system was telling him the design was registered already. No, 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 no. That wasn't possible. It had come off a villain. If anyone had a system like this, they would be revolutionizing the support industry. Not. He scanned it again, and again the system gave him the warning. Yoshisato clicked for more information and frowned. According to the patents database, the system was registered to a company called Me Enterprises. He'd never heard of them. But he couldn't say that they didn't exist. The company details were filled out correctly, including their business registration number. He sighed. It was probably a shell company for the villain. But sorting that out so he could register the respirator and other systems for official use was going to take some time. He was going to have to get legal involved. Tartarus' legal team was mostly involved with their special workplace arrangements and sometimes with prosecuting infringement notices on idiots who came too close, but they knew what they were doing. And they'd probably tell the HPSC, and then... Yoshisato groaned. Why did villains complicate things so much? Izuku sat on his bed and took a couple of deep breaths. It was nice to just be able to sit and think by himself for once. The last few weeks had been so hectic that he'd always just fallen to sleep for as long as he could get. It was nice now to have some space to call his own and to actually go through the routine of getting ready to sleep. He hadn't realized how much he'd missed that. It gave him time to reflect. Things were going. In one way they were going well. He hadn't been captured. The majority of Tomura's crew had agreed to follow him and he was working on a plan. In another way, it was going terribly. He'd killed Tomura, mucking up his dad's chances of being healed. He didn't have a solid plan or anything resembling that, and he swallowed hard and shoved the thought that he'd failed his dad from his mind. There would be another way. There had to be another way. He'd just have to find it. There was time. He couldn't expect anything to be done in a month. He'd have to take the time to build the support he'd need to maintain control of society, and there were so many problems. He hadn't discussed it with his crew, but it would be a lot easier if his dad was free. Then Izuku sighed. He'd be in a subordinate position, but that wouldn't be too bad. His dad knew the entire plan, and for the moment, he couldn't think like that. He had to lead. Though he didn't have a definite plan. Even so, he could work with that. No matter what he wanted to do eventually, he was going to need more manpower, so that had to be his first goal. Then he could work on other plans, and maybe someone would have some suggestions. Though, he was a little disappointed in those who had been gathered for Tomura. When he'd mentioned thinking about a quirk to counter their weaknesses, he'd been hoping someone would have realized that support equipment could also help. But no one had suggested it. He thought about that for a moment. Maybe their weaknesses weren't something that could be effectively handled by support equipment. He should check, because even if they couldn't counter a weakness that way, support equipment was effective for other things. It was support after all. He took off his shirt and the light vest, folding it carefully. Just seeing it reminded him about Mai and the fact he was going to have to be careful with it. Or get someone else to build another. Izuku sighed. He'd have to talk to them about that. He blinked and reveled in the fact that while his eyelids were heavy, it wasn't the exhaustion he'd felt the last few days. It was just the usual tiredness at the end of the day. That felt nice, and with a smile, Izuku lay down and pulled the covers over him. One thing his dad had never said but was obvious in hindsight: what the world called villainy took just as much work as heroics. He needed his rest. Darby had to admit that being out of the warehouse was nice. If it got him revenge on Endeavor, he'd have stayed there, but it was better here. Plus, the Warper had somehow got the bar stocked, and that helped. The 5 of them were gathered at one of the booths. They'd been spread out earlier, but when some of the locals had wandered in, the Warper had shooed them to the side. Paying customers took precedence over them apparently. So now that the boss has gone to bed, we should have some adult talk, he laughed. What, you gonna tell us you're still a virgin, Crispy? Darby reminded himself that while he'd lived with these guys for the last few weeks, he hadn't really had to interact with them. And now that Dragon had given back Xiaoto's quirk, he could just walk away, but that was, the underworld ran on the strength of people's word. And while there were times when you could get away with breaking it, he already knew now was not going to be one of those times. He'd have to learn to deal with this one. Ugh. Like you are, Aya. He returned, lazily picking up his beer. She chuckled. Oh, is that short for vampire? The BLD freak cooed. Irritation, Darby corrected. She snorted and then gave him a direct look up and down. Yeah, you just wish you could get some, she murmured. The others were rather conspicuous in their silence, but he figured they didn't want to get involved. Come on, he challenged. It's obvious you are saving yourself for the kid, Darby told her. When the F were you born? The Taisho era. She snapped back. Girls do that sort of romantic SHT all the time, he countered and then dodged. Where did she keep those throwing knives? A hunting knife appeared in her hand and she slid out of the bench seat she had been on. Darby got up, dodging the slash she made. You listen here, crispy critter, the blonde hissed. If I sleep with Aizu, I will F his brains so good. You on the other hand. Ha! You couldn't pay me enough. He gave her a look. The blonde rolled her eyes. Little boys do such stupid things all for someone to wriggle around for them. She dismissed his suggestion. Why don't you both calm down? One of the others asked. Darby thought it was Compress. He seemed level-headed. Just as soon as Crispy gets his head out of the Meiji era, she hissed in reply. Darby saw the way Whisper rubbed her temple. We are a long way past the Taisho and Meiji era, the woman pointed out. His not. The snap was petulant. We are, Compress said. And we are worrying the patrons. She huffed and the hunting knife disappeared before the blonde slid back into the bench seat. It would be a beach to have to move again. He'd done it before. There'd been times when he'd had to move every few hours 'cause heroes were after him, but that hadn't happened for a while and he didn't like how reactive that made him. He was better than that. He planned. Darby gave the blonde a careful look before returning to his seat. "So you are more experienced than you look," he murmured. "It's just secretary," she muttered. "Do you think the kid is?" Darby put the question to the table. "Think the kid is what?" Twice asked with a note of exaggerated innocence. Whisper just sighed. "Ah, forget it then," Darby sighed. Compress gave him a measuring look. "Why did you bring it up?" The question caught him by surprise. Why had he brought it up? He didn't mean anything serious by it, and it was. "Forget it," he repeated and picked up his beer to avoid saying anything more. He was kind of thankful when the others shrugged. "What do you think Dragon's first mission will be?" Whisper asked to change the subject. "I don't know." "I do know," Twice answered. "It will be something good," the blonde said chirpily. "He's going to wait for some fallout first," Darby answered, after swallowing his beer. Compress gave him another look, this time inviting him to say something more. "Part of what I wanted," Darby told them. It was enough for the magician to understand. "I expect he will meet with the Yakuza before doing anything major," Compress said. "The extra manpower will help." Twice nodded and then shook his head. "Was he serious about Dash?" He paused. "About?" Whisper prompted. "He was serious," Himiko said. "How do you know?" Darby asked. "Because Hanzi once asked me," she snapped back. It wasn't the answer any of them expected. "If you can think of a quirk that will help with a weakness, he can give it to you," Himiko continued. Darby watched as expressions became more thoughtful. He already knew what would help him, but he had no idea what might help the others. They were silent as they thought. "It's not like we have to accept immediately," Darby told them. Whisper nodded slowly. "How long do you think it will take you to contact the Yakuza?" she asked twice. "Not long, forever," he replied before shaking his head. "It will depend on if they want to meet," he added. "Has anyone dealt with them?" There were headshakes all around. "They generally stick to themselves," Himiko commented. "And they are all sick." Darby couldn't help the incredulous look he gave her. He wasn't the only one. The blonde huffed as if she knew what they were thinking and then pouted. "Meanies," she muttered. "They stick to themselves?" Whisper asked. "Usually," Twice told them. "But I'll see what they say." Compress nodded. "We have a lot to think about, and we'll just have to find out what the boss says," he said. It was a conclusion, and Darby was kind of thankful when the others nodded and took it as such. And it wasn't untrue. There was a lot to think about. If the kid could get them quirks to counter their weaknesses, then, while it would mean admitting to those weaknesses, it would give them a huge advantage. He could almost imagine the fight with Endeavor if he had something to regulate temperature. Darby dragged himself out of that contemplation. It was nice, but now was not the time, and there was a lot of work to go before he could go to that battle. And the kid had said he'd work Endeavor into his plans, but he'd also admitted that he'd want to consult with them on those plans to make them better. But that suggested an opening to him. If he went to the kid with a plan. Darby smiled to himself. If he went to the kid with a plan, there was every chance the kid would go for it. He might get Endeavor sooner rather than later, and that. Yeah, he'd enjoy that. "So why did you ask?" Compress questioned. Darby looked around. He didn't realize the others had left. "Ask what?" The magician had taken off his mask and top hat and raised one eyebrow at him. Darby huffed. "A stupid joke," he told the other man. He didn't look convinced. "Female chastity and virginity has not been an issue for quite some time." "I know that," Darby snapped. No one liked to call them wars, but the wars that occurred when quirks first emerged, and the social upheaval they caused, allowed for quite a few social issues to be ignored. "You sure?" Compress said, but his expression said he was thinking of something else. "Just a stupid joke," Darby repeated. "We are going to be building up Dragon's reputation," he said, trying to change the subject, but he had a feeling Compress knew that while the wars had removed the old social stigmas, in old-fashioned households, some of the older values were still adhered to. He cursed Endeavor again. He thought he'd cast away everything from then, but the man, his views, his he kept coming back to haunt him. Compress nodded but knew there was more to come. It really was just a joke, he said again. While we build up Dragon's reputation, I thought it could be fun if we found things to make the kid blush. Sex seemed like a good choice. For a moment it seemed as if Compress would just dismiss the matter. I'm not sure Dragon would think it's funny. I wasn't planning on telling him, Darby grumbled. Compress shook his head and Darby got the impression that he didn't approve. It's on your head, he said finally. It's just some fun. He shook his head again and got up to leave Darby alone at the table. The empty beer glasses were clustered together as if gathered for some funeral. He snarled. He knew why he'd brought it up. But, no. He was not going to think that. It wasn't that. It was just a bit of pointless fun. It meant nothing else. Darby drained the last of his beer and slammed his pint down. It didn't mean anything. Izuku jerked awake and sat bolt upright. He felt his heartbeat slow, and the sweat on his body cool and dry. He was warm enough. The blankets were more than sufficient to ward off any cold from the air, but why had he woken up? A dream. He didn't dream that often. Well, Izuku figured he dreamed as much as everyone else, but he didn't often remember his dreams. This one was a bit weird and particularly vivid. He wasn't sure where, and Izuku smiled ironically to himself. Maybe the dream hadn't been as vivid as he thought, but there were bits that stood out to him, even now. Wherever he had been, he didn't recognize it. It kept changing. At one point it was a forest, with huge trees reaching for the sky, then it had changed and the trees were all saplings before they vanished altogether and he appeared to be in a cave. That wasn't the important bit though. No matter where he was, he'd been surrounded by bodies. Some of them had ripped and bloody clothing and others were fine. He couldn't see any injuries, but he hadn't really looked. The most disconcerting part of it was that in the distance he could see a table. It was set out as if for tea. There were cups, teapots and tiered trays of food. For all the formality of the table, the places were mostly taken by children. They had no idea what to do. The bodies went all the way up to the table and it was actually on a pile of them, but the people weren't paying any attention to the bodies. It was like they couldn't see them. The children were squirming in their seats, but they weren't running off to play. There were some adults at the table. He recognized one of them. It was 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲. At least he thought it was. The formal kimono was the same, but her hair was no longer white, but black and bundled on the top of her head in a complicated arrangement. She was much younger here, but it was 𝐒𝐿, he knew it. She was chatting with another man and woman who Izuku did not recognize at all. The woman had fiery red hair and bright eyes. The man had black hair and a thin, wiry appearance. They were all sipping at their tea, and occasionally reaching out to save one of the biscuits from being thrown off the table. They interacted with the children but didn't seem too concerned by them, and like the children, they didn't seem to notice the bodies. Instead, they were relaxed and happy. He just watched for a while, not understanding what was going on, before he'd noticed that there was another place set at the table. The plates were laid out, along with the teacup, but it was empty. Izuku wondered about that, and then as he watched, he saw something move in the distance. It wasn't much. Just the impression of movement until a semicircle behind the table changed. At first, it was just a line, and then that line grew. Izuku noticed it because it was a brilliant green against the black shadows of the background. Slowly it became larger until Izuku realized with a shock that he was looking at a giant eyeball. It opened just a crack and then he woke up. He took a deep breath. His heartbeat was back to normal now, and when he thought about it, he had no idea what he was afraid of. No, he did. Anything with an eyeball that large was. Except the people at the table hadn't seemed concerned. And they hadn't noticed the bodies and... It's just a dream, he murmured, shaking his head. Yes, he'd seen 𝐒𝐿 there, but that didn't mean much. He hadn't thought about her for a while and... Actually he had no idea if she was even still alive. Izuku reached out and grabbed his phone from the floor. The place Kurogiri had found for them was light on furniture, but the bed was soft and warm, so that was good enough. He tapped the screen and squinted at the blue light. It resolved into a screen and he tapped to go to the official 𝐵𝐴𝐷s, deaths and marriages registry. The records had been digital for years. He typed in the name 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 and hit search. There were several hits and Izuku wondered how he could sort them out. Things like 𝐵 weren't mentioned to protect against identity theft. How did he figure out which 𝐒𝐿 was the one he wanted? Well, he didn't want marriage or 𝐵 notices, so that was one way, and Izuku quickly filtered the results to exclude them, which thankfully removed some of the names. But there were still others. He sighed and put his phone down. The easiest way to find out if she was still alive would be to ask Jiran, but Izuku didn't think she would be. She'd been 91 when he'd met her, and that was 7 years ago. But he wanted to visit her grave and say thank you again. After today's dream, it just seemed right. Captain Takeo Maishu looked at the stats for her district. They'd had a spate of gun violence in her district lately. It had been against the homeless, and in all cases, the witnesses had indicated that the perpetrators had worn plague masks. Of all things. She dismissed it at first, but when the second, third, and fourth reports had come in, she couldn't just call it a hallucination from whatever drags they were on. She sighed. Someone was targeting the homeless. And it probably wasn't just one person. The plague mask had been present at each attack, but it was described differently each time. Sometimes it was black. Sometimes it was white or brown. It didn't always cover their eyes. So there was definitely more than one. Which meant there was an organization. They weren't killing them though. The shots were very careful to be in the arm or leg, nothing that was fatal, and then. This is where the stories got even more ridiculous. Those who were shot claimed that their quirk was gone. Except they weren't. When they were asked to demonstrate their quirk it worked, so. Maishu would like to say there was nothing more to consider, but there had been several whose quirk hadn't worked. It had later, but not when they were first asked. The general feedback from the medics was that the gunshot had stressed the individual, and they temporarily suppressed their quirk. The medics who examined the wounds and patched them up had also said that they weren't regular bullet wounds. In fact, one of them had said the wound was more similar to that of a tranquilizer dart but not quite. There had been some foreign but still organic substance in the wound, but no one could tell what it was, and for the moment, since it was only the homeless being attacked, there hadn't been the motivation to do a full analysis of it. They'd just run the general tests. Maishu had no idea what was going on. The police were meant to deal with criminals and it was meant to be pretty straightforward. Villains were dealt with by heroes, and they were the ones who could have the headaches. This was a headache. This wasn't straightforward and it was annoying her. Sir. What is it? Takeo snapped, looking up from the reports. We've got eyes on someone with a plague mask, Chebu told her. Where? Inadera Avenue, came the quick reply. SHT Takeo swore. Inadera Avenue was near the Zambori River and the homeless generally gathered under the bridges. It was an easy way of keeping the worst of the weather off them, and if they could rig up some sort of windbreak. Here, Chebu said, holding out a radio. It was kind of archaic that they still used radios, but it was the most efficient form of comms. The phone networks were stable but could be overwhelmed at times of the day or year, so they needed the reliability. Who is it? Captain Maishu asked. Isatsu, Chebu told her. Isatsu, Takeo snapped. Sir. Just follow them, she ordered. She had a suspicion about where the plague masked group was living, but she needed it confirmed. Then she could order a raid. They were Yakuza, an organization that should have been dead and buried but had persisted, tenuously clinging to life like a cockroach. They'd been all but obliterated in the late 20th century, but their descendants had turned to cybercrime in an ever-dwindling state until the dawn of quirks. The social upheaval then should have been the final death knell for them, but they had clung on and even created some clan-like structures in places. It was hard to tell with the wars and fighting, but they'd probably helped some people during those times. Society then wasn't what it was today, but they had long survived past the time where they were useful. Nowadays, as far as she knew, they took in outcasts and Maishu had no real idea as to what they did. Probably petty organized crime and drag distribution. She'd never caught them at anything, so it was time that they were reminded who was in charge. To do that, she'd need some proof for a warrant. SHT. They've just shot someone. Isatsu whispered urgently. Call an ambulance and continue tracking them, Takeo instructed. But they shot them in the leg, yes. she asked pointedly. There was silence and she could imagine that Isatsu was checking. Yes, sir, came the reluctant response. Then this is like the others, Takeo concluded. The person would be injured but would be okay after being treated for the wound. Call an ambulance, she ordered again. I want to know where the plague masks are hiding. Yes, sir, Isatsu agreed. Maishu brought up a map and tapped her finger on an area of it. It was a residential area but the buildings were large and Yakuza tended to inherit their wealth, though the years of being ostracized had to be cutting into those funds. She just knew they were there. The evidence would come. When Yakyuni had agreed to help the Shy Hasaikai, he'd been given better facilities to help them, but he was still viewed with suspicion and in charge of the girl. He could eat with the rest of the group and did, but he could sense there was still a division. He wasn't sure if it was because they still suspected him. He didn't think it was. If that was the case, then he was sure Kai would take him apart again. It was probably because he was different and involved in the core plan. Though if it was suspicion, it wasn't unfounded. He wasn't loyal to them. He said he was, but he was, as always, loyal to Dragon. They'd asked if he was still loyal to Dragon's father, and that had never been the case. Not his first loyalty anyway. Oh, it had been, but it had changed. What's he doing, Yukini? Yakyuni looked over to the child the Shy Hisaskai were dependent on and gave her a smile. I'm looking at a slide, he told her. Do you want to see, he offered. She looked hopeful and he slid off the chair he was sitting on, gesturing for her to get up on it. Her name was Ai, and without her, he knew Overhaul's plans were nothing. She climbed up and looked through the microscope. It's all blue. Eri exclaimed. That's the dye, Yakyuni replied. You used dye to highlight certain cells, and he was looking at hers. Yukini, what is this? Eri asked. It's your quirk factor, he told her. She could say his name, but since he'd become her quasi-protector, she'd chosen to call him that. It was probably because he was just as trapped as she was, and she knew it. My quirk factor. An extract of it, he explained. He had to admit that Kai was intelligent. At least in a way. The man didn't have a scientific background. He was a thug, but through trial and error he'd figured out most of what he needed. The Shy Hasaikai were not powerful, but with his plan, they could be. Kai had managed quite a lot on his own, but Yakyuni knew he'd accelerated the process slightly. The Shy Hasaikai could isolate Eri's quirk factor, but he'd refined the process so that they got more for the same sample size when they harvested from her. He'd also refined their concentration technique, and Kai had mostly worked out the difficult part of his plan. Eri's quirk rewound things, but it didn't stop. She could stop it, but when they made the extract it didn't stop. Kai had worked out, at least in theory, how to adjust the potency so it stopped and only affected the subject's quirk. He'd been impressed by that, but what he was looking for now was a complete inhibitor. Yakyuni wasn't stupid. He knew that Dragon and Dragon's dad were considered a threat to Kai and that the Yakuza would want to use a quirk erasure bullet on them. Maybe not Dragon's dad now, since he was in Tartarus, but Dragon. That made him feel sick, which was why he was working on this. If there was a way of stopping Eri's quirk at a particular point, then why not shift the point so that it never started working? At least, that was the theory. And if he couldn't do that, then he didn't think he could do it quickly, and Yakyuni wasn't sure if it was even possible, but he was then going to try to reverse Eri's quirk. Theoretically, if he could see how it worked, he could reverse it, but that was a big, big theory. He wasn't as good at this as Daruma. Yakyuni knew his best hope was to find a chance to escape with Eri and thus render the Shy Hasaikai powerless that way. He could see other applications for her quirk. Dragon's father would be overjoyed to have it. It would restore him to full health in mere seconds, and he tried not to think about that. There was also a possibility it could be used for immortality. Eri didn't seem to be able to use it on herself, but that wasn't an issue. He could copy the quirk, and then again, Yakyuni pushed that thought aside. The one thing that would hold the Shy Hasaikai back from absolute power was the fact that they could only generate limited numbers of bullets. They only had Eri, and they couldn't abuse her too much. Kai could take her apart and put her back together, but there were limits on that. He could help them come up with an almost infinite supply of her quirk factor, and he didn't want to think about that. You couldn't grow quirk factor in a lab, at least not like you could grow bacteria cultures. It just didn't work like that, but he could grow clones. With the right facilities, 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐈 could grow 10, 20, as many as they wanted clones of 𝐸𝐸, and they would all have her quirk, and then he ruthlessly suppressed that knowledge. Kai didn't know he could do that, and he had no intention of telling them that. He was good at biology, but that was all. What does it do? 𝐸𝐸 asked as she pulled back from the microscope and slid off the chair, allowing him to return. This bit doesn't do anything. It's the factor, he explained, gesturing to the slide. To activate it, you need to have other cells. She frowned. Like a prison? 𝐸𝐸 asked softly, almost worried. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐈 chuckled. The humor surprised her. Not like a prison, he told her. Everyone is made up of cells, he explained. They form every part of us, and what you were looking at is a part of you. He didn't really know how to explain cells to her properly without going back to some very basic biology concepts, and she was only 7. He couldn't remember what he was studying when he was 7, but he was pretty sure it wasn't biology. Do you have them? 𝐸𝐸 asked. Not exactly the same, he said, and then thought of a way of showing her. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐈 reached out for a clean slide and the wafer-thin cover. He scraped that against his skin, showing 𝐸𝐸 what he was doing. Then he gestured for her to get back on the chair as he stood. She did, and as she watched, he put a drop of dye on the cells he'd wiped onto the slide before dropping the cover over them. Are you ready? He asked. 𝐸𝐸 nodded and put her eye to the microscope as 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐈 slid the new slide under the lens. It's still blue, she commented. That's the dye, he said again. Can you see how the shape of the lines are different? He asked. There were a few moments of silence as 𝐸𝐸 looked at his skin cells. They're all joined together, she said. They are, 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐈 agreed, remembering what it would look like. The lines you see are the cell walls, he added. He kind of wished he had an onion. That would really highlight the differences. Maybe he could get one to help educate 𝐸𝐸. Probably. He couldn't see how they'd object to that, and 𝐸𝐸 wasn't allergic to them, so he was distracting himself. Minamoto had told him that 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐈 didn't know what to think. Minamoto had said that some group called the League of Villains was going to come and talk to the Shy Hasaikai, and then he changed it to Dragon was coming. He didn't care about some random villain group, he did care about Dragon, which is why he had to do something. There was no way Dragon would bow to Overhaul. Overhaul was inferior in every single way, but he knew how these things worked. If Kai could get leverage, then 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐈 was not going to give him that leverage. Not today. Not ever. And when Dragon came, he'd be proud if he could provide even the smallest bit of aid in taking down the Shy Hasaikai. Kai wanted to rule, but the Yakuza would bow, or he'd be destroyed. That was the way of the underworld, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐈 knew which side was going to win. He was on it. Toru moved down the alleyway between 2 warehouses. When she'd started this, she thought it would be a bit easier than it was turning out to be. There were far more warehouses than she thought there were. She'd allowed partially for that, but what she hadn't properly realized that there was not just one warehouse district. There were multiple spread across the city. The obvious ones were near the docks, but there was generally a small area near most industrial areas too, so that had given her more places to search. She could handle that. It was simply going to be a matter of time to search, but what she hadn't factored into her timing was that figuring out what was in a warehouse wasn't as easy as just peeking into it. And some warehouses you couldn't peek into. Those warehouses she had managed to glance into were filled with boxes, and even if she could look in from an open door or a hole in a wall, she couldn't be sure that the boxes were the real contents. The warehouses were big enough that someone could stack boxes against the walls to ensure no one could look in. Sort of like very, very inefficient curtains. So she was now reduced to actually checking each warehouse. Thankfully, most warehouses had some sort of windows near their roofs. Small windows, but she could walk on the roof safely enough and look in. The only problem with that was that she needed light to see, which meant she had to do it during the day. She couldn't risk being seen with a torch during the night. The weather was okay and the alleyway she was in was not funneling the wind, so it was warm enough, but on the rooftops, she was exposed to everything. Toru was just thankful that the worst of winter was past and they were heading into spring. It might mean more rain, but it was generally warmer, and she had taken to putting a towel in her bag with her clothes. That way she could at least dry off before putting her clothes back on. And the one good thing with warehouse districts was that generally there were some areas sheltered from the rain in them. She had another few warehouses to check in this district and then she could move on. Toru reached the ladder. She preferred to get to the roof and stashed her bag. There weren't usually that many people around, but it wasn't night, so she had to be careful to hide it. Quickly, Toru swarmed up the ladder and ran towards the last group of warehouses she needed to check. Her feet did ping on the roof, but she'd learned to run lightly, so while she couldn't hide the sound of footsteps, they didn't travel far. For a while, she tried to move as quietly as she could, but that had taken too long. She was now going with thought that so long as no one saw anything and she didn't sound like a herd of wildebeest, anyone who was curious would quickly forget hearing her. That was especially true when nothing happened after the noise. In her search, she'd found a couple of illicit operations and had given anonymous tip-offs to heroes. She was actually happy about that because while they were anonymous, Toru knew that the HPSC website recorded how she was recording the tips and had no doubt noted her name. She always signed the tips off the same, hidden help. Toru hoped when she finally found Izuku Midoriya, or Tomura Shigaraki, or anyone, she could then come forward with the tip and reveal who she was. That would establish a reputation and it should make it easier for her to then get reinstated in a hero course. The particular warehouse she needed to check today had a ridged roofline, with windows lining each of the ridges. It should be easy to see what was inside. She slowed down as she approached the window. No one could see her, but if she made noise as if she was approaching the window and then made more noise going away from it, someone could put 2 and 2 together to get 4. She didn't need anyone having suspicions. Toru wasn't entirely sure what they could do, but she was sure she didn't want to find out. She wasn't stupid. When she found the warehouse she was looking for, Toru knew she wasn't dealing with the nicest of people. She crept to the window and peeked in and, "What the hell?" Toru whispered to herself. Normally, she just expected to see crates stacked on each other, and sometimes manufacturing equipment. There were a couple of crates here and what looked to be cots with messy bedding on them down one end. At the other end of the warehouse there were some tanks which gave her a cold feeling just looking at them. Despite the cold, she felt a stir of triumph. The bedding could just be some immigrants, but there was no one around. The tanks though, those looked vaguely scientific, and not in a good way. She'd have to get a closer look, but this looked like it could be a lead. If the villains weren't here now, they had been, and that. She would report this to the HSPC, but she wouldn't yet ask for her place back. She'd save that until she found one of the bases they were using, but finding this. Toru grinned. It meant she was on the right track, and that made her far warmer than the cold around her. She was going to be a hero. Just not by the usual route, and that was okay because when people read her history, they'd know she started by helping to bring down some of the worst villains in Japan's history, and that would sound pretty good in a biography. But first, to check. And for that, she had to get in. Shouldn't be too hard. She was far better at using her quirk now than she'd ever been. And really, it was ironic that it was the villains were helping with that, but Toru would take what she could get. When you got expelled from UA, you had to. Ted Hitoshi sat down and looked over the table at the person who was going to question him. It was an older man and he just wore a shirt and breathes. He didn't appear special, which was. Hitoshi wasn't sure what it meant at the moment. Usually we wouldn't do this, the man said without preamble. But given the current situation, he shrugged and then appeared to want an answer. Hitoshi didn't sigh though he wanted to. Aizawa had warned him there'd be games within games and that he'd have to play at least one level of them. It's a special situation, he replied. The man gave him a look and then nodded. We want to preempt any questions, he explained. Hitoshi returned the nod. And we want to help him, the man continued. For a moment Hitoshi didn't understand and then he nodded. He knew how this went. The official line wasn't trotted out much because most villains were older, but there had been a few who were tagged that way officially when they were young. Then the Hero Public Safety Commission always said the same thing. He wanted to brace himself to say it but knew he couldn't. If he did that then they'd know he was lying. Instead Hitoshi blew out a small breath and half closed his eyes as he nodded and looked down at the table. I understand. The sooner Izuku can be brought in, he paused, making a face as he considered. The less time he will have had to commit crimes and he shook his head. Hopefully they won't be that bad, so the punishment won't need to be that bad, he said with a slightly hopeful note in his voice. Exactly, the man said. Now, let's start, he added. What is your name? Hitoshi Shinsu, he replied. Age? 16. Quirk? While they weren't meant to ask about his quirk, he knew this question had been coming. These days, the standard set of questions always included information about your quirk. Reaction-based brainwashing, Hitoshi said. Aizawa had counseled that it would be better than saying brainwashing. Adding the two words somehow made his quirk seem far less dangerous because it implied there were conditions. There were conditions, but most people considered them to be dangerously easy to achieve. But until someone knew what the conditions were, the words acted as a protection. The underground hero had explained it was all about perception. Your occupation? High school student. Where? UA, first year, General Studies course. The man nodded at him. Hitoshi didn't react. He knew these basic questions were to establish a baseline. How long have you known Izuku Midoriya, also known as Maite Chue or Izuku Chue? Since I was 8, Hitoshi said, and did not volunteer any further information. That had been another of Aizawa's instructions. The man had told him to answer the questions but to do nothing more. Hitoshi hadn't needed an explanation as to why that was best. How did you meet him? Izuku walked up to me one lunchtime and said he wanted to be friends, Hitoshi answered. It was a little bit more complicated than that. He still remembered being confronted by a giant of a man the day before, but essentially that is what had happened. Just like that, the man seemed skeptical. Just like that, Hitoshi confirmed. We were 8. There didn't need to be other formalities, he added somewhat sarcastically. The man stared at him for a moment before he nodded. The pause made Hitoshi wonder if the guy was wired. Had someone just reminded him that kids made friends easily? Unless something else, far more obvious happened, Hitoshi decided he probably wouldn't know. Or be able to work it out. What did you think of him? What do you mean? Hitoshi asked. That was another thing Aizawa had told him after making him run around the training field. If there was an open or vague question, then he was allowed to ask for clarification. While he was being questioned, he wasn't charged with anything or even under undue suspicion. There was obviously some suspicion since he was being questioned, but they knew he wasn't a villain. The underground hero had reminded him that they couldn't treat him as a villain. The nebulous they might like to, but they couldn't. What were your impressions of Izuku? The man clarified. He seemed sincere, Hitoshi explained. He knew about my quirk and said that didn't matter, he added. He really didn't want to mention his quirk again, but he also knew the HPSC would have been able to find out quite easily that people had been suspicious of it. These days people didn't really consider that, because he had friends, but when he was alone, they automatically assumed he was alone because he had driven away his friends using his quirk on them. People were idiots. Your parents moved when he did. How did that happen? I don't know exactly, but they were after a sea change, Hitoshi said. Apparently the guy was happy to leave that question there. He'd said nothing but the truth. He didn't know, but he remembered his parents had told him they wanted to move. He was pretty sure that so long as he continued to tell them the truth, then they would have to accept that, though Hitoshi was curious if the person with the truth detection quirk was the guy or someone watching. So you have been friends with Izuku Midoriya continuously since you were 8? Yes, Hitoshi acknowledged. Did you know his father was a villain? Not then, I didn't. That acknowledged that he now knew Izuku's father was a villain but didn't tell them exactly when he'd found that out. It might only be a few days early, during All Might's fight, that he'd worked it out, but those few days were important. The rest of the world hadn't known that man was Izuku's father until later. The guy appeared surprised. Hitoshi remained silent. Did they think that Izuku's dad went around announcing that he was a villain? That was stupid. When did you find out? He hadn't really wanted to answer that question, but he could still be vague. With what happened now, Hitoshi said, and was glad that he sounded calm. The man gave him a sharp look, and Hitoshi knew he wasn't going to be able to keep being vague about the timeline. When exactly? The night of All Might's fight. There was no point in trying to deny it. Aizawa had been clear on what would happen if they thought he was lying. Why didn't you report Izuku? What do you mean? Hitoshi said. Your friend is a kidnap victim, the man said. I didn't know that then, Hitoshi told them. He hadn't. He'd only learned that later. I didn't know he was Izuku Midoriya until the Yozoru interview. He offered the information freely. Reluctantly, Hitoshi could see that the guy had to accept that. So why didn't you report Izuku as a villain then? What type of dumb question was that? That implied that Izuku was always going to be a villain. Hitoshi shouldn't be surprised now. He knew how the world worked. Because he hadn't done anything. But he was going to. No, he wasn't. Hitoshi snapped back before realizing the answer had been a mistake. How do you know? The man seized on the information. Hitoshi gritted his teeth. This was something personal to Izuku and he didn't feel right revealing it, but he knew he had to. He took a deep breath and met the man's eyes. Just before our last year of middle school, Izuku's father let him go. Let him go. The guy's tone was clearly doubtful. Let him go, Hitoshi repeated. He told Izuku to go into the world and make his own decision. Oh, come on. There is no way. Izuku believed it, Hitoshi said before the guy could say anything further. That shut him up and Hitoshi watched as he obviously bit the inside of his lip. Even if Izuku's father didn't mean for Izuku to make a choice, for the line of questioning they were taking, all that mattered was what Izuku believed. Very well, the man said before fixing him with a look. Hitoshi braced. He didn't know the exact question that was coming, but he had a fair idea. And what do you think of Izuku Midoriya's actions now? He knew what they wanted him to say here, but Hitoshi also knew he'd be lying if he said that. Hitoshi allowed himself to sigh now. I'm conflicted, he said finally, knowing he couldn't remain silent forever. The man nodded, as if to acknowledge the truth of his statement but also to indicate he should continue. The public punishment given to Ochako Uraraka far outweighed the supposed crime, especially when compared to the public punishment given to Kaminari, Hitoshi explained. Ochako had been expelled from UA for supposedly just knowing Izuku, while Kaminari, and others, had traveled to an active hero raid and then used his quirk on national television. It was beyond vigilantism. The man said nothing. Hitoshi was kind of thankful for that, because even if they tried to claim there were other things going on that they weren't aware of, without details of those other things, the punishment was extreme. But taking their quirks is not going to help Ochako. And going to be a villain is not going to change the system, he continued, but added the words by itself in his mind. That way he was completely truthful, but he had no idea if it would work. He could only hope that the person reading his honesty wasn't only based on his words. He thought it would be okay since there were other ways of telling if a person was lying. The system, the man asked. The system, Hitoshi confirmed but knew what he was asking. No system is perfect, he explained. The current hero system could use some improvements. The guy looked at him almost disbelieving before his expression morphed slightly. It became the type of expression adults gave children who were too young to know better. If Izuku came out and said that his real quirk was one that allowed him to take other people's quirks permanently, he'd be called a villain, whether he was one or not. I know what that's like, Hitoshi explained. The man remained silent. Hitoshi hoped that was for the best. But it's not, he huffed. It's not a reason to go out and actually become a villain, Hitoshi concluded. That was true. Your quirk alone shouldn't be why you became a villain, but it was the reason at least some people did become villains, at least in society's eyes, so Hitoshi wasn't lying with that statement. It took the guy a moment to realize that, and he nodded. Hitoshi waited for the next question, but nothing came and silence stretched between them. He sat quietly, not sure if they wanted him to say something more, something that might be incriminating, or if they, those he hadn't seen, were debating his answers. The man sat as well, and Hitoshi took the opportunity to examine him. He was dressed simply and didn't appear to have any mutation. If he was wired, then that was well hidden, and he didn't have the air of someone who was listening to a conversation, so if the others were discussing him, they were not broadcasting it. A minute passed, and then they moved into the second. Hitoshi was reminded how time crawled when in silence. There were times when it flew, but for now it was crawling. He was kind of amused when the man started fidgeting. My name is Jinsho, the man told Hitoshi. He nodded a response, but the name didn't mean anything to him. I'm not the one who can tell if you are lying, he added. Ah, Hitoshi smiled. So they are discussing things. I think so, 𝐂𝐸𝐻 said with a shrug. 𝐿 must like you, 𝐂𝐸𝐻 added. What do you mean? The guy smiled. 𝐿 must like you, he repeated. He obviously spoke to you about how to answer, and what we were expecting. Hitoshi shrugged. He wouldn't deny it, but he didn't have to confirm it exactly. He wouldn't have bothered if he didn't like you, 𝐂𝐸𝐻 explained. Oh, that was interesting to hear. The underground hero had been. Hitoshi knew he'd been peeved that he'd been instructed to take him on as an apprentice, but he also knew the underground hero would take it seriously. But it was interesting to hear that something he'd done must have made an impression on the man. I'll make sure to thank him, Hitoshi said. 𝐂𝐸𝐻 gave him a slightly disbelieving look before he laughed. You do that, he encouraged before he sighed. Given the time this is taking, I think you've put the cat among the pigeons. I didn't lie. Oh, I don't think you did, 𝐂𝐸𝐻 agreed. I don't know what they were looking for. There wasn't anything he could say to that, and so Hitoshi just nodded and remained silent. Again there was silence between them, but this didn't seem as difficult, and while it was long, it didn't stretch as it had earlier. Then 𝐂𝐸𝐻 shifted slightly and Hitoshi knew he was listening to something. If Izuku asked you to help him, what would you do? The question came suddenly. Hitoshi blinked. He knew he had to answer truthfully. I'd help him, but I'd also tell the heroes, he finished forcefully. At the very least I'd want to hear him out, he explained. 𝐂𝐸𝐻 nodded at his answer and went silent. Hitoshi hoped that answer wasn't going to ruin things. But if Izuku asked him for help he would want to do it. All right, you are good to go, 𝐂𝐸𝐻 said suddenly, faster than Hitoshi would have expected given the answer he'd just given. Just like that? Hitoshi asked with a frown. Just like that, 𝐂𝐸𝐻 shrugged. For a moment Hitoshi hesitated, wondering if he should ask something before he realized it was obvious. Anyone in his position, or rather, the position they wanted him to be in, would be wanting reassurance that their apprenticeship wasn't in danger. What about Dash? He paused, as if unsure how to phrase things delicately. What about? 𝐂𝐸𝐻 prompted. What about my apprenticeship? Hitoshi asked, sounding worried. He was worried. He didn't know what he wanted to do in the future, but the apprenticeship would give him options and would give him insights into the hero industry that couldn't be made from outside. There's no change, 𝐂𝐸𝐻 told him. Hitoshi felt himself relax at that and nodded. If Izuku approaches you, tell 𝐿 immediately and he will let the appropriate authorities know, 𝐂𝐸𝐻 said before he gave a small huff. And I would do that, if I were you. Your friend Dash, 𝐂𝐸𝐻 shook his head. He's not your friend anymore. He might want to be, but Dash, he sighed heavily. I don't think he's the person you knew anymore. Hitoshi frowned. What do you mean? 𝐂𝐸𝐻 looked at him for a few seconds before he shook his head. I can't say, he said. But Dash, he paused. I can't say he was lying to you the entire time you knew him, because you knew him since you were 8, and he wouldn't have been lying then. But now. He's not the friend you once knew, and it would be better if you thought of Izuku Midoriya as a different person from the Izuku you knew. Hitoshi swallowed and then forced himself to nod. Izuku had said he hadn't really said much, but apparently he'd been busier than he'd indicated. But that was the way things were going to be. Oh, I don't think he'll ask me for anything, Hitoshi said. He might, 𝐂𝐸𝐻 replied immediately. Hitoshi didn't frown, but he wondered what information he didn't have. Or were the heroes thinking that because Izuku was young, he'd make simple mistakes? That seemed like something they would do, in which case, he didn't smile or roll his eyes, but it was a close thing. If that was the case, then the Hero Public Safety Commission were underestimating Izuku and they'd pay the price. He'd just have to wait and see. Ted Shuning rolled his eyes as he listened to the other lawyer. He'd gotten his client off, and now the other kid's lawyer somehow expected him to do something too. Geez. The man knew how things worked. He hadn't been paid to deal with the other kid, just the Spider-Quirk team. Look, he said sharply, cutting through the drivel he wasn't listening to. Your client, what's his name? Shuning asked. Nabesu Yubikoto, came the reply. Yeah, him. Just play on the fact he was bullied by that Bakugo kid and settle for a restraining order and some community service. It's not like he did any permanent damage, did he? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 advised. He wants to get off entirely, the other lawyer complained. That's not going to happen, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 huffed. I got that 𝐔𝐬𝐽 kid off 'cause he didn't do anything. Nebesu did. Just tell him that's the best he can hope for, and if he's too dumb to accept that, then walk away, he said. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shook his head. He was beginning to regret taking that case, but, while the alliance didn't exactly have terms, when their biggest client asked for something to be done, they did it. Other law firms couldn't buy out the alliance, but he sighed softly. He shouldn't be this annoyed. That particular client always paid well and got him cases against the HPSC, so he shouldn't be picky. Not all of us can walk away from a client, the other lawyer told him. Of course we can, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 objected. It's all in how you phrase it, he advised. Anyway, I'm not saying more on your case. You know what to do, he added before he hung up. If this had been a regular case, then it was open and shut. It wasn't, and that was probably what his compatriot was struggling with. But it wasn't his case, and it wasn't like he cared about them. He'd done his job and he hadn't heard if his client was happy, but he assumed they were. They'd paid, which really, along with cases against the HPSC, was all he cared about. Ted Kenshin Naruhado, principal of Shiketsu High School, looked at the invitation. It was on paper and handwritten. The archaic style was. Sometimes Nezu was just too obvious with his warnings. What do you think of it? Kenshin asked Koi. The teacher wasn't the vice principal but was someone Kenshin relied on. Koi Susumu had seen a lot in her history. She wasn't a hero and had never been one. Instead, she'd been a manager, and over the course of her active management career, she'd seen humanity and heroes at their best and worst. She'd managed heroes through lethal force authorizations, and she'd managed them when those went wrong, resulting in the deaths of civilians or, less frequently but often enough to be known of, the death of the hero. She'd seen a lot and knew how to read the situation. They are taking Izuku Midoriya seriously, she said softly. He gave her a look. That wasn't what he was looking for. There's a lot of messages there, she told him, slightly defensively. He sighed and gestured for her to continue. They are taking Izuku Midoriya seriously. Nezu is concerned about the commission. UA is concerned about their reputation and the public perception of heroes, especially after All Might's battle with that villain. Pick one. She instructed. Kenshin chuckled. Is this a good idea? He asked. Depends what we want out of it, Koi countered. That was the question. Shiketsu, as a school, had a vested interest in ensuring that their students were prepared for the future, and that was their focus. They were not, or not meant to be, directly involved in actually fighting villains, so the request was interesting in that way. He had no objections to preparing his students to fight the next generation of villains, but there seemed to be a good chance that his students would now be exposed to fighting villains, and he wasn't sure what he thought of that. On the other hand, UA didn't appear to have a choice in the matter. The villains seemed to come to them. He couldn't help but wonder if that was a consequence of having All Might there, or if the villains would have attacked anyway. If we go in with this, it will expose us, he murmured. Yes, but that might not be a bad thing, Koi countered. He didn't need to tell her to explain. Koi didn't look happy, but Kenshin got the impression her disapproval wasn't with him. These new villains, she began carefully. They aren't like the ones most of our students will encounter, she explained. You know as well as I do that most villains are in need of assistance. They can get that assistance after being arrested. There are some bad eggs, she continued. Those who are truly villainous, who just want to hurt people, but those aren't the regular type. And these new ones. This Tomura Shigaraki and Izuku Midoriya. Kenshin asked. Tomura had been making his name attacking UA, supposedly going after All Might. His name had been cemented in the underworld by the fact that a villain, they were calling All for One, had come to defend him. Even through television screens, there had been something malevolent about All for One, and the population knew it. As for Izuku Midoriya, his reputation had been cemented by the Yoizoru's very public plea for him to return their daughter's quirk. Some people were more afraid of Izuku than Tomura. They pointed out that Tomura simply went after All Might, who, while obviously grievously injured, was a hero. Izuku had gone after quirks. And no one was quite sure what to think about that. They are different, she agreed. They are not after something they immediately need. They are more dangerous than that, because they are after social change. Koi seemed to think about that for a few moments. Social change by itself is not a bad thing. It's necessary, she pointed out. But the type of violent upheaval they want isn't good, at least in Tomura's case. Izuku hasn't said anything. He killed that woman in Niigata. Kenshin objected. A woman he had a history with, Koi reminded him. And there is no doubt that is a bad thing and he will be punished for it, but I do not believe that is a representation of his desires, she explained. And yes, I know he's behind the kidnapping of the gang that attacked his friend and he's probably killed them too, she continued before he could object, but again, that was a personal attack. We've yet to see Izuku perform any acts that relate to his overall goal. So he's just a villain, driven by his passions, Kenshin stated. For the moment, Koi agreed, but he could read the doubt in her voice. You don't think he's going to remain that? She shook her head. Yue wouldn't be worried about him, even with his ability to take quirks, if he was just a teenager acting on his desires, she pointed out. That was true. So why should Shiketsu participate in this, he asked, poking at the invitation. Koi sighed and picked up the invitation. She flicked her eyes over it. I don't think we have a choice, she indicated. It represents a great opportunity for our students, Koi said. Oh, I can see that, Kenshin said. While Yue was asking for them to send only 3 students, for those 3 it would be a great opportunity to train with All Might and to network with other up-and-coming heroes. Nezu's specific wording made it clear he wanted the best of their students. As educators, we develop a sense for those who are going to go far, who have the drive, and the will to be the very best. UA seeks those students, of any year level, to participate in a long-term training exercise, led by All Might, to mold the heroes of the future. Yeah, he'd been clear, though the rat hadn't said anything about which school the students would represent once they were through with this training exercise. Even if Nezu didn't mention combat, he could see that was the intent. Think of the social implications if we don't participate, Koi instructed. Kenshin didn't grimace, but it was a close thing. Those would be large. He could probably come up with a reason to hold back Shiketsu's students if it was just training on the grounds that it was likely to be attacked by villains and his students weren't ready. But it was a holdover from the unrest that accompanied the rise of quirks, but those institutions which trained heroes, those who the community would rely on to protect them, were also shelters for those communities. In case of civil unrest, such as the unrest it appeared Tomura Shigaraki was fomenting, they were obligated to protect civilians. Shiketsu's grounds, like UACE and other hero schools, had shelters for that reason. Nezu's proposal was meant to show the hero schools working together to prepare the next generation of heroes. That's what the sales pitch to the public would say, and if Shiketsu was not involved, then Kenshin sighed. If they weren't involved, then there'd be questions about what else they wouldn't do. I hate that rat, he grumbled. Koi didn't look sympathetic. He knew the feeling at least partially mutual for her, but she was far better at controlling it. So, which students? She asked pragmatically. Shiketsu did not have a big 3 as Yue liked to boast. Instead, Shiketsu liked to say they had a rounded student body that didn't overly rely on individuals. But they did know that some of their students would do better than others. They were all going to be good heroes, but some. Darn that rat. Some would be great. Given that they are likely to go straight into combat, the 3rd years, Kenshin said as he thought. He could think of 2 immediately, but he wasn't sure of the others. Koi nodded but said nothing. He got the impression she was prepared to wait for his answer. He hated when she got like this. How about Keiko and Sokai? Kenshin asked. Those weren't the 2 he was thinking of, and he wondered if she'd pick that up. The glare she gave him spoke volumes. All right, Kenshin sighed. Taiki and Amy, he said the 2 names. Taiki was a muscular male student whose quirk was a stock standard strength quirk. It was rather boring, but also rather useful. Amy had a limited water manipulation quirk, combined with the ability to breathe underwater. It made her quite flexible with missions, especially since she trained and was no wilting flower. They were both at the top of the 3rd years. Not Mayako? Koi asked. Kenshin acknowledged her question with a nod. I think she's going to be a better underground hero, he explained, and I get the impression that Nezu's after fighters, he added. He saw her glance at the letter. It didn't say anything specifically, but she sighed and he knew she agreed. The third 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 said, tapping one finger on the table. That's the problem, Kenshin agreed. They sat in silence for a few moments. What 𝐵𝐵-𝐾𝐽 fell silent without finishing. About. Naruhado prompted. One of the first years, Koi said slowly, as if she was still thinking. The first years. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Nezu will be sending his, Koi countered, but Kenshin could tell she agreed with him. Not all of them, he argued. The quirkless, she agreed. They'll need protecting, but the fact remains, Nezu is sending them. Kenshin sighed. He couldn't argue that. Which first year, he asked instead. They did still need a third. Inasa, Koi told him. Inasa? The kid who was meant to go to UA. He murmured. He'd considered not accepting the application, but the teen had proved he was dedicated, at least for now. Shadowcrawler and Maginiti were more than a little annoyed at that, Koi told him. Yeah, so. It takes a lot of guts to go against your mentors that way, Koi pointed out. Kenshin huffed. That's just teenage drama, he dismissed it. Magneti and Shadowcrawler might have used some favors to get Inasa a chance at UA recommendation, but they'd live. Perhaps, but his got-Koi paused and then huffed. Nezu's right, you know. You get a sense for who is going to go far. He's going to make it. He might even be number one at some point, she said seriously. You've told others this. Of course not. She snapped. But I was going to recommend we allow him to take the provisional license exam. From her, that was a serious recommendation. Bring me everyone's files. If I can't find someone else, we'll recommend those three, but I don't like it either, Koi told him, but if we send anything but the best. She didn't have to say anything more. If Shiketsu sent anything less than their best, then UA would count that as a win. And he wasn't going to let them win. Ted Tsujimoto Kabuto looked at the invitation. It had come as a surprise in his mail. Izamu Hero High did not get too many letters. Well, not on paper. Especially not from UA. The arrangements for the visitation program were taken care of electronically. He'd already read the letter and it was troubling and hopeful in many ways, and while what it asked for was simple, he wasn't sure. What do you think? He asked Sumino as he held out the letter. She was one of the hero teachers, and if they went ahead with it, she would most likely accompany their students. She took the paper with iridescent nails and spent several moments reading it. It was a bit disconcerting watching her read because she had no pupils or irises. As part of her quirk, she took in light from all of her eyes. Still, he knew what she was reading. Dear Tsujimoto, in light of recent events, UA feels that training of tomorrow's heroes would be served by bringing them together. While the rankings of the Hero Billboard will put our students into competition with each other, in true hero work, there is no ranking. As such, it is felt, to meet the new wave of villains, already emerging in Japan, it would be best to train the heroes of tomorrow to work together so that they can effectively and efficiently meet the challenge they represent. UA is extending an invitation to all hero schools around the country to participate. The UA campus will be designated for the training, which is anticipated to run for several months and will provide all meals and accommodation to the chosen students and their accompanying teacher. While the UA campus is extensive, I ask that Izumu Hero High limit their selection to 3 students and offer the following advice for their selection. As educators, we develop a sense for those who are going to go far, who have the drive and the will to be the very best. UA seeks those students, of any year level, to participate in a long-term training exercise, led by All Might, to mold the heroes of the future. Responses are expected by XX month XXXX, and questions can be directed to my office. You have the number. Nezu Principal, UA Hero High. It's interesting, Sumino replied at length. I was hoping for something a little more in-depth than that, Tsujimoto said. She shifted slightly to make it clear she was looking at him. No, you were wanting me to verify your belief, Sumino said blandly. Maybe I was hoping you'd disagree. No, she said certainly. He sighed. I want us to participate, Tsujimoto said softly. 𝐒𝐿 did not look convinced. I do want us to participate, he objected to her look. But 𝐒𝐿 prompted. He reached out and took the letter again. As educators, we develop a sense for those who are going to go far, who have the drive and the will to be the very best, he quoted. What about it? 𝐒𝐿 questioned. When was the last time that Izumo Hero High produced a graduate who got to the top, he asked seriously, though couldn't help the sad note in his tone. To be fair, with All Might taking the top spot, no one has, 𝐒𝐿 told him, but he could tell she understood his question. It's been a while, she admitted. It's been more than a while, Tsujimoto corrected. Izumo Hero High turned out good heroes. No one denied that. But they were not great heroes. None of their graduates had gotten close to the top in the rankings. Their graduates were necessary heroes. They kept the small fry villains under control and had solid, good careers and saved a lot of people, but Izumo Hero High was not one of the top-ranked schools. If we still had Raid Kikiru, I'd consider it, 𝐒𝐿 said, nodding to the letter which was now sitting between them on his desk. Raid had graduated 2 years back. We don't, Tsujimoto indicated with a nod to show he agreed anyway. So you write back to Nezu, and tell him we regret that we don't have any suitable students but that we will support the initiative. I think so. I want to participate, but, he shook his head. We just don't have anyone who could compete, and I feel if we sent our students then they'd be crushed, 𝐒𝐿 agreed softly. Tsujimoto snorted slightly. We always knew we were second tier to UA, it's just that usually Nezu doesn't point it out, she finished for him. He's not even doing that here, Tsujimoto said. It's just that how about we just say no and move on? 𝐒𝐿 asked. For a moment, he wanted to explain, to argue, but there was no point. They both knew the truth, they couldn't compete on this, and if they tried, they'd be putting their students in danger they weren't prepared or equipped to cope with. If only I was a few years younger, Tsujimoto joked instead. While 𝐒𝐿 couldn't physically roll her eyes, she gave the impression that she had. If only she replied with mock sadness. If only, he repeated, and then reached out to pick up the letter, folding it and putting it back in the envelope before he put it in his desk drawer. There was no point in looking further. They already had enough if onlys. Ted, while they were in different classes, Xiaotou had seen the look Momo gave him this morning. She knew he hadn't told anyone that his quirk was back and was disappointed, and so today, at homeroom, he'd asked Aizawa to wait after class. The underground hero had given him a look that spoke volumes but had nodded. Now Xiaotou was disappointed in himself that he hadn't had the courage to just show his teacher this morning what had happened. Then things would be over with already. The yellow caterpillar that was his homeroom teacher crawled into the room and Aizawa's face appeared at the opening of the sleeping bag. What did you want, Todoroki? He asked. Xiaotou could hear a slight note of annoyance in his voice. He recognized the tone since his father used it often enough. I have something to tell you, Xiaotou said. That seemed to gain Aizawa's interest. You've made a decision about the special course, the underground hero asked. All those who had their quirk taken, Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, Yorozu, Ida, and himself, had been given time to make a choice of if they remained in the hero course, and try to become the first quirkless heroes, or if they would withdraw and go into general studies, support, or management. The principal had made it clear he would make space in any of those courses for them. Bakugo had announced he would continue in the hero course even before Nezu had finished explaining the options to them. The others had taken the time to think. Kirishima had decided to continue in heroics, though he admitted it would be far more difficult now. Ida stated that he had to maintain the family business, and so would continue in heroics. The three of them would participate in the special course Nezu had recently mentioned. Yuzuru had bowed to the pressure of her parents and accepted a place in the management course, and Kaminari had decided to continue at UA but in general studies. He was reliant on his quirk, and continuing as a hero, without it did not seem to be right for him. Xiaotou was continuing in heroics. He had no choice in the matter. While initially Endeavor had been angry, he had eventually dismissed the loss of his quirk as temporary. Izuku Midoriya would be captured and forced to give it back, and that would be that. It was sometimes interesting how like his father Bakugo was, since that was his determination of the situation as well. Not exactly, sir, �プ𝐿 replied before he shook his head. There was no easy way to say it, so instead he raised both hands and let a tongue of fire dance on his palm, while he formed a block of ice on his other. It was fair to say that Aizawa had been expecting something far more mundane from the request by the way his eyes shot open. He scrambled to his feet as 𝐿𝐿 let his quirk fade. For a few moments Aizawa just stared at him and then he sighed heavily. Come with me, he ordered in a tone that brooked no disobedience. It was kind of impressive how quickly his homeroom teacher squirmed out of his sleeping bag and stalked out of the classroom. 𝐿𝐿 followed compliantly. Now that he'd shown his homeroom teacher, he had no choice but to go through with telling others. Aizawa didn't lead them to the teacher's lounge, instead he took them a level higher. He'd never been in this area. It looked like a corporate setting, but then 𝐿𝐿 realized it was probably where Nezu had his office. Having the teacher's lounge on the lower level meant that students had to go through there first, so wouldn't come up here. Aizawa led them to a door that didn't seem different from any other. He tapped on the door and then went straight in. 𝐿𝐿 followed, and it was only once he entered the room that 𝐿𝐿 realized it had to be the principal's office. There was a coffee table and a couch at the entrance, but behind that was a desk. Nezu was almost lost in the chair that was behind it. The window was behind him. 𝐿𝐿 noticed that one wall was covered in bookshelves, and the other was cupboards. He wondered briefly what was in them but recognized that thought was his mind trying to delay. 𝐿𝐿. Nezu greeted his teacher. What brings you here? 𝐿𝐿 wasn't deceived. Somehow Nezu already knew why Aizawa had brought him here. Thankfully Aizawa didn't appear to want to play that game. Principal, he greeted the rat with a formal nod. Nezu seemed to take the hint and his eyes shifted to 𝐿𝐿. It was a bit disconcerting being the object of his attention. How did this happen, he asked. 𝐿𝐿 didn't shiver, but it was a close thing. He gave it back, he said unnecessarily. Why? Someone paid him. Nezu didn't look convinced. It didn't matter that he was not human, his expression was perfectly clear. The Yoizorus were offering quite a considerable sum for the return of Momo's quirk, and they did not hear from Izuku Midoriya, Nezu said skeptically. 𝐿𝐿 nodded. They didn't pay cash. At that, he heard Aizawa's exhale. Start at the beginning, his homeroom teacher instructed. Yes, Nezu said before reaching out to touch something on his desk. I believe Toshinori should hear this, he added. From the corner of his eye, 𝐿𝐿 saw Aizawa nod even though it appeared slightly reluctant. Get some chairs, Nezu instructed, and as 𝐿𝐿 watched as his homeroom teacher went to one of the cupboards and pulled out 3 chairs from storage. He set them in front of Nezu's desk and then settled himself into one. 𝐿𝐿 gingerly took another, but just as he settled there was a knock on Nezu's door and All Might entered. Ah, Toshinori, thank you for coming so quickly. 𝐿𝐿 was ashamed to admit it took him a moment to realize that Toshinori had to be All Might's civilian name. He'd never thought about it. It's about Dash, the #1 hero, grimaced and looked curiously at 𝐿𝐿. Start at the beginning, Todoroki, Nezu instructed, much the same as Aizawa had. He nodded. About a week after Izuku took our quirks, I got a message, 𝐿𝐿 started. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. It said, if I wanted my quirk back, I should message that number. He paused slightly, waiting to see if there were any questions. Go on, Todoroki, All Might instructed. I thought it was scam, but I messaged back anyway, he admitted, though it was obviously something they could have figured out. He opened the networks available and tapped to join the one that said Principal's office before he went the messages and flicked them on to the Principal's network. The principal tapped something on his desk and 𝐿𝐿 saw his eyes flicker them, but Nezu remained silent. They said they could make a deal with Dragon, 𝐿𝐿 continued. Dragon? All Might asked. If 𝐿𝐿 didn't know better, he'd have said that the #1 hero didn't know who that was. I know that Izuku Midoriya is Dragon, he said softly. How did you find out? I don't think that's the issue here, Aizawa interrupted before he could give any further explanation. Was the reference to Dragon how you knew the message might be real? All Might altered his question. 𝐿𝐿 nodded. That's why I continued to message the person. I asked what the deal would cost me, and I expected to hear a response that said money or information. Instead they told me I could determine the cost after my quirk was returned. That's not a usual tactic of scammers, All Might noted. No, sir, 𝐂𝐿𝐽 agreed. They said they'd already convinced Dragon to give my quirk back, I just had to meet them, he continued. And you did? All Might prompted. I did, 𝐂𝐿𝐽 said. I didn't think it was real. I thought that they were just leading me on and that there was no way they'd meet me. That's why I didn't tell anyone about it. Who came to the meeting, 𝐂𝐿𝐽? Aizawa asked. There was no accusation in his tone, which was almost worse. There were two of them, he relayed. Izuku was there, and someone else. I don't know who. He had his hood up. Izuku said he was there to confirm that he could give back quirks, but I think he was one of the villains who's been attacking us. All Might nodded and seemed to reach some internal conclusion. How did he give back your quirk, he asked. 𝐂𝐿𝐽 frowned. What type of question was that? What do you mean? He asked, desperately hoping that he wouldn't have to admit that he'd asked for half his quirk back. The villain had been right about that. He only had one quirk and, yeah, he'd been stupid. How did Izuku give back your quirk? Exactly. All Might asked again. He took my hand and it was back, 𝐂𝐿𝐽 said. It had been a bit of an odd sensation feeling his quirk come back to him. So he had to touch you. Oh, now he understood. Yes. It was the same as what happened when he took it, he had to touch me. The skin, 𝐂𝐽 clarified. He got the impression that All Might wanted to say something then but was silent. Did you learn anything else, Todoroki? Nezu asked. He nodded. I asked what the price was to get a quirk back. That interested his teachers. It would no doubt interest the Yorozus as well, if Momo hadn't already told them. Loyalty, 𝐂𝐽 told them. He said it was loyalty, he elaborated. All Might looked stricken. He was already pale and he shivered at the information. Anything else? Nezu asked. There's one quirk he won't give back. I don't know whose, 𝐂𝐽 told him. And, for at least one of the quirks, he will want something more than loyalty, though I don't know what. The principal nodded. It sounds like you had a fruitful discussion, he noted. Though, Todoroki, while I understand believing the message was a scam, I do not understand why you did not inform anyone as soon as you realized it was real. It wasn't a question. 𝐂𝐽 looked down. He'd asked himself the same question and the answers he came up with weren't satisfactory. At first I was in shock. I didn't believe it would happen, and by the time I came out of that dash he shook his head. I don't know, he admitted. I didn't know how. It seemed so unfair that I got my quirk back while the others dash. He couldn't bring himself to say it. Because he was looking intently at his hands, 𝐂𝐽 missed the way Nezu looked at him before the principal glanced at the others. We will have to verify this, but for now, please return home, Nezu instructed. 𝐂𝐽 nodded and rose. He couldn't think of anything to say, so he let himself out of the office. Once in the corridor he shivered. The motion had nothing to do with his cold side. The principal hadn't said he'd done anything wrong, but 𝐂𝐽 couldn't help but wonder. What would have happened if he'd just said no? Tense silence reigned in Nezu's office for several moments after the door had closed. The office was soundproofed, and Aizawa knew that Nezu personally swept it for bugs every few days, regardless of if he'd had anyone external to UA there or not. How do you want me to punish him? Aizawa asked into the silence. Oh, we'll get to that, Nezu said. That was interesting, he murmured. Interesting. Aizawa replied testily. 𝐂𝐽 had deliberately held back information. There really was only one appropriate punishment, and while he would be happy to expel Todoroki, he knew the message that would send to the world. Very interesting. The return of 𝐂𝐽's quirk confirms that it is possible, and his observations suggest several scenarios. His following in his father's footsteps, All Might said sadly. What do you mean? Aizawa demanded sharply. All for One has long used the promise of quirks to gain loyalty. Izuku is just the number one hero. Shook his head. He should realize that loyalty based on blackmail is not true loyalty. Yet apparently someone has decided to be loyal to him, in exchange for the return of Todoroki's quirk, Nezu said, sounding quite excited. That tells us about the situation he's in, the principal continued. Aizawa sighed heavily. What is it? He asked. This was going to be a long night, he could feel it, and he didn't want to deal with the mind games. He needs support, All Might murmured. Exactly, Nezu approved. If he's having to buy support, then Tomura is probably in charge, and Izuku could be trying to break away, or create a faction within Tomura Shigaraki's group. That doesn't immediately help us, Toshinori noted, though Aizawa saw he was nodding. And I don't wish to rely on factional infighting, Nezu said. Aizawa huffed. But we should watch for it and encourage it, he observed. It was heroics divide and conquer. Especially when dealing with larger villain groups. There was always a weak point which could be exploited if you looked hard enough. The trick was finding it. There is a possibility that he gave Xiaoto's quirk back, just to create chaos, All Might suggested. Why Xiaoto's quirk? Aizawa asked, though he saw the expression on All Might's face and knew the number one hero was thinking of something else. From the faintly pleased look gracing the rat's features, the principal had already worked out what Yagi was thinking about. One of Tomura's villains has an interest in Xiaoto, All Might mused. In his debrief, he reported that he was separated from Bakugo, at least for some time, and one of the villains spoke to him to get him to join. Though the number one hero frowned. That doesn't make sense. If the villain has a particular hatred for Endeavor, why give back Xiaoto's quirk? Aizawa thought back to Xiaoto's debrief. The details All Might mentioned were correct. Todoroki had said that the villain named Darby had a particular hatred for Endeavor. What is Darby's quirk? Nezu asked softly. Aizawa hated that tone from the principal. It said he had all the answers and they were just fumbling around behind him. Something to do with blue fire, he recalled from the training camp. Nezu nodded. While I don't want to make superficial associations based on similarity of quirks, given that villains reported actions, there does appear to be some link to Endeavor and to Todoroki. That doesn't explain why he'd organized to have Xiaoto's quirk given back, Aizawa objected, though he caught the implication that there was a good chance the unknown person with Izuku was Darby. Of all the villains from that night, he was the one they knew the least about. To discredit Endeavor, All Might said softly, as if he was working it out. We can have Todoroki questioned to ensure everything he's told us is the truth, and I already know it is, but the public won't necessarily believe it. Some will see Xiaoto as a traitor, and by extension they will wonder if Endeavor has he paused. Connections, the number one hero finished. Which is what makes this so interesting. Nezu practically cheered. There's all of that, and what this might mean to the villains, he reminded them. Aizawa stared at the rat. While this is interesting principle, it contributes to our larger issues, he observed. Nezu at least had the grace to look slightly chagrined at that. We will have to punish Todoroki, of course, he said. But not too much. We cannot further weaken public opinion in UA and heroes in general, he said. They were silent for a few moments, considering the problem. We can't punish him for going to that meeting without telling anyone, All Might murmured. Todoroki was right in that it looked like a scam, he noted. But we can punish him for not telling someone immediately after he got his quirk back, Aizawa said. I doubt we would have caught Izuku, but he didn't need to finish. They were now going to be looking bad for not knowing one of their students had another interaction with Izuku and for Todoroki putting himself in the situation where he could potentially be kidnapped again. True, Nezu said as he tapped one paw on his desk. He will be held back from the provisional license exam and removed from work studies, he decided. That's all. Aizawa was incredulous. Nezu fixed one black eye on him. While Todoroki is not the most social of our students, I believe the other students will informally punish him, and if we enact further punishments then we risk upsetting the balance, he said. He didn't want to admit it, but Aizawa realized the principal was correct. He sighed. We will also need a plan to handle the media once this gets out, and someone to talk to the Yoizorus. He laid out the other problems. We will, Nezu agreed, and it appeared his excitement at the news had faded. We could announce the plan at the same time, Toshinori suggested. It would help counter any negative publicity. It's not ready, Nezu objected. The number one hero shook his head. It doesn't need to be. Just the concept will be enough, and if we don't do it, then the commission will, he added. He didn't need to say and they'd get the goodwill generated from the announcement. It took 𝐒𝐲 a moment to realize the implications. It will have to be worded carefully. All Might nodded. Very well, the principal agreed. I'll write something tonight and he didn't finish. We will see what happens, Aizawa noted for them all. We will. Ted, how is the apprenticeship coming? Mai asked. With Ochako and Izuku gone, it was just herself and Hitoshi at lunch. While she was happy to focus on her babies, even Mai could admit it was quieter. And, well, she'd promised Izuku she'd keep Hitoshi supplied and that required talking to the client, so this wasn't chit-chat, it was business. She had already contributed to his costume. Given that Hitoshi was being trained as an underground hero, his costume wasn't that fancy. It was distinctly like his mentor, Eraserhead's, though with more armor, and thanks to her, better protection and gizmos. It's going okay, Hitoshi told her. Most of Mai's class would not believe she had tact. They would not believe that she could pick up on subtlety from the mere tone of voice, but she could. She just knew, from long experience, that if she reacted to those things, she'd be dragged into the so-called dramas and traumas of her classmates. She had way too much on to be bothered with that. However, a client was a different matter. Really? Mai replied, her tone enough to convey her doubt. It's fine, Hitoshi repeated. Mai looked over at him. Hitoshi was sitting in the area deemed safe for eating. All that meant was Mai didn't put oily or otherwise contaminated pieces of equipment or tools there. But it worked, which was good enough. From what she could see, Hitoshi meant what he said, but which bit of the apprenticeship is bothering you, she asked. The purple-haired teen huffed. Eraserhead has me practicing with a version of his capture scarf, he began to explain. Mai nodded. She'd seen the plans to incorporate a version of the scarf into Hitoshi's costume. It would literally wrap around his neck and upper shoulders and would, if positioned right, cover the mouth guard he used to modulate his voice. He won't let me have one though until I can break out of it, Hitoshi continued. Ah. Mai got the drift. She might be concerned with making her babies, but she knew what type of teacher Eraserhead was. He'd probably trapped Hitoshi in his capture scarf and expected the teen to get free. And Hitoshi hadn't been able to. What have you tried? It's fire resistant, so I can't burn it, and even if I could, doing that while wrapped in it is stupid, Hitoshi told her. You can't wriggle out of it, since it just tightens, and I can't cut it. What have you tried to cut it with? Mai asked. Hitoshi made a small gesture and a knife appeared in his hand. It wasn't anything special. The blade was about 4 to 5 inches long and looked sharp, but Mai knew just because something looked sharp, didn't mean it was. Did you get through any of it, she asked, stepping forward to look at the knife. I think I dulled the blade, but that could also have been the angle, Hitoshi told her. Mai snorted. The answer told her something that should have been immediately obvious. Eraserhead's capture weapon, what's it made of, she asked Hitoshi, hoping he'd pick up on it as well. It's a bias-bound cloth made of a F, he snapped. This was never going to go through it, he brandished the blade. Not in a million years, Mai agreed. Eraserhead's capture weapon was not cloth. Not technically. It was a steel wire alloy, woven with carbon nanofiber. It was one of the super fabrics that manufacturers like Tissue made exclusively for the hero industry. Do you have something that can cut it? Hitoshi demanded. Now that was a question Mai liked. She didn't give Hitoshi a verbal reply, instead a bright, brilliant smile appeared on her face. Did she have something that could cut? Eraserhead's capture weapon. Were her babies awesome? Of course she did. The question was now, which method would Hitoshi pick? Ted Garaki would admit that his position as Jaku Hospital Board Chairman had some drawbacks. There was no doubt that the position had its uses as well, and those uses outweighed the drawbacks, but when he was involved in the drawbacks, they were frustrating. In this case, it was the paperwork associated with the position. Still, it was paperwork that needed to be done to ensure the smooth running of the hospital, and he needed the hospital to run smoothly. While the basement wasn't his main facility, it was a useful source of raw material and he did not need anyone investigating. People didn't ask questions if things ran the way they expected them to. Still, sometimes, It was annoying to have to sign off on the various requisition orders and employment notifications. But necessary. He applied himself to the paperwork with determination and was therefore surprised when he heard the door to his office close. That was wrong. It should have been closed already, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 thought as he looked up and was confronted by a small girl, no woman and a man. The woman lunged at him, clamping one hand over his mouth. 𝐻𝐼 was too surprised to do much against her. "You will help him," she hissed. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 looked over at the man. He was dressed in a black coat with a ridiculously large collar and was holding his side. The white cuffs on his jacket were suspiciously brown and 𝐻𝐼 could see a stain of red seeping down his pinstripe breathes. "You will help him," she repeated. There was a prick from 𝐒𝐻𝐼's side and he glanced down. He couldn't see exactly what was there, but he knew what the feel of steel against skin was like. He nodded under her hand and felt it tentatively lifted. "I'll need some bandages," 𝐻𝐼 said. "And get up slowly," the woman ordered. There was no point in disobeying. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 rose slowly. "There's a treatment room across the hallway," he breathed the words. She nodded but didn't release whatever it was she had pressed into his side. The man swallowed and moved away from the door. 𝐻𝐼 made sure he didn't make any sudden movements as he moved, and he quickly opened the door and looked up and down the corridor. This was mostly an administration wing, and it was late so there wasn't anyone there. With the woman in tow, he crossed the corridor to the treatment room and opened the door. The man grimaced and took the few steps to enter the room. There was a patient bed in the room and the man leaned against it. The woman followed 𝐒𝐻𝐼 into the room and closed the door. "I need to get bandages," 𝐻𝐼 told her. She glared at him. Her eyes were pink with purple rings, and while unusual, he had seen far more interesting effects. All for One no longer had eyes, but the man could glare better than anyone. Eventually she huffed and then nodded, before she withdrew what 𝐒𝐻𝐼 thought was a blade. He caught the flash of a knife before it was sheathed. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 moved to one of the cupboards. In the treatment rooms they were labeled, so that they could see that he was opening a drawer that contained bandages and saline. As he reached into the drawer, 𝐻𝐼 slipped his phone from his pocket. He rummaged in the drawer, pulling out a bandage as he texted 𝐒𝐻𝐼. "Send 𝐔𝐬𝐽 here." He managed to get the text sent, before he turned with the saline. The other bandages dulled the sound of his phone dropping into the drawer. "I'm going to need to see the wound," he told the man. The man's blue eyes were clouded with pain, but he nodded, and tentatively took one hand from the wound. It was a mistake. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 could see the BLD well. "Put pressure again," he instructed immediately. "I think we need to clear the clothing away," he told the woman. "And it would help if I knew what caused the wound," 𝐻𝐼 added. "You don't need to know," she snapped. "You just need to help him." "I will," 𝐒𝐻𝐼 reassured her. "But I need to see the wound, so that I can clean it. And I need to know if there's likely to be anything in it," he added. "You don't want it getting infected." "If you could lie on the bed, that would help," he addressed the man. Blue eyes were not trusting, but he also knew he had to be treated. Gut injuries were not something you could leave to heal on their own. He eased himself onto the bed, and 𝐻𝐼 could hear his breathing shift as the motion put pressure on his wound. 𝐻𝐼 picked up some gauze and moved over to him. He pulled the man's hand away from the wound and slapped the gauze down. "Can you shift the clothes?" The man nodded and braced before shifting his clothing. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 couldn't see the wound. There was too much BLD. He reached out to grab the saline he'd retrieved earlier and then gently poured some onto the wound. It washed the BLD away and 𝐻𝐼 saw the injury. It was a puncture, about 3 inches long. In all likelihood, someone had used quite a large knife to make it. "I can stitch it up," 𝐒𝐻𝐼 told him. "But I really should check what it hit inside," he added. "Just stick --" The woman didn't get any further, when a black disc opened and 𝐔𝐬𝐽 suddenly crowded into the room. Neither the man or the woman were in a position to resist, and 𝐔𝐬𝐽 was not one to hold back. He quickly had both subdued, though the man was unable to fight. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 retrieved his phone as 𝐒𝐻𝐼 formed near the door. "The warehouse," 𝐻𝐼 ordered, and was pleased when the familiar sensation of 𝐒𝐻𝐼's warp gate enveloped him. It was a tribute to 𝐒𝐻𝐼's skill that 𝐒𝐻𝐼 arrived in the warehouse at a different position than 𝐔𝐬𝐽 and the new prisoners. It gave him the chance to activate some 𝐿𝐵𝑢 to support All for One's bodyguard. Not that 𝐔𝐬𝐚 needed it, but he would need the 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲 to move the new prisoners around. And, first he'd have to find out what their quirks were before he decided if they should just disappear, or if they could be useful before that happened. 𝐔𝐬𝐚 released the prisoners into the grasping hands of the 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲 as 𝐿𝐷𝐼 appeared from between the tubes. "Thank you, 𝐔𝐬𝐚," he said, before roughly running through his plan of action. First he had to find out what their quirks were, and then, the man was probably strong enough to be the base of a mid-tier 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲 and he could always use more experimental subjects, or maybe Johnny wanted a companion. He didn't make many smaller 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲, but there could be a use for them and gender was hardly a restriction. 𝐿𝐷𝐼 gave the woman a somewhat amused look. "Now you are going to help me." 𝐿𝐷𝐼 looked up at his two newest prisoners as he thought. The old, tried but true tactic of threatening one with harm had gotten them both to talk, before Garaki had the 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲 shove them both into tanks and dose them with sedative. He'd gotten a look at the man's gentle criminals wound, and while it was deep and painful, it would heal. Or it would if he wanted it to. 𝐿𝐷𝐼 was now left with an interesting quandary. The two called themselves villains, but he was reluctant to assign that tag to them. Vigilantes didn't work either, and the best term was glory hounds. The exact tag didn't matter. The important information was that no one would come looking for them and they hadn't told anyone where they were going. That had given him a smile. It wasn't often that two experimental subjects presented themselves with such efficiency to him. Gentle's quirk, elasticity, was of some interest, but it was La Brava's quirk that interested him more. Love was one of those quirks that had quite a bit of potential if used correctly. Any strengthening quirk had potential. The emotion aspect was somewhat restrictive, but he could work with it. Which was why he was in the quandary. 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲 did not feel emotion. 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲 obeyed. That was all they did, which limited the potential users of the quirk, except there were two 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲 who felt emotion. And technically the high-end 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲 could feel emotion, just that love was. It was in their repertoire of feelings, but it was not one that they'd apply to someone else. 𝐿𝐷𝐼 knew that they didn't love him, they didn't love All For One, and they didn't love Izuku. They obeyed, but that was not love. 𝐔𝐬𝐚 loved, but no, there were really only two 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲 who could use her quirk. And there was only one who 𝐿𝐷𝐼 could guarantee felt love. Except it was not here. It was out in the world doing. He actually had no idea. Garaki knew All For One wanted his wife turned into a special 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲, merely to cover the fact that she had been in contact with him during the time she had been pursuing a case against the HPSC. If she disappeared immediately after the case concluded, then suspicion would have been raised. The entire case had raised suspicion. Her disappearance would have cemented suspicion, and Sir Night-Eye was doggedly persistent when he wanted to be. No, it had been better to send 𝐿𝐴 back into the world as if nothing more had happened than the case finishing. Of course, quite a bit more had happened to her in the week after the case. He'd molded her fresh corpse into one of the finest special 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲 he'd ever made, especially in the time frame. And 𝐿𝐴's only loyalty was to Izuku. She wouldn't seek him out, but if she saw him in danger, then she would do everything in her, now not insignificant, power to protect him. Which was what would make La Brava's quirk an interesting addition to 𝐿𝐴. Eventually some media would get lucky and there'd be a televised battle with Izuku. If 𝐿𝐴 was watching that, she could activate love and give Izuku a boost. And since 𝐿𝐴's love was focused on her son, that boost would make quite a difference. And, if La Brava had not been lying, and given what one of the 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲 had been doing to Gentle at the time, Garaki had no reason to believe she had been, then distance did not impact her quirk. Emotions were not tied to location. Which meant 𝐿𝐴 could remain exactly where she was and Izuku would get an unexpected boost. Yes, that could be interesting. He was, unfortunately, a bit more restrained. In order to give 𝐿𝐴 love, he needed her here, and given that her only loyalty was to Izuku, he had no way of recalling her. Or of ensuring her compliance when she was here. Other 𝐻𝐻𝑚𝐲 just accepted him, Garaki sighed. It would depend on what she remembered from just before she died. And memories that close to death were hard for him to predict. 𝐿𝐴 should remember him as the family doctor, and even that wouldn't put him in good stead, but if she remembered he'd been there when All For One had killed her, then it was best to assume that 𝐿𝐴 would not react favorably to him. 𝐿𝐴 sighed. He could just kill the woman and that would solve the problem, but it was a waste of a good quirk and enhancement quirks were hard to come by. Or, he could ask Yakuni to do something, but he had the feeling if he did that, the formerly quirkless young man would tell Izuku, and while All for One's son was developing his villainous outlook, there was a chance he would not approve of what had been done to his mother. People could be surprisingly sentimental at times. Izuku was no different. Which left the direct route. Have Gigantomachia grab Inko, sedate her, insert the quirk and release. He could easily make the necessary cocktail of drags required to subdue Nomu Inko and, yes, that was the best option. Now to organize it. Izuku didn't think he was vain. And with everything that had happened, he didn't have a lot of clothes, which was why this shouldn't be taking this long. He didn't have cupboards and drawers full of clothes. He had half a bag. There weren't that many combinations of things he could wear. But Twice had managed to talk to the Yakuza. They called themselves the Shy Hasaikai and they'd agreed to meet. While no one was going to record this, it was going to be the first time he made an appearance, officially, as Dragon, and he wanted to look the part. He'd never thought of it until now, but while trying to decide what to wear, he had realized that his father's look was the suit with no tie and the top button undone on the shirt. People saw his father in those clothes and they knew who he was. So while this was likely to be the first meeting, it was important that he give the right impression. This meeting would. It would be possible to change things after this meeting, but if he did it right the first time, then he could build on it. The problem was he had no idea what he wanted his look to be. This wasn't something he'd thought about, and while Izuku was tempted to dismiss it as a trivial thing, there was a nagging feeling telling him that it really wasn't. With a sigh, he pulled out his phone. He might have something he could wear, but if he was going to try to find a proper look without the clothes to try on, then he'd have to do it digitally. It took a moment to find an app and load a picture of himself into it. Then he sat there, staring at the little screen, not sure what to do. He knew how to use the program, but he had no idea what he wanted to look like. The group gathered for Tom. Izuku shook his head. He had to stop thinking about them like that. They were his group now, had obviously done this, though he wondered how they decided on each of their looks or if they'd just fallen into them. Izuku shook his head. Himiko might have just decided the high school uniform was appropriate and Darby's appeared to be based on pure functionality, but Mr. Compress, Twice and Whisper had a definite style. How had they worked it out? He sighed and then decided to see what he'd look like if he adopted his dad's look. He picked out a suit and a shirt and had the app render him in them. It just wasn't right. Maybe he should see what he looked like with a vest. Like Kurogiri. He made the adjustments and looked at the image. Again, it wasn't quite right. He looked like a waiter. Though, maybe if he changed the colors. He had put himself in a white shirt and a black vest. He tapped the image, bringing up a list of colors, and picked out red. Definitely not. Green. It was sort of okay, but no. It would be too obvious, too simple, and it was just too bland. He would probably have to wear a suit in some situations, but he didn't want that to be his style. It would be too much like his father. Or was he making this harder than it should be? He randomly flicked through a couple of outfits, but nothing felt right. There were websites that were set up for kids where they could come up with a hero costume. So why was this so hard? Izuku chewed his lower lip. Part of the problem was that he really didn't think this was that important, but at the same time he knew it was. He got up. He could waste a lot of time here, or he could ask for some help. Or he could not care about it, but Izuku knew that was the wrong answer. He checked the clock. It was about 10 p.m., which was good. The bar would have customers, but they should be leaving soon. It was a weekday. Izuku went down and watched from the shadowed doorway for a few moments. Twice was at one of the tables, but he couldn't see Himiko, Darby, or Mr. Compress. Whisper was. Why was she taking drinks to the tables? He didn't get a chance to think on it further. Kurogiri was always sensitive to his presence, and the barman moved to the door. Is something wrong, Izuku? He looked up at the misty man and shook his head. I just can't decide what to wear tomorrow, Izuku said, and then blushed. It was such a weak thing to say. Kurogiri gave him a look but then nodded. It made Izuku feel better that the warper had not immediately dismissed his concern. I would wear a suit, but I sense that is not what you wish, the misty man said. Izuku nodded. I don't know what though, he said. I know it's not that important, but this will be the first time you meet with someone from the outside. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐵 nodded, and then his eyes shifted shape slightly to indicate he was thinking. Perhaps ask Whisper, he said. The woman appeared as if summoned. Izuku gave her a proper look. Today she had a plain black dress with red buttons on one shoulder. It was tied with a black belt with red tassels. She was also wearing a pair of matching red leggings. Her hair was plaited into a thick plait that went down her back. She looked far too exotic for Kurogiri's bar, but maybe that's what he needed, something different. You need me? Whisper asked quietly. I was hoping you could help, Izuku said, equally softly as Kurogiri went back to the customers. Let's go sit with Twice, he added. He might as well see what the other man thought as well. Whisper gestured for him to lead the way. Before they sat at Twice's table, Izuku pet his head slightly. They might be his crew, but on downtime he wasn't going to force them to spend time with him. Twice shrugged and Izuku took that as acceptance. What do you need? Whisper asked again once they were settled. Izuku sighed. It's silly, he said. How did you two decide what look to go for as a villain, he asked. What look? Whisper asked. Izuku thought about how best to explain it. Heroes have their costumes, so everyone knows who they are. Some villains have a costume as well, he pointed out. How did you decide what yours was going to be? At the question, Whisper gave him an amused look while Twice nodded. What is it? Izuku asked. Style is only 4 - Whisper broke off as Twice spoke. It's gotta be something you pick, he said seriously. Yeah, but how did you pick? Izuku asked, looking at the man. He didn't have a mask on at the moment and was dressed in a plain shirt and briefs. He looked just like anyone else in the bar. But Izuku knew he had a costume. Twice looked at him and Izuku realized when they were here, he should probably think of Twice by his real name of Jin. Whisper looked interested in his response. It has to be something for you, kid, he replied. Whatever you decide has to work for you, Jin emphasized. I picked that because it - he didn't finish. You need the mask, Whisper filled in the missing statement. Jin nodded. This was new to Izuku. Why? He couldn't help the question. Jin looked at him sharply and Izuku felt as if he was judging if he should know, and then he shook his head, reaching for his beer. Another time, Jin told him before gulping down the amber liquid. Izuku sighed. It would have to be later though. If Jin needed the mask and he wasn't wearing it now, he didn't understand. Though the villain had said something useful even if it was obvious. He had to pick something that worked for him, but that was more than just a stylistic consideration. He nodded. You guys almost didn't follow me, right? Izuku asked. You are very young, Whisper told him. He didn't bother to deny it. Instead he put his phone on the table to show them what he'd been working on. Izuku looked at his image. If it's got to work for me, then I should probably include some sort of mask, Izuku mused, to hide the fact I'm this young. Whisper seemed to understand what he had been asking now and she nodded. You are a close-range fighter, she asked. From what she'd seen of him, that was probably true. I can do both, Izuku said, but predominantly close, he agreed. Then maybe some armor. Whisper suggested. It shouldn't be too hard to get. Izuku thought about some of the hero costumes he'd seen and immediately dismissed the women's costumes. For the most part, they were skin-tight and, yeah, they weren't armored, though the textiles used would provide armor-like protection, but they were still designed to TTLLT. He wanted the male costumes. Again, most weren't armored, at least the top ranks weren't. The fabrics took care of that. The lower ranks and... He remembered the costumes of the hero class at UA. Some of them were armored. Is that how it worked? The sidekicks got armor, the hero didn't. He almost laughed at that consideration, but the thought did bring to mind the Eaters. Their costumes were armor, so it was something that could be worn, and their armor included full-face helmets, which that's a good idea, he told Whisper. Izuku pulled his phone out and instead of going back to the fashion site, this time he went to a website that let people design their hero costume. He quickly loaded in his picture and went to headgear. A variety of options appeared. He looked at them carefully. They were all bright and cheerful, but if he changed the colors and took the horns off one and used the lower part of the other, He tapped the software and picked out the bits, coloring them green and then putting them on his picture. It didn't look too bad. Cute, Twice commented. A dragon. That's the look I'm going for, Izuku agreed. What's that vest? Whisper asked, looking at the image. Izuku had made sure to include his light vest on the design as an undergarment. Something that helps me, but it should be under things, he explained. I can make some energy from sunlight, and that is a vest which simulates sunlight. He went further, reaching into his shirt to lift the vest to the front of his clothes. It wasn't on at the moment, so it just looked like stretchy black fabric. She nodded and then pursed her lips. How about some body armor over it, to keep it in one piece? Whisper suggested. He nodded and applied some. It made him look a bit top-heavy though. He grimaced and looked for some way of streamlining it. I don't actually need armor, Izuku muttered. He had his scales and that hardening quirk to protect him. So you are really just after the helmet? Whisper asked. Yes. She tapped at the table and then pulled out her own phone. Izuku watched as she searched for something on it. Twice pet his head. You looking for something better, he asked. She nodded. Stuff from old movies, Whisper told them. It wouldn't have worked then, but we have armor fabrics today so it could work now, she explained. You mean the fabrics they use for hero costumes? Izuku asked. Yes. It's hard to get but not impossible. Tissue make most of it but she didn't continue but instead gave him a smile. You think we could get some? With the right pressure, Whisper said. Interesting, Twice murmured, and he began looking for something on his phone. How about something like this, he said quickly, turning around his phone for them to see the image. It showed someone in a black jumpsuit with white highlights running all over them. They wore a helmet which was rounded. It had no special features, but that was actually good. It meant he could customize it. The outfit looked a bit like armor, and if he could get a hold of some of Tissue's fabric then it would be as strong as armor. It wasn't top-heavy though. I wonder if it would make me look taller. Izuku considered. Both Whisper and Twice looked at him. I'm shorter than you all. He complained. That got a chuckle. It might, Whisper allowed. But if you appear with us then she shrugged. If Izuku stood with them then it wouldn't matter if something was giving the illusion of height. He'd been seen to be shorter. You could just embrace your height, Twice suggested. Make it a feature. I'll probably have to, he grumbled, looking at the image Twice had shown. Izuku looked back to his phone and made some changes to the costume he'd originally picked out so that it looked like the image Twice had brought up. Whisper put her phone next to Jin's. It had a similar design on it but with different highlights and a jacket covering everything. Izuku nodded. That's not bad, he said, and made a few more changes. It's getting there, he said, but he felt that it needed something more. He hadn't added a jacket, like Whisper's image, but maybe he should. And he tapped the foot area. Because he was using a design site, it had just given him normal shoes. He changed them for boots, and then added some reinforcing. That was better. And then Izuku tapped for a jacket. The site designed it to match the rest of the costume and he assessed it with a critical eye. It wasn't bad. The helmet hid his youth, and if he put a dragon or scale motif on it, that would be a reference to the fact he was dragon. Then with the rest of it, he could highlight it with scales again to reinforce that. It was dramatic and in some ways childish, but this would be the formal outfit he'd use as a villain. And the fact that it hid his identity was also good. It meant he could mentally. Izuku shook his head. He couldn't pretend that he was someone else when he donned this outfit. He was the person wearing it and he had responsibility for what he did. But at the same time, it would be nice not to be immediately recognized as a villain. He'd have to think on that later. The outfit was mostly black, but he'd chosen green highlights. Not the electric green of the image Whisper had shown him, but a more sedate green. It still looked bold against the black. The boots he'd picked were sturdy and went above his knee, giving him some protection there. He'd skun his knees enough in practice against Gigantomachia to know how it stung, so protection there would be good. He had black gloves that would allow him to use his claws, and with the helmet he couldn't use his fangs, but biting someone was. That was more Himiko's thing, so it probably wasn't bad. And this was formal wear, so with a critical eye, Izuku looked over it. He could fight in it, but it was going to be what he wore mostly to meetings. For fighting he'd have to see how that went. The jacket would go and maybe he'd start with everything. If he could get the fabric, then it would offer him protection without having to use scale and hardening, which would tire him out. Izuku sighed. He told the others to think of quirks or things that would make them stronger, but for him, what he really needed was some sort of energy or stamina quirk. He had good stamina, but using multiple quirks would tire him in combat, and he could overwhelm most people quickly, which would help with his stamina, but he was going to have to think about this. I wonder how quickly this can be made, Izuku asked. Probably not in time for tomorrow, Jin told him. Izuku laughed at that. If that was the case, then he was back to square one. But we can probably get something that looks like it for then, the man continued. Maybe not the helmet, but I'm pretty sure the jacket, breathes, and at least some boots can be found, he said, looking at the picture Izuku now had. That will be something at least, Izuku said. Are they really open to talking? He asked. Jin gave him a look before he nodded. They wouldn't have agreed to meet if they weren't, he said. Though, they'll want something in exchange, he added. Then it's just business, Izuku shrugged with a smile. I know business. He hoped he did anyway. Only time would tell. Captain Takeo Maishu rolled her shoulders under her flak jacket. Today was the day. She'd finally have the plague mask wearing Yakuza in their place. With a bit of luck, the raid today would break the last of whatever was keeping them in existence, and one threat to peace and lawful society would be removed. She'd actually studied historical statistics. If heroes could get a handle on villain crime, then this would be one of the safest times in history to live. Theft was down, assault was done, domestic and other violence was down, and they didn't think that was just through underreporting. Takeo shook her head. She had to focus on today. Getting rid of the Yakuza. It probably wouldn't happen today. The raid today would be a warning to them and they'd linger, but she could watch them, and if the raid found what she thought it would, then she'd have the resources to watch, and that should be enough to make them disappear, and generations of police would celebrate that. Even with the evidence her officers had collected, it hadn't been the easiest to get permission for the raid. She didn't think it was because the Yakuza had protection. It was just a function of the times. With All Might's fight against that villain about a month ago, villains and criminals everywhere were making bids for power. Her case wasn't that high on the list. Yes, multiple people had been shot. But they were multiple homeless people, and they had no one advocating for them. Plus, no one had died. If someone had died, homeless or not, then there would have been more concern. There was concern now, and with the evidence already collected, and what they would collect today, she was certain they'd be able to put away most of those involved. There were some who'd wormed their way out of charges. There always were. The only blemish in today's raid was that there were several heroes who just had to be involved. They weren't the big names, they were. The captain suppressed a sigh. She knew exactly why they were here. The highest ranked was 47 and the others two were both sub 100, but she couldn't remember exactly where they were. It hardly mattered. They were here for a chance at publicity. She didn't begrudge them that. Not exactly. Takeo was aware that heroes had to have publicity to advance in the ranks, but she did begrudge them taking her officers' legwork. This was a police mission, not a hero one. They could tag along, but her precinct would be getting the credit, not their agencies. Kai rolled the red-coated bullet back and forth between his fingers as he waited. It was the one he decided was for All for One. The other two permanent bullets were with Chronostasis and Nemoto, though they had just received word that only one of All for One's brats was going to be here. He'd sent a message to Nemoto to not waste the bullet. If the brat was problematic, then Chronostasis would take care of it. He had the better shot. He reviewed what he knew of All for One's younger brat. It wasn't much. The teen was relatively new to the scene. He'd been enrolled in UA's management course, which most likely meant All for One had wanted this one to take over his legitimate and semi-legitimate companies, while Tomura took care of the underworld. It was presumably the arrest of his father that had triggered his activity. Kai huffed. He wasn't entirely sure if he should be insulted that the youngest brat was here, but the underworld was without a leader now, and while he knew the Shy Hasaikai would come out on top, if he could get All for One's brats to acknowledge him, that would make things so much smoother. Their resources would guarantee a faster path to victory, and then. The Yakuza had ruled the underworld in the past, but that was before quirks. He knew that because he'd studied history. With quirks things had changed, and Kai had never seen the point of bowing to All for One, but the boss had been insistent, and since he'd taken over, Kai hadn't been in a position to challenge the old ways. Now. He looked down at the bullet. Things were different now. All for One was gone. All Might hadn't retired, but anyone with any sense knew he would. Kai didn't know what he was waiting for. There was probably some heroic convention they knew nothing about. Behind the scenes, the heroes were jockeying for position, just as they were in the underworld. There had already been some confrontations in the lower ranks. Kai had been amused when he'd been told of them. The gangs moving now had no chance to win. They were so insignificant that he'd deal with them via a broker when the time came rather than directly. The rest of the underworld, the real players, were biding their time. Or at least they appeared to be. He'd be stupid to assume they were doing nothing. They would no doubt be doing what he was today, exploring new alliances and avenues to power and shoring up his existing power base. As far as he knew, All for One's brats hadn't contacted anyone for the last 2 weeks, and interestingly Kai didn't think that any of All for One's. He wasn't sure what to call them. Allies seemed to give them too much autonomy, but minions made them seem closer than they were. He settled on acquaintances. None of them seemed to be talking to the brats. He couldn't be absolutely sure, of course, but the brats were young. At 27 he was considered young. At 20 and 16, the brats were infants, and they should be open to his guidance. He'd offer that at least. While his generation didn't really understand the reverence given to All for One, the man's fight against All Might had shown some of his power. In his prime, Kai could well understand why the boss had been prepared to tread carefully around All for One. So, given that the boss had taken him in and taught him, and that the underworld should stick together where they could, he would offer the brats the same. He'd take them in, and their resources, and they'd still know greatness in the underworld, but they would be his subordinates. The time of All for One was over, and while they probably didn't want to accept that reality, he'd be the best choice of those who would be looking to dominate them. Most other groups would simply execute them and then take All for One's resources. He was willing to let them live, to teach them how to properly run a business. Perhaps it was best that the youngest one was going to be his initial contact. He might be willing to accept that he had no real experience and jump at the chance to be guided. The eldest would most likely be drunk on his meager successes against Yue. In which case, setting all this up would be worth it. His plan would work, but if he could get All for One's resources, then it would be that much faster and he could take it further. Kai smiled internally. That was a nice thought. He could spread the Shai Hasaikai's influence beyond Japan if he had All for One's resources. They wouldn't only be respected here, they'd be respected everywhere, as they once had been. While he didn't have access to much capital, the Yakuza were what would be termed old money in polite society. They were old money all right, but broke. There were only a few assets left. The others had been consumed over the years to keep them alive. This base, along with the one disguised as an office, was one of the last of the really good assets they had. It was in a reasonable area but at a distance from Tokyo. As an asset, the main selling point was the gardens, which were extensive, even for the area. The house had been modernized, so while it superficially looked traditional, most of the rooms had polished wooden floorboards and central heating and cooling. The room he was in now was the only one with tatami mats. It was meant for formal audiences, but he was beginning to rethink the setting on the grounds that they required him to kneel. It required All for One's brat to kneel as well, but he'd been waiting longer and his legs were letting him know that. At least he hadn't dressed up for this. The boss used to put on the full kit occasionally, but thankfully he'd never insisted Kai have to. He shifted slightly, easing the tension in his legs as a buzz came from his phone. It meant they were here. Kai picked up his phone and answered. The caller was under instruction to give him some very specific answer. Warp Gate 3, and the Warp Gate left. Interesting. He knew the League had a warper and he had assumed that the man would be with them, but it appeared as if All for One's younger brat had some sense of tactics. A warper was a valuable asset and exposing him was dangerous. There were all sorts of uses for a warper, but that wasn't what he was thinking about. There were 3 of them today. One would be the brat, one of the others would be Twice, who'd brokered this meeting, and the third, he didn't know enough about the league. Tomura Shigaraki would be recognized, so it wasn't him, and it wasn't one of the big names the league had been seen with. His phone buzzed again and Kai glanced down at it. It was a photo of the group. He recognized the third from the intelligence his men had gathered. Blonde and young. It wasn't just in the high school uniform she was wearing, but he could tell from her face. It still had a certain roundness to it that maturity would hone. Himiko Toga. He'd heard about some of her killings earlier, but she had nothing special. So 2 children and twice who had brokered the meeting. This should be easy. He had the brains, they had the cash, and together, with him at the helm, they would change the world. Kai put his phone back down. The warper isn't here, he announced. Several people relaxed at that. They weren't expecting trouble, but a warper was always an unknown, and Kai had prepared a temporary bullet for him. A warper was too valuable to just destroy, but too dangerous to not be prepared for. A shadow passed over the balcony that was outside the room. Kai recognized the diminutive form of Joy's cloak, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 the trio. Their shadows were arranged in ascending height, with Joy leading the way, followed by the girl. Then all for one's brat and twice. Their footsteps were quiet, indicating that they'd left their shoes at the door. He wondered what the brat thought of that. Kai was curious to know what sort of education he'd gotten with All for One. The door slid open with a soft hiss. That was probably Joy's doing. The cloak gestured and Kai watched as the 3 of them stepped into the room. It was obvious to Kai's eyes that the girl wasn't a guard. She didn't even glance at the room, instead her eyes went straight to him. He raised his head and dared her to speak. The girl snorted but remained silent. The photo had shown him everything he needed to know, and in person there was nothing he needed to reassess. The brat was more interesting. He was dressed in a black jumpsuit with green highlights. It almost looked like bike leathers, complete with gloves. The colors actually complemented the green of his eyes and hair. The boss had shown Kai pictures of All for One. He'd been expecting a copy. The teen's eyes were hard, and he did glance to the corners of the room and to the ceiling. That was surprising but not completely unexpected. All for One would have seen to his basic training. His expression was surprisingly neutral, and as he approached, Kai got the impression the kid was sizing him up. It was kind of cute. Kai didn't think they'd fight today, but he was ready for that possibility. It was one of the reasons he hadn't had All for One's former scientist transported here. While it would be interesting to see the brat's reaction, that was something that could wait for another day. And the office was the safer place to keep Eri. This location was. He'd chosen it because he didn't want the brat near his main operations. At least, not yet. There were 3 cushions laid out, and Kai watched as the brat settled himself on the middle one. Twice and the girl took up positions at either side of him. Kneeling, the brat was shorter than him, but the height difference was reduced slightly. So you are All for One's younger heir, Chronastasis commented as Joy took position next to Kai. Only heir, the brat replied sharply. Oh. Harry probed. Tomura is not my brother, the kid said, and then his expression shifted as if he was recalling something sour, but he didn't elaborate. Kai let the silence stretch between them. Interestingly, the kid remained seated, but the girl squirmed. The kid glanced over at her and reached out to touch her leg before he pulled his hand back. She stopped squirming. Twice told me you wished to speak, the kid said. Kai was silent before he nodded. Your father, the Emperor of Darkness, I never really believed in his power, but his fall is significant. The elders truly believed in him and feared him, but now that he's gone, there is no longer anyone who rules over the night. So the question the underworld is asking is who is next to rule. The kid looked at him for a few seconds before he chuckled. Then he recovered before he burst out laughing again. It was hard to tell what Jin was thinking about, but the girl looked at the brat curiously. He recovered again and pet his head slightly. So you want it to be you, he asked. It will be me, Kai announced, dismissing the brat's laughter. Who knew what a 16-year-old was thinking about? There was probably some obscure trope that he'd hit upon, and the brat had no sense of decorum. I have the objective and the plan. He shook his head, and then took a deep breath. I've seen the way Tomura uses his resources. Moonfish, muscular, stain. He had no idea how to use them, and now he sends you to speak to me. Tomura did not send me, The brat snarled and actually seemed insulted by the suggestion. Kai gave him a look and then acknowledged the statement with a nod. Very well, 𝐼𝐴 does not know how to use his resources, and I doubt you will be any better. I will be the one to rule the underworld because I have the objective and the plan. And you think I came here to back you? The brat asked. A few years later, and you might have had the ability to take your father's throne, but you are too young, you lack the ability to coordinate and recruit. The people you are sitting with now are 𝐼𝐴's and neither of you can take the throne. Kai said matter-of-factly. But you can still be a power in the future. With you. With me, he agreed. The brat snorted and then shook his head. He made no other threat and Kai flicked his fingers to let Harry know it wasn't the time. The kid was blustering but he'd bow to reality soon enough. Your very first assumption is wrong. My father has not vacated the throne. His in Tartarus, Joy pointed out on his behalf. The kid acknowledged that with the tilt of his head. Just because the emperor is not seated, does not negate his position. And what would a relic of the pre-quirk age know of ruling the underworld now? The brat challenged. Because unlike 𝐼𝐴 I have a plan, Kai replied. The kid nodded and he continued. To carry out my plan a vast amount of financial capital is needed. As a relic of the past, he said, somewhat mockingly, finding investors is somewhat troublesome but with you, it will be a bit of a different story. The kid smirked. So what you are calling a plan is actually a proposal, he announced. I have a plan, Kai corrected. Not if you don't have the means to carry it out. The rejoinder was instant. The plan will simply be faster with you. The kid seemed to think about it for a moment. Ah, so you have a proof of concept, he said. Interesting. How much financial capital? I would take control, Kai told him. The brat laughed again. And you call me naive? There is one absolute truth about the world you are forgetting. He who has the gold, makes the rules. You need my help and yet you expect me to be subservient. Investment doesn't work like that. Kai stared at the brat. In business perhaps, but this isn't business, he said. And you think I should come under you? I will be taking your father's throne and this is your chance to make it with you, or I will go through you. The kid laughed again and got up. We are done here. I did not come to be subservient and I did not come to hear delusions from a relic of the past. You would do well to remember the throne is not empty and follow in the steps of your elders. It seems to me that they understood. The brat actually had the gall to turn his back. Kai gestured and Harry reacted, pulling the gun that was ready. He didn't hesitate and the bang was loud. No. That was the girl. She jumped and Kai's eyes widened as she was thrown back, into the kid who was turning back to him. The two of them stumbled and fell with the kid embracing the girl. He looked down at her face and then pulled his hand away from her shoulder. Her BLD was bright red on his hand. Kai handed the other bullet to Chronastasis as he felt the weight of the kid's presence suddenly flare. What have you done? The kid demanded, his eyes shocked only for an instant before his lips curled back. What have you done? He snarled. There was no need to answer as Chronastasis raised the gun again. But then, there was no second bang. Ted, wait. What? Captain 𝐒𝐭𝐻 roared at the instruction. She was not about to be ordered on her raid by the tag-along heroes. Someone has just arrived, her spotter reported reasonably. Who? 𝐒𝐻𝐻, it's him. The response was from one of the heroes. She thought it was Gunhead. Who? 𝐒𝐭𝐻 demanded. If they weren't going to engage in radio silence, then they could at least give her information. 𝐼𝐿𝐼, came the response. Captain myheroacademia knew that name. He was a villain who'd been put on the police radar as well. He was meant to be a UA management student but also the son of the villain who had fought All Might. He had supposedly stolen several quirks from hero students, or at least that was what the Yoizorus claimed. She had no idea if that was true. It seemed far-fetched but that hardly mattered since the call was out to arrest him. If she could get Izuku and the Yakuza then. You didn't get to be a police captain without some ambition but she'd always thought captain would be the pinnacle of her career. But if she could bring in this villain and take down the Yakuza with one raid then district commander was a possibility or even a move to a more prestigious posting, closer to the center of Tokyo. She had a Tokyo posting already, but the more central the posting, the more chances you got to prove your worth. If she could do this, then that would provide future options. Hold! She commanded. She now wished they had someone, anyone, on the inside, but the Yakuza were suspicious BSTs. Getting someone into them was. Yeah, it didn't happen. Track him, she instructed her spotter. And where the hell did he come from? They'd been tracking the vehicles along the road. It was a quirk, her spotter said. There's 2 others with him. Do we know them? 𝐒𝐭𝐽 demanded. Facial recognition software says one is Himiko Toga but the other guy's in a mask and we couldn't get a good read. Twice, Gunhead reported. The other villain is Twice. If they are here, then this is no longer a police operation. No way. This is my raid, 𝐒𝐭𝐽 objected. And those are wanted villains, came the retort. Which makes it hero business. You are not using my men to dash, not alone, the hero agreed. We are calling in backup. That was interesting. Heroes seldom called in backup. They didn't like to share the limelight, but was it because this Izuku could supposedly take quirks? That would be she had a quirk. It allowed her to change the color of any clothing she was wearing. It was useful occasionally if she was wearing something that was just too colorful for the situation. She could blend easily, but it was hardly the most useful quirk, and so losing it. She didn't want that, but the police used quirks sparingly, and while it would mean she was definitely stuck at captain level, it wouldn't impact anything else. For a hero though, how long will that take? 𝐒𝐭𝐽 asked. They are scrambling now, Gunhead told her. It wasn't an answer. How long? Captain, my shoe pressed. At least half an hour, he gave her the better answer. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 sighed heavily. Hold your positions, she instructed her men. Not all of them would be as sanguine about losing their quirks, and it would be better to let the heroes take that risk. She settled back, pulling out a pair of binoculars to watch. It would be best if she was seen to be calm. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 even maintained that fiction, right up until a gunshot rang out from the Yakuza compound. Move! She screamed into the comm. It didn't matter what villains were there, the police responded to things like that. It had been their job for centuries. It would always be their job. She discarded the binoculars and focused on the body cameras. She had to direct her men now. Izuku turned at Himiko's scream, and then there was a noise and she fell back onto him. He managed to twist fully so that he fell back onto the tatami floor first, cushioning her fall as he grabbed her shoulder. He pulled his hand away from Himiko's shoulder, but it felt sticky. Izuku looked down and he felt his eyes widen. It was red. It wasn't meant to be red. What have you done? Izuku demanded, looking up at the Yakuza. He saw the man hand something red to the man sitting next to him. The guy was dressed in white but wore the ubiquitous plague mask they all seemed to favor. His mask was black with gold highlights. He didn't need to see anything further. What have you done? Izuku snarled as the guy raised the gun. No, there was no way he was going to let him fire. Izuku saw red as Dragon's Horde lashed out. He didn't bother to be gentle. They'd hurt Himiko and they were obviously dangerous. 3 of them slumped over, as they lost consciousness. 2 of them remained the same as they were, but the third, the one who had introduced himself as Mimic, changed. The cloak fell away as a body morphed into existence. Himiko! Izuku cried, looking down at her. Her eyes were closed and her skin was pale, but she was breathing and he could see that the bullet had hit her shoulder. Against the cream of her cardigan the BLD looked bad. Dra. He looked up as Twice's shadow fell over them. The man didn't appear to know what to say. It's a shoulder wound, Izuku told him, forcing himself to take a deep breath. Himiko would be fine. She'd recover and then. Take her, he instructed, gently holding her out. Twice took her and Izuku was pleased to see he was gentle. He almost gingerly held her as Izuku looked over to the Yakuza. He could hear shouting coming from outside, but he was curious as to what they had been using. Do you know what is happening? He asked Twice, gesturing towards the door as he walked over to the Yakuza. The one dressed in the white hood had the gun extended. Izuku picked it up. He didn't know much about guns, but he could see the bullet and that's all he wanted. There was something special about that bullet because the boss had handed it over. He put it in a quirk pocket. They'd have to examine it later. It's noisy, Twice replied. It's quiet. Did you know this was going to happen? Izuku asked as he turned back. The villain emphatically shook his head. From the way his mask stretched, Izuku could see that his eyes were wide with worry. It felt genuine and Izuku was unconsciously relieved. He didn't want to have traitors this early. Just as he was wondering what to do, a clear shout came from outside. Stop! Police! There was a pounding of feet on the wooden balcony. Izuku sighed. I liked those boots, he murmured. Their shoes had been left at the front door, and if the police were here then they weren't getting them back. Except he really shouldn't be worried about that yet. They had to get out of here first. Calling Kurogiri would be the easiest way, but he felt as if he couldn't always call upon the warp gate to get him out of trouble. There would be times when he had to fight in the future and he should practice now. If he couldn't extradite himself from a police raid then he really shouldn't be leading. Izuku sensed more than saw the attack coming and he lashed out, both physically and with Dragon's Horde. There was a heavy thump and he stared, somewhat dumbly, down at the body. It was a hero. He frowned and then looked around the room. One of the doors was open, which told him how Gunhead had gotten in. Izuku shook his head. We have to get out of here, he announced. Twice nodded. Izuku sent a burst of air towards the door and closed it. How many clones of us can you make? He asked. About 5. Just 5. 5 sets of us, Twice clarified. Izuku nodded. Can they use my quirks? He asked. He should have done some experimentation earlier. They would have to rectify that when they got back. Under his mask, Izuku could tell Twice was thinking. They usually can use a quirk, but his expression was doubtful under the mask. You don't know if they can take multiple, Izuku finished and sighed. It doesn't really matter, he decided after a moment of thought. We just need them to run in other directions so that when we run, the police and heroes won't know which is the right group to follow, he explained. Twice nodded and then shifted Himiko slightly to hold out his hand. Izuku took it and before long the room was completely filled with copies of them. Ready? Twice prompted. Just a sec, Izuku hesitated. Ochako liked Gunhead, he said, turning back to the hero. Gunhead was a patrol hero but his stats weren't that bad and Ochako had done her internship with him. He brought the hero's quirk to the front of mind. It was the same grey color as the hero's helmet. Izuku flicked his hand towards the hero, returning his quirk, before he grinned. Eventually, the Yakuza would wake up and realize they had lost their quirks. They might report to the police what had happened, but with Gunhead having his quirk back, it should confuse the issue. Izuku frowned. It was interesting. When he reached out he couldn't know, he couldn't think on that now, but it was something to discuss with Twice when they practiced. And no. He could not get distracted again. Ready, he confirmed. Come stand with me, Izuku instructed and waited for Twice to come closer. When the other man had come close he made a platform and lifted them into the air slightly. He could tell Twice was slightly concerned but he didn't tense too much. That was good. Oh! Izuku realized and shot his hand out towards the Yakuza. Chains snapped out and wrapped around them. It was making it easier for the police, but he didn't need their leaders getting away and exacting revenge. And come to think of it, there would be underlings, another thought for when he was out of here. Let's go, Izuku announced to avoid getting distracted again. He looked up at the ceiling. Was this a 1-story or 2-story house? He couldn't remember. He thought it was 1 story. If it was 2 they'd just have to punch through it again. Everyone ready? He asked. There was a chorus of yes from the clones. Go! Izuku yelled as he formed a solid barrier around them and shot upwards. It wasn't how she'd planned the raid, but Captain Takeo Maishu didn't think it was going too badly. Thankfully, there had only been 1 gunshot and her men were still trying to figure out where it had come from. The heroes? She had no real idea where they were. Gunhead had been only a step behind her men and then they reported that he'd disappeared. They were nearing the inner rooms now and while the Yakuza had fought back, they didn't seem organized. She'd call them distracted but she had no idea what was causing that. She didn't care either. They were taking them into custody so it didn't matter. Equally important, the Yakuza weren't launching a counterattack. We've surrounded the presentation room. The update came as expected. What the hell? The call wasn't something she expected to hear. Before she could demand an explanation, it became clear. The roof of the Yakuza house exploded upwards and two things emerged out of the dust. From the presentation room, the traditional sliding paper doors blew outwards, and as she watched, people leaped through them. They broke into 4 groups and ran in different directions. What the hell? 𝐒𝐭𝐻 echoed her officers. The groups were identical. There were 3 in each group. It was the 3 villains who had arrived earlier. The villain the heroes had told her was named Izuku. Now 𝐒𝐭𝐻 could get a good look at him, from almost every angle. He was dressed in what looked to be black biker leathers with green highlights. It matched his eyes and hair, and he was young. Villains were getting younger all the time. The villain, Izuku, was with another man. That villain was wearing a skin-tight suit, complete with mask, and was carrying the third. She was young and was dressed in a high school uniform, except she appeared to be unconscious and bleeding from one shoulder. Was that the gunshot that had started this? 𝐒𝐭𝐻 shook herself. Capture them, she ordered over the radio network. And find Gunhead. The heroes owed her answers. A variety of shouts came from her officers. 2 are flying, someone yelled. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 looked up. The 2 things that emerged from the dust of the roof turned out to be 2 more groups. They were exactly the same as the others, and they both shot off into the air in different directions. Darn it! Captain myheroacademia screamed. It was obvious what the villains were doing, and she would put money on the real ones being one of the flying groups, and there was nothing she could do about it. It wasn't much of a comfort that she didn't think the heroes could do anything either. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 was reasonably sure that none of them could fly. Capture the others, she ordered again and began stalking towards the house. She wasn't that fair, and 𝐒𝐭𝐻 was happy to note that by the time she got there, the situation was under control. Sir, one of the guards at the gate greeted her as she approached. Where's Gunhead? Captain myheroacademia demanded. This way, sir, the guard said. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 peered at him for a moment before recognizing Anzen. What's happened, Anzen? 𝐒𝐭𝐻 demanded. It's best you see for yourself, he replied. myheroacademia glared, but he didn't offer anything further. Show me, she instructed. Officer Anzen led the way into the Yakuza house. It was a nice house, in the traditional style, but she could see where it had been modernized. Whoever had done it had kept the balcony, and most of the garden. There was even a small pond. Anzen led them around the balcony to the presentation room. The doors were a mess and the tatami mats would need replacing. On the way to the room, they'd passed officers leading out handcuffed Yakuza, but the majority of the force was around the room. They parted to let her through, and 𝐒𝐭𝐻 felt her eyes widen at the sight that greeted her. 3 of the Yakuza were slumped over, unconscious. Her officers had cuffed them, but the battle hero Gunhead was lying on a tatami mat. One of the officers had pulled off his mask and was checking his vitals. Report, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 ordered. Buntai stepped forward. We found them like this, sir, he reported, gesturing to the Yakuza. And Gunhead? The same, he confirmed what she suspected. Who have we got? At that question Buntai grinned. We got the boss, he told her. Captain myheroacademia looked down at the middle Yakuza. She'd seen images of their boss, Kai Chisaki. She knew he was relatively young for the seniority of his position and had only gained it by doing something to be previous boss. Unconscious, he looked even younger than his 27 years. They are quirk suppressants, she asked. Yes, Buntai told her. Rather than be insulted, she'd had to check. And he was like this? Yes, sir. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 sighed. While it was good in one way, because none of her men had been injured, and they had managed to get cuffs on the boss, in another, very important way it was bad. The meeting between the Yakuza and Izuku had obviously gone badly, and sir. She sighed. I'll have to talk to Gunhead, but send the word out. We're probably going to be looking at a war, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 told her men. A war? The Yakuza are not going to take our raid lying down, especially if we've got their boss, but there was obviously some sort of confrontation against Izuku and... She shook her head. The timing was bad. To the remaining Yakuza, it would look like the police had taken out the boss. They'd assumed the other villain, Izuku, had either left before the raid or had seen it and left. They might blame him, but this was bad. Forget it, the Yakuza are going to be after us. Warn the stations, she instructed. They were ready for this, but Myheroacademia sighed. At least part of her didn't believe they'd capture the boss. He wasn't meant to be here. He was meant to be at their other facility. But they had, and now, well, she looked down at Gunhead. They'd have to see what the hero said, but now, it really was going to be a joint operation. Ted, what's wrong with her, doctor? Izuku asked frantically. With twice clone copies causing a distraction, they'd gotten away easily. And one of the clone groups had flown out too, which had further confused the issue for the police. It wouldn't be obvious that he'd flown away, though they'd suspect that. He'd dropped them in a quiet, suburban street before calling Kurogiri, who'd warped them to Kyudai. That was several hours ago, and Himiko was still unconscious. She wasn't that weak and the wound wasn't that bad. The doctor had patched it up and then said he had to run tests. Izuku had given him the gun with the other bullet. She's just sleeping now, the doctor told him. But what is wrong? Izuku demanded. The doctor turned his goggled eyes to him. You should be able to sense it, he said before turning back to his screens. Izuku stiffened. He didn't use Dragon's Horde to see quirks around him all the time, but when he took them or gave them back to someone, then he did, and he could see quirks as little points of light. Well, some of them were, and some were spread out through their owner. When he'd given back Gunhead's quirk, he'd been surrounded by clones of twice and no, he objected. They couldn't have. He snarled. I knew about it, the doctor said. The Yakuza asked to see Dragon a couple of months back, and I sent Yakyuni to talk to them. You told me this already, Izuku reminded him. He hadn't been happy, but it had explained why he hadn't seen the other man. He reported back that the 𝐔𝐬𝐽 were working on some sort of blackmail scheme involving quirks. You said he was kidnapped. Izuku reminded the man. He hadn't said anything about blackmail involving the removal of quirks. You might have mentioned this earlier, Izuku growled. You weren't going after him then. Kyudai shook his head. The Yakuza have some way of giving the quirk back after you pay the ransom, he said. Izuku blinked. So there's something to reverse this, he whispered, feeling a burst of hope. He quashed it. He'd felt this before and he didn't want to rely on something that might not work out, but I believe so, the doctor told him, turning around again. Izuku glared at his goggles. He should have been told about this earlier, but he knew there wasn't time to tell him everything. And if there was something which could reverse it, then that bullet was meant for him. Himiko had saved him costs if he lost his quirks. He shuddered. Quirks weren't everything. They couldn't solve every problem. He knew that, but for what he was doing, a quirk, his quirks, he needed them. Where are they? Where are they? The doctor repeated. Where is Yakyuni? Izuku clarified. He wasn't with the Yakuza, he added. Oh, they are somewhere in the city, Kyudai said casually. Anything more exact? He pressed. I'll get the address, the doctor promised. Now, Izuku said. I need to get the cure and Yakyuni before the Yakuza clear out. The doctor looked at him. The discussions were a failure, Izuku told him, from between gritted teeth. I grabbed their quirks, but there was a police raid too. The Yakuza will know their boss has been captured and probably blame me, he explained. Or they'll blame the police, Garaki countered. I'd rather not take that risk. I'll get it, the doctor reaffirmed. Though how will you attack? That brought him up a little. Izuku huffed and thought about it for a few moments. His initial reaction had been to say he'd just storm the place, and while he could probably do that, it would needlessly put him at risk. They had the proof that the Yakuza had other bullets which could erase quirks. They hadn't hesitated to use one against him, and it was only because Himiko had he was going to rip apart what was left of his 𝐔𝐬𝐽 for her and find the cure. But he had to do it right. He could probably ask twice to make more clones of himself and get the others involved, but again that would put them at risk, and while they had agreed to follow him, it didn't feel right to do that. The Nomyu, Izuku said. Tomura probably had a better idea of what they can do, but I don't. This will show me what they can do, and if the Yakuza have more bullets, they are expendable. The doctor understood his logic immediately. He nodded. Is there a particular batch I should use? Take a mix, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 said immediately. That way you will know and will feel what each are like. But you should practice ordering them, he added, gesturing vaguely to the tubes behind him. You still have radio waves. Izuku didn't bother to reply. Instead he closed his eyes and reached out with radio waves. He'd done this before, to sort of feel where the 𝐻𝐸𝐽s were, but this time he wanted to go a bit further. He could feel them around him in this warehouse. Do you have all the different types here? Izuku asked. Some of the 𝐻𝐸𝐽 felt, it was hard to explain, but they felt sharper than the others. Yes. They are mostly in storage, while I work on these, the doctor confirmed. Izuku opened his eyes. The ones that were the closest felt the sharpest, but he could also tell they weren't finished. He reached out and touched others but then frowned. Can 𝐻𝐸𝐽 order 𝐻𝐸𝐽? He murmured the question. Only the top level can, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 told him. And only the first one is finished. If you take him, he'll want to fight, the doctor added. I'll be their commander then, Izuku agreed. He woke up a heap of the lowest ranked 𝐻𝐸𝐽 and then others. There seemed to be a spot that was empty of 𝐻𝐸𝐽, so he directed them there and told them to wait. They would not be fully functional for a few hours. The doctor turned around to watch. You are going now? He asked curiously. There's no point in giving the Yakuza time to prepare, he replied. I'll get Kurogiri, the doctor said as he turned back. And the address, Izuku added. He didn't like going in blind, but he didn't have time to find out about the Yakuza base, and he'd just have to hope he could attack fast enough to stay ahead of the heroes that would gather. The 𝐻𝐸𝐽 might be expendable, but he didn't need to give the heroes extensive examples of them. That was just basic tactics. Take care of her, Izuku instructed. Garaki pet his head slightly. Izuku didn't bother to explain. Instead he walked between the tubes to where he had gathered the 𝐻𝐸𝐽. He had a few minutes before Kurogiri arrived, and it would be best to be familiar with his army. Then, today hadn't gone as planned, but instead of the underworld knowing that Dragon and the Yakuza were working together, they'd now learn that Dragon would not be taken advantage of and that attacking him was stupid. Izuku snorted to himself. It would probably take a lot more lessons before they learned that, but he could hope. The Yakuza boss had been correct about one thing, even if Izuku hadn't admitted it. With his father in Tartarus, the throne was empty. Of course, Dad would retake it, but until then, he'd just have to be the regent. It was late when Shin got back to the office. It wasn't an office. It was the other Shihasaikai base, but he had taken his time in getting here. It had been almost painful to do that, but he had to be sure he wasn't being followed, and it had given him time to think about what had happened. He knew what he'd seen, but it made no sense. The kid had been talking to the boss, and then the brat had gotten up and turned his back, and Shin had watched Chronostasis take the shot. It should have hit, but the girl jumped in the way. Shin was clear on all of that. It was what happened next that made no sense. The two of them had fallen to the ground, and then, from his vantage point, the boss, Chronostasis, and Mimic had slumped over. Shin hadn't believed it for a few moments. It was part of a plan he hadn't been briefed about, was what he'd told himself, but the boss didn't move, and then there were police everywhere. He'd watched as they stormed the house and expected the boss to get up, but he didn't. The way the brat had Jin produce clones told him that it wasn't a setup, but it didn't explain anything. The boss had just slumped over. At the same time as Mimic and Chronostasis, but what could have caused them to do that? There were some quirks that could do it, but the boss was stronger than that. Except, he'd just lain there when the police stormed the room and didn't even twitch when he was handcuffed. Chronostasis was the same. Shin hadn't stayed around longer. There was no need to stay. People mocked the police, but he knew they were effective. And now Shin had to explain to the others what had happened. They'd know something was up. The boss should have returned here earlier in the day, but no. Shin knew what had to happen. The brat had done something to the boss and they had to respond. If they didn't, then he felt sick. If they didn't, then the Shihasaikai would be a relic of the past. A dead one. They'd go on for a bit, but without the boss. He already knew how it would end. They all did. The boss gave them purpose and direction, and without him. So that would be the first thing. They'd have to get Kai from the police. Then the boss would have them take revenge on the brat. But first, he'd have to explain to the others what had happened, and he wasn't sure he believed it himself. So what are we doing, boss? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 jerked his head to the side. He wasn't the only one. The 𝐒𝐴𝐽 started at the noise and then lunged. "Stop!" 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 yelled. "Whoa!" Darby muttered. The 𝐒𝐴𝐽 stopped. The lower ones, those who needed orders to do anything, just stood dumbly. The higher models milled slightly, as if uncertain what to do. "These are my companions," 𝐒𝐿 called to the 𝐒𝐴𝐽. The lower ones didn't move, but 𝐒𝐿 could tell they understood. The higher ones looked back and forth, taking in the sight of the four who were there. Darby was accompanied by Mr. Compress, Twice and Whisper. After a moment, the higher 𝐒𝐴𝐽 stilled and 𝐒𝐿 could tell that they had memorized the league. He made a mental note to introduce Himiko to them later. He'd been looking at the 𝐒𝐴𝐽s and figuring out what they could do. They each had at least 3 quirks, and were physically enhanced. He couldn't exactly ask them what they could do, but he'd figured out that by touching them with Dragon's Horde he could get a feel for their quirks. It wasn't exact, but it gave him some insights. The 𝐒𝐴𝐽 let him move between them without problems, though it was slightly disconcerting how they all watched him. Their gazes weren't hostile, just constant. "Twice told you?" 𝐒𝐿 asked. The 3 of them nodded. They shot Himiko with something that erases quirks. Her physical injuries are relatively minor, but he didn't need to explain further. "SHT, Darby swore." 𝐒𝐿 understood. He'd run through the swear words he knew earlier. "Thankfully, it appears as if the Yakuza were going to use this as part of a blackmailing scheme," he continued. "How does one use quirk erasure to blackmail someone?" "It seems to me it would be better as a threat," Mr. Compress observed. Whisper nodded her agreement. "I'm told they have something to reverse the effects," 𝐒𝐿 told him. While it was impossible to tell Mr. Compress' expression as his mask was not as form-fitting as Twice, 𝐒𝐿 could tell he was somewhat relieved to hear that. "But they are not going to give it to me, and I'm not going to pay any ransom," 𝐒𝐿 continued. "What about the cops? What about them?" Twice said they were there. Whisper pressed the issue. "They were, and they will have a nice gift. They should have arrested the Yakuza boss and his minions." The villain stared at him for a moment before Darby snorted. "You took their quirks," he chuckled. "I was in no mood to negotiate," 𝐒𝐿 growled, but quickly suppressed his anger. There was no point in taking it out on them and his father. Actually, he hadn't said anything about anger, but he'd demonstrated more than once that being patient was better. If he was to act, then he had to be sure that what he was doing was right and correctly targeted. He should not let people get away with things, just because he wanted instant gratification. He knew today's target and it wasn't here. "I don't know what the Yakuza will do, and since they aren't going to give me the cure again," he didn't bother to finish. "So what do you know about the target?" 𝐒𝐿 sighed. "The address," 𝐒𝐿 admitted. "That's why I was going to use the 𝐒𝐴𝐽. The Yakuza won't have many bullets that erase quirks, and if a 𝐒𝐴𝐽 gets hit then he shrugged. He wasn't quite as casual about it as he seemed. The 𝐒𝐽 were people, had been people, but his father had ordered them created for a reason, and if he was going to get his father out of Tartarus then he'd need them, but he also needed to know what they could do so he could plan that mission. This would be good practice." "What is the address?" Mr. Compress asked. "The doctor has it," 𝐒� admitted. The magician dipped his top hat. "Then I will ask him and see what can be learned." "There should be someone on the inside," 𝐒� said. "But I don't know what situation they will be in," he added. "So I can't expect support." He could sense Compress thinking. "Twice, can you make a look from memory?" the magician asked. 𝐒� frowned, wondering where he was going. The question seemed to surprise Twice as well because the man was silent for a few moments. "Maybe if it was familiar," he answered slowly. "Police. Right, police." Mr. Compress prompted. "Ah?" 𝐒� nodded. "If you can, that would be helpful," he said. He was also curious to see Twice quirk work again. There was something odd about the clones. He'd noticed that first at the Yakuza house but had been more focused on escaping and on ignoring the evidence Dragon's Horde had him see in Himiko. He could see what Mr. Compress was suggesting now. They could leave the police clones of Twice around the perimeter, which would at least slow down any investigation and reassure the public that what they were doing was legal. Twice frowned, before a clone popped into existence. It was obviously Twice and Whisper covered her mouth to muffle her silent giggle. The copy was dressed half in a regular police uniform and half in Twice costume. His face was Jin's. Izuku sighed. "We'll keep that idea in reserve," he murmured, firmly pushing aside the disappointment he felt. "I'm sorry," Twice said, hanging his head. "We'll just do this the way I was going to," Izuku dismissed. "And I know you didn't mean for the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼 to attack," he added. If he thought that Twice had set him up, the man wouldn't be here. A confrontation between us was inevitable, given their plan, and far better for us that it happened now, rather than giving them time to prepare. They'd already had too much time to prepare. "How do these things work?" Darby asked, gesturing to the 𝐻𝐽u. "You give them orders, they carry them out," Izuku told them. "How strong are they?" Izuku grinned. While UA had suppressed information about the incident as their unforeseen simulation joint, they hadn't managed to suppress everything, not when Tomura also advertised the 𝐻𝐽u's existence at Hosu and again at Kamino. There wasn't much footage of them at either location, but there was enough that speculation was all over the net. "Strong enough to wipe out some pesky Yakuza," he replied. "What about pesky heroes?" Darby pressed. "Depending on the hero and the 𝐻𝐽u, no problems. But rather than just unleash them on a hero, customization is called for. The first 𝐻𝐽u was customized to fight All Might." "Did it win?" Whisper murmured her question. "No," Izuku admitted. "But it did push All Might into his weak form," he explained. When he'd spoken to Tomura about that mission, he'd worked out that his dad hadn't intended for Tomura to succeed. But he couldn't readily admit that here, not yet. And no matter how that had turned out, it had shown that the 𝐻𝐽u was strong. So if one went up against Endeavor... Darby mused. "I'd want to make sure it had a fireproofing quirk," Izuku interrupted before the fire villain could get lost in his thoughts. "But for now, these are going up against the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼. Do you want us to order them?" Mr. Compress asked. "Maybe initially, but I have a quirk to guide them once they are in," Izuku said. "You can call it cowardly if you want, but I'm not going to take the same risk as earlier." He could see the villains think about that for a moment before they nodded. Then perhaps, once the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼 are captured, it would be best to present a united front, Mr. Compress suggested. Izuku thought about that for a moment before he smiled. To show off Dragon's reach, he gave his own proposal. The magician smiled. Izuku could tell that much under his mask. Indeed, to show off Dragon's reach. "It should be educational for the world," he added. Izuku looked at each of them and smiled. "I'll order some of the 𝐻𝐽u to obey you, but I want you all to be careful. The smart ones will run, but since I suspect the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼 are short of funds, this could be their last stronghold, so they'll want to hold on to it. If any of them fight, capture them and bring them to me. I want to chat, but the aim is to secure the place quickly so that we can find the cure. We have to assume the heroes will be alerted to the attack as we begin, so we will have to be quick. But they aren't going to get away with this." He got nods from the group and Izuku thought that perhaps they'd been cooped up too long. "Then let's go." Ted Yorudo liked working in his building. It had a nice garden to look out on and to spend time in for the few minutes he allowed himself to take for lunch. It was also nice to walk through at the end of the day before he left to commute home. The building wasn't too tall and was reasonably well maintained. The others who worked with him at 𝐼𝐧𝐾 agreed with all of that, but despite all the advantages of their building, they hated the place. 𝐼𝐧𝐾 did share the building with another company, the one that owned the building, and that's where the problems were. There were always shifty-looking characters going through the building, at all hours of the day. If it was one thing that the advent of quirks should have taught society, but hadn't really, was that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Sure, he'd admit that some of the people who came through the building looked terrifying, but they never bothered the people who worked at 𝐼𝐧𝐾, and some of them were quite nice. Shin, for example, always said hello. Yoi didn't know what the name of the company they worked for was. It was one of those new-fangled ones that didn't actually put a sign up, but they were okay. Their boss never said anything, but his two helpers were also friendly. So just because someone looked scary, didn't mean they were. It wasn't that bad sharing the building. Plus he'd overheard the boss saying they got a really sweet deal on the rent, so that had to be good. The only drawback was that when he worked late, like tonight, he got glared at by the other company's workers. They always seemed to work back late, and tonight was no different, except there seemed to be more of them than usual. Rumor had it that they had some pretty big contracts in Europe and America, so had to work the later hours. Tonight though, they seemed agitated and Yoi didn't know why. There was a feeling in the air that said it was best not to ask, so as soon as he was finished, he practically flew through the shutdown process at his workstation and secured his equipment before he grabbed his coat and practically flew down the stairs to the exit. Even that motion showed there were things wrong. The other company worked odd hours. That was true, but he'd never seen this many of them around this late. And they seemed agitated. Every single one that he passed gave him a sharp look, as if measuring him. Their gazes turned dismissive once they realized who he was, and no one stopped him leaving, but it was definitely tense. Yoi would usually linger slightly in the garden on his way home, but today he just rushed through it. He didn't want to be here. As he got to the gate, Yoi almost felt relieved to be out of there, and when he turned down the street, he knew he was. Usually the road was empty. Today it was full, and he definitely didn't want to be there. Yoi had never really believed his colleagues when they said the other company were really thugs, but lining the street were, he couldn't call them people. They were things, and they exuded aggression. Like the people in the building, they looked at him and then dismissed him. Yoi made his way down the footpath quickly and was thankful when he could turn the corner and get away. Except when he turned the corner, there was another group of people there. They were an eclectic group. There were 3 tallish men, and a shorter man and woman. 3 of the men wore long coats over their attire, while the last was in a skin-tight suit that included a mask. If they didn't radiate hostility, Yoi would have said they were heroes. The woman was dressed in. He vaguely recognized the costume. It looked Indian and was a tunic and breathes. They were a muted gray. He inched his way around them and managed to hold his nerve for a few steps past them before Yoi ran. He didn't look back, and he kind of knew there'd be trouble at the office tomorrow, if there even was an office. Either way, there was something going on, and whatever it was, he wanted nothing to do with it. "Ted, go." Izuku ordered both verbally and via radio waves when the last confirmation came in via text. They had to get a better comms system. He'd separated the Nomyu and his comrades and sent them to the corners of the Shai Hasaikai facility. Whisper had confirmed there was movement within the building. While she couldn't be invisible, she could snoop around the outside garden and had confirmed. They'd also found out there was another business in the office block, but thankfully, by the time everything was ready, it was late, and the last stragglers from that business, Nice-kai, were leaving. Even if there was a janitor or someone else there, the Nomyu should ignore them so long as they didn't attack. Izuku had told the Nomyu to focus on those attacking them because he reckoned the Yakuza would do that, and it was the easiest way of assuring he didn't accidentally take out someone who wasn't involved. He was keeping one of the near high-end Nomyu with him. He didn't want to expose himself and had told the others to be careful, but he'd have to go in eventually. The Nomyu had been instructed to guard him, and he had no doubt it would. It just felt like it would. Izuku had ordered Kurogiri to be on standby, an order which was supported by the others. The warp gate was too valuable to risk against the Shai Hasaikai, but his skills would probably be needed to get them out. Izuku had no doubt that the heroes would launch a counter-raid. Even so, his plan was to get in, get the cure, and get out. It was slightly naive, but he'd just have to deal with any of their survivors and attacks they made later. And then after he got out, Izuku planned to sleep for a good long while. He was still developing stamina. Then after he slept and Himiko was better, he was going to ask everyone for a genetic sample. While the Shai Hasaikai would be weakened, there were probably bullets out there. If they got hit, he wanted it to be a simple thing to replace their lost quirk. And he'd asked them if they'd thought about how to improve their weaknesses. Izuku shook his head. He had to pay attention now. The future, it would happen, but only in the future. He had to focus on now. Ted, with the boss, Mimic and Chronostasis missing, Shin had gotten the job of organizing defenses. It was defense first, and then they'd organize to get overhaul. There was no doubt All for One's brat would attack. Talking with the others, they'd come to the conclusion that Chronostasis had fired at the brat, but the girl had gotten in the way. Then the brat had done something to take out Kai. They had no idea what, but it had to be something to do with his quirk. Toya had pointed out that even with the police raid they had to assume the brat knew about the plan. He had spoken with Kai for a little while and the boss had wanted to recruit them for the cash the kid represented. So, he'd have explained a little. That's why they were preparing for an attack. There was no cure for the permanent bullets, but the brat wouldn't know that. Unless the chick was expendable then to save face with the rest of his allies, he'd have to try to get it. Which meant an assault here. Plus, even if they wanted to rescue Kai immediately, they didn't know where he was, so for now they had to defend. They had considered running, but that just put them in the situation where the brat could pick the location of their confrontation. Here was best. The girl was secure with the scientist Kai had been using. There was only one entrance to their location and 𝐒𝐻𝐸 was stationed at the entrance. It was a bottleneck, so even if the brat got there, 𝐒𝐻𝐸 could easily hold him off alone. Rikia and Kendo had insisted on being further out. They were the vanguard and Shin hadn't had time to research the options all for one's brats would have, but the older one had been seen with twice, Darby, Mr. Compress, Muscular, Whisper and Himiko. Kendo had been hoping he could fight Muscular since he learned that detail but knew he'd fight whoever came. They're here. The yell came from one of the lower ranks who was on lookout. The 8 bullets knew the lower levels would be wiped out, but if they could hold back all for one's brats for even a few minutes, then they'd have been lost for the only cause that mattered. Shin had all the comms routed to him, so he heard all the calls of confusion from the lower levels. What the hell RF? We're overrun. Ah. The chatter was much the same. Toya, report. Shin ordered. I don't know which brat it is, but they have some sort of bioweapons, came the assessment. How many? Not sure. They just keep coming, Toya told him, and Shin knew better than to interrupt. You heard? Hejiki nodded. Behind him the girl cowered. You don't need to worry, Shin said. The guy with her gave him a look. At least one of them was realistic. The guy knew what was going on, or at least suspected it. I'll keep her safe, he promised. You'd better, Hejiki growled. Shin dismissed him. He had to focus on getting rid of the pests now. Ted Jin had worked with a couple of other villain groups before. Never for long, but enough that he could read the mood of the meeting. One of his calming routines was to smoke a cigarette while he watched the world go by. You learned a lot just watching people. That's how he knew he'd screwed up. The kid hadn't said anything. Not directly at least, but Jin knew it. The kid was beyond angry that the Shy Hasaikai boss had attacked. The kid would have just walked out and that would have been that, but Jin shook his head. The kid might know business, but he had a lot to learn about the underworld. Even so, he knew better than to make excuses. He had brokered the meeting, so it wouldn't be out of the question to believe he knew Kai's intentions. He didn't. He hadn't, but in some groups that wouldn't have mattered. It appeared it did matter for the kid, which was a very big point in his favor. Jin had worked for groups where the boss was always right, and where even the suggestion or hint or whisper that you had done anything that might inconvenience him was punished by death. The kid might not know the underworld, but he knew enough and was reasonable. Plus he had access to power. Jin didn't know what these Nomyu were, but he knew you didn't get them if you were a low-level villain. They were the result of resources and cash. The kid's old man might have had them created, but since the people in charge of them were willing to work with the kid, that meant they were his. So, while Jin had never worked for a group long, he was kind of hoping he could keep working with this one. Sure, it wasn't with the original leader, but things changed. The kid wasn't that bad. He'd need to learn, but Compress had said that. They could teach him, they could guide him. They could destroy him. If they wanted. That was another truth. He'd never worked for a group where he had that type of power. He didn't think any of them had. It was heady. It was temporary. Jin could already see the kid was growing and soon they wouldn't be able to threaten him, and while they could reveal that Dragon was just a teenage brat, it wouldn't matter to the underworld. Dragon would be enough of a power that the truth about him wouldn't matter. So, Jin was leading Nomyu through one of the office wings. He didn't think the Shy Hasaikai had anything here, but he had to search. So far the group had been nice to him. They'd never demanded he do all the heavy lifting. They'd never demanded he use his quirk. Sure, the kid had him use it earlier in the day, but that was sensible. It benefited him as well to get away, and the kid had done most of the work there, flying them out. Plus, he did feel a bit sorry for the girl. Himiko had always been nice to him and she was obviously loyal to the kid, but, yeah, he kind of wanted to stay with this group, which was new for him, but they felt like they could be the group for him. There was a hiss from the 𝐻𝐼𝐽 that caught his attention. They were usually rather quiet, but this sounded wrong. His eyes snapped to the 𝐻𝐼𝐽. One of the dun-colored ones was facing off against an ambulatory diamond. It was shiny and strong from the way it was hitting the 𝐻𝐼𝐽. The 𝐻𝐼𝐽 weren't retreating, but Jin knew they wouldn't. They couldn't. They could only obey orders. And it was fighting back. Each of them had been given command over at least 3 dun-colored 𝐻𝐼𝐽, one with a more colorful skin and one with jet black skin. The 𝐻𝐼𝐽 were all different shapes and sizes, and the only similarity between them was their exposed brains and impressive musculature. "It's not here, is it?" Twice called to the man. "You," the guy growled. Twice recognized him now. 𝐻𝐼𝐽. He was a member of the 8 Bullets. He'd never been able to get a clear picture of what they did, but it didn't matter. They were obviously loyal to Kai, even though he'd been captured. It was the kind of loyalty that Twice thought the group might have. Eventually. "Where's the cure?" Twice asked. 𝐻𝐼𝐽 snarled at him again. "Why would we give it to a treacherous beast like you?" he snapped. It was interesting the way the 𝐻𝐼𝐽 reacted. They seemed to know he was wanting to talk and were keeping their distance from 𝐻𝐼𝐽. "We didn't break terms," Twice pointed out. "Ah!" 𝐻𝐼𝐽 growled and charged. The crystals on his arms grew and he raised them to punch. Before he could get close, the colored 𝐻𝐼𝐽 intercepted. It had to be one that had strength enhancement, as it didn't even grunt when the punch hit it. It simply hit back, though as Twice watched, he saw spikes appear on the 𝐻𝐼𝐽's arms. It had some sort of quirk to do that, though Twice couldn't tell what the spikes were made of. 𝐻𝐼𝐽 drew back. "You will never understand us," he declared. Twice shook his head. He didn't want to understand them. "You will never know what it is to live for one man," 𝐻𝐼𝐽 continued, but before he could say much more, the 𝐻𝐼𝐽 attacked. The spikes met the crystal and caused a shower of sparks. As Twice watched, the spikes cracked and broke off. 𝐻𝐼𝐽 snorted. "It's weak," he announced. Twice didn't think so. The 𝐻𝐼𝐽 was showing no sign that it was in pain, and already the spikes were regenerating. Though, Jin shuddered. It appeared the 𝐻𝐼𝐽 was just making them over, or was that under the damage? The 𝐻𝐼𝐽's skin was whole, but it was bleeding a thick, almost black blood. It was kind of gross, even by his standards. And he didn't have time to be delayed here. "Help him," Twice ordered. His voice caught the attention of the 𝐻𝐼𝐽, and for a moment they all looked at him. It was kind of disconcerting before they turned towards 𝐻𝐼𝐽. "Since the cure isn't here, I don't have time to waste," Twice told him as the 𝐻𝐼𝐽 charged. 𝐻𝐼𝐽 was a skilled fighter. Twice could see that. He managed to keep enough distance to fight for a few moments, but the 𝐻𝐼𝐽 didn't care about each other, or collateral damage, or even damage to themselves, and while 𝐻𝐼𝐽 was strong, the 𝐻𝐼𝐽, as a group, were stronger. They simply swarmed the crystal man under. There was a series of thumps, accompanied by cracks, and the air was filled with a shining dust. It puffed up from between the 𝐻𝐼𝐽, who were continuing to hit 𝐻𝐼𝐽. "Let's go," Twice ordered after a few moments. There was no way 𝐻𝐼𝐽 was getting up from that, and he had other areas to search. The 𝐻𝐼𝐽 obeyed immediately and all moved away from 𝐻𝐼𝐽. Twice glanced down at his body. The crystals that were his quirk were cracked and shattered and were falling away from him. Some had cut 𝐻𝐼𝐽 and were now bleeding, and his skin was purpling from the hits of the 𝐻𝐼𝐽. At least one arm was broken from the angle it was lying at, and Twice didn't know if he was unconscious or dead, and he really didn't have time to find out. He had to find the cure. Jin turned away. In another group, he would have been blamed for what happened. With this one, yeah, he wanted to stay. Ted Detara knew he was just a random goon, but he was proud of that fact. He'd been born a Yakuza, and today it looked like he'd die a Yakuza. The only regret he had was that he wasn't dying under the banner of his own group. He had been born into the Sakai Inochi Nanatsu, but they hadn't been able to continue. The boss of the Shai Hasaikai, the old boss, had taken them in, and they'd served ever since. He wasn't sure what he thought of the new boss, Kai Chisaki, but the man gave them direction and purpose. And he wasn't any worse than Mino, the leader of Sakai Inochi Nanatsu, before he died. Kai was firm, demanding but fair. He hadn't really wanted anything more for his life than to live and die for his clan. And now he would die for his clan. 𝐷𝐷oro had said something about them being attacked. 𝐷𝐷ara had expected another group to attack. He'd expected guns and quirks, but instead, he wasn't sure what was attacking them. They all had exposed brains but bright eyes. And they showed no fear of death. A few of the other Shy Hasaikai had guns and had shot at the things, but they'd barely flinched at the wounds, and 𝐷𝐷ara had watched as the wounds closed on some of them. These things were not normal. And none of them were the same. They poured in through the gate and over the wall like some sort of living mat, and nothing was slowing them down. 𝐷𝐷oro ordered them to hold firm, and 𝐷𝐷ara was somewhat comforted that there were 2 of the 8 bullets here. �ＲIKIYA was with them, and he'd already injected himself with trigger. The man was directing his quirk towards the creatures, and it seemed to be working. 𝐷𝐷ara was thankful for that. It meant they could be defeated. His quirk wasn't that useful for fighting. It had advantages, but it didn't do anything for his strength or stamina. Perfect balance just meant he could pull off some tricky moves without falling flat on his face. Against these things, he wasn't sure what it would do, but he'd do his best. In addition to all having exposed brains, they were all overly muscular, but none of them were the same. They were different colors, with most of them being a dun color. There were some that had a more gray, blue skin tone, and a few with black skin. It was not a natural black hair, though with quirks, all colors were now natural. It was not a color that had been seen before quirks, they all wore breathes, but that was it. So they were human, or at least they had been. When they charged his position, 𝐷𝐷ara dove in, trying to strike at the brain of one. It jerked back, inhumanly fast, and 𝐷𝐷ara only just missed getting slashed by its claws. He managed to twist out of the way of another that appeared from under the first one's arm, and he managed to catch that one with his knife. 𝐷𝐷ara had been in enough fights to know how people reacted. They hissed or cried out and pulled back when injured. No matter how tough they were, there was always a moment of recoil. This thing did nothing of the sort. 𝐷𝐷ara wasn't even sure it noticed his knife. It kept moving as if didn't, and he had let go before he got dragged further into the scrum. Then �ＲIKIYA was there. The man threw the creatures aside easily, and 𝐷𝐷ara took heart from the fact that when the member of the 8 bullets threw them, they were much slower at getting back up. Some of them even stumbled, which surprised him until he saw 𝐷𝐷oro's white mask up on the ceiling. 𝐷𝐷ara had no idea how the 8-bullet member could effectively move around, but he could, and he knew it was his quirk causing the creatures to stumble. Unfortunately, they weren't as mindless as their exposed brains appeared to suggest, and one of the black ones appeared to have spotted 𝐷𝐷oro. It roared and leapt at him. 𝐷𝐷ara didn't see what happened. Another charged at him. This time he dodged out of the way and drove his knife down, stabbing into the exposed brain. The creature stiffened and fell. He went with it, dragged down because perfect balance did Jack SHT for him when he refused to release his second knife. 𝐷𝐷ara scrambled to his feet a moment later, but before he could pull his knife back, something whacked him in the side. The wall stopped him, but all the wind was knocked out of him, and 𝐷𝐷ara tasted BLD. He gasped and tried to rise, but he couldn't. All he could really feel was a haze of pain from his back. He scared in a breath, swallowing BLD. This was how he ended. Except none of the creatures bothered to come near him. 𝐷𝐷ara watched as �RIKIYA kept fighting. The man was in a frenzy, but being forced to watch showed 𝐷𝐷ara something he didn't want to know. While �RIKIYA was holding firm, the creatures just kept getting back up. Even with 𝐷𝐷oro's quirk impacting them, they were not going down. They couldn't keep on fighting forever either. He wanted to tell them. He wanted to say that they should run, but he couldn't say anything. Instead, 𝐷𝐷ara watched as Taira, Sita, and Uniga went down. He couldn't do anything to save them, and 𝐷𝐷ara felt a tear trace down his cheek. With them gone, he was the last of the Sakai Inochi Nanatsu, and he couldn't do anything. He was about to try to rise again, because anything would be better than just waiting for death, when someone came through the far door. 𝐷𝐷oro was being pushed back by the things, and �RIKIYA hadn't noticed. The person was accompanied by one of the black monsters. It hovered over him, literally hunched over him like some sort of huge. 𝐷𝐷ara didn't know what, but it was obvious the creature would protect the shorter person. Its bright eyes fixed on him for a moment before he was dismissed, but 𝐷𝐷ara was more focused on the person. He didn't know who they were. They were dressed in a black jacket that covered them to the ankles but was open to the waist. It had electric green highlights, and the guy, 𝐷𝐷ara though they were male, wore some sort of helmet which was accentuated in the same way. They were short but radiated a sense of presence that Deidara had only ever felt Mino feel like that, and then the old boss felt like a feather compared to whoever this was. They felt heavy, as if they didn't have to lift a finger to know they would win. Ah, the guy murmured. He was definitely a guy with a voice like that. So this is why they aren't getting further, he sighed. That brought the attention of Deidara and Rikia. The two of them charged, ignoring the creatures. The person swayed slightly and Deidara smiled. That had to be the effect of Deidara's quirk, but before the two of them could get close, the person stood firm. He lifted one hand and snapped his fingers, pointing towards Deidara. A blue-gray creature launched from behind him and there was a sickening crunch when it impacted Deidara. Deidara didn't know much about physiology, but he knew enough to know the crunch sounded bad. The creature snarled and growled and raised bloody claws and slashed again. It didn't matter if Deidara had survived the impact, he couldn't survive that. Rikia didn't even pause and Deidara watched as he pulled back his fist to hit the person. He never connected. The huge thing covering the guy blocked the punch. Deidara was shocked for a moment, but he knew how strong those things were. They obviously had strength quirks, but blocking Rikia was the exact wrong thing to do, or right in this case. Deidara couldn't really laugh, but he managed to whisper, "Victory!" Because this was Rikia's win. The 8-bullet member could draw energy from around him, but once he touched you, it was all over. Except the big thing didn't move and the smaller guy just pet his helmeted head before lifting one hand and making a "come here" gesture. Deidara had no idea who the gesture was for, but a moment later Rikia was thrown back by the creature. The 8-bullet member stumbled and before he could recover the creatures were on him. He screamed, but it was cut short. Deidara felt sick. The guy was examining his gloved hand, flexing his fingers slightly. Deidara had no idea what he was looking at, but it didn't matter. With Deidara and Rikia gone, there was nothing holding the horde back. It rushed past the guy and his bodyguard, heading deeper into the complex. Deidara swallowed BLD as he watched. They'd failed, and he wasn't even dead. This was a disgrace. He just had to die, and he couldn't even do that right. Deidara couldn't think further before he felt pressure. It bore down on him and his already difficult breathing became more labored. Several of the creatures came at him and he felt a moment of relief. He might not have been able to die properly, but they'd take care of it for him. Stop. The command was firm and he gasped at it. He felt like he should stop as well. Why had the guy stopped them? There was no mercy in that. The guy's footsteps were heavy as he took a few steps towards him. His jacket rippled with each step, revealing the leathers he was wearing. Deidara looked up and while he'd like to say he could see his eyes, he couldn't. The helmet's face mask was featureless, but he was crowned with a green highlight across his brow. It was like a coronet. He felt like he was being measured, even though the other guy hadn't touched him. What was his quirk? The question wasn't one he expected. The pressure abated a little and Deidara gulped, ignoring the BLD he swallowed. "Whose?" he answered. It felt like he had to answer, that if he didn't want to entertain that thought. "The big guys," came the clarification. "Energy SE," Deidara replied, ignoring the way the creature leered at him from above the guy's helmet. It hadn't done anything, but he could tell it. He seemed like it wanted to eat him. Long, sharp teeth grinned at him from below the exposed brain. "It allowed him to take energy from others?" the guy asked. Deidara nodded. The guy chuckled. There was almost a desperate note to the noise that Deidara didn't understand, and then he reached out his hand. Deidara still didn't get it, but he could tell the guy was slightly disappointed. "Touch-based?" he asked, rhetorically, already reaching to take off his glove. The hand was covered in green scales and the guy had claws. "Dragon," Deidara whispered the name. He didn't know much about the underworld figure except he was powerful, and seeing scales and claws just made him think that. "At your service," the guy said, and Deidara could hear his mocking smile before he reached out. Deidara tried to flinch away. He tried to scramble along the wall, but he couldn't move. The impact earlier had obviously broken something, and all he could do was watch as Dragon reached out to cup his face. It was a gentle touch. His claws didn't even scratch him, but he felt Rikia's quirk. The 8-bullets member had hit them all with it more than once when he used trigger, so he knew what it felt like. But how did Dragon have it? The thought was the last on his mind, before everything faded to black. Izuku gasped as the Yakuza's energy flowed into him. It felt good. He felt revitalized. The quirk he'd taken from the larger man was. It was going to be useful. If it wasn't touch-based then, it would almost be perfect, though Izuku frowned beneath the helmet he was wearing. The impression he'd gotten from the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 when using radio waves had been that they were weakening without the guy touching them. The 𝐻𝐻𝐻 couldn't talk to him. Well, these ones couldn't. The highest ones could, but they weren't here. The ones he had could give him impressions and feelings, and they'd definitely given him that feeling. He walked over to the larger man, ignoring the way his bodyguard shadowed him. The 𝐻𝐻𝐻 hadn't been kind to the man, but Izuku examined him, looking for there it was. He didn't take drags, but he knew they existed. Even before he'd chosen this path, he knew they existed. Everyone did. There were so-called recreational drags that people used, and then there were quirk enhancers. One was called Trigger. It was meant to activate and strengthen your quirk. Izuku had heard of it but had never seen it being used, though. He had felt the effect of the man's quirk when he came in. He'd felt them both actually. One had made him feel dizzy, and that effect had been stopped when the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 got the first of the Yakuza. Then he'd felt tired, and that had stopped when he'd grabbed the larger man's quirk. The 𝐻𝐻𝐻 had then taken care of him. Looking at his body now, Izuku could see track marks on his neck. This guy had been a user. Izuku wasn't sure what, but he sighed. That was probably how he'd been able to use his quirk without touching him. Even with the quirk limited by touch, Izuku would have uses for it. How is everyone going? He texted to the group set up for this raid. While he waited for replies, he reached out with radio waves to see what impression the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 could give him. For the most part they weren't troubled, but there was a group who were encountering issues. They didn't feel quite the same as the others. Okay. Not okay. Haven't found anything yet. I'm afraid I am rather pinned down. But I believe I have found the 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 section. Izuku looked at the text replies. He knew who was stuck. Only Mr. Compress would maintain such formality. On my way, he replied. If Atsuhiro had found where the Yakuza were holed up, then it was likely they had the cure there. And while it would make him tired, using his quirk to grab the quirks of the Yakuza was a very effective way of taking them out, which would give them the cure for Himiko. He had to be a bit careful to make sure the 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 thought he was touching them when he took their quirk. He didn't want to give the heroes any hints of what he could do, but it was still a calculated risk. Since they couldn't afford to linger here, he had to do it. Mr. Compress was the most advanced. He had to get the deepest into the building. Izuku figured if he had to, Mr. Compress was the best at hiding, and he had some vague idea that if they were interrupted, then Mr. Compress could grab the cure and hide and be collected later. Izuku didn't think Mr. Compress would like that, but he was also sure the man would do what it took to survive. The Yakuza base was disguised as an office, and the research they'd managed to do before being transported here was that there was a legitimate business working out of here. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 was a medium-sized business, and their office hours meant that their employees should have already gone home. He thought they'd seen the last one outside. He made his way through part of the office. The 𝐻𝐻𝐻 had made a mess of the desks, but he couldn't see that they'd encountered anyone. Since 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 was a legitimate business, it made sense that the 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 would use a different part of the building for their operations. So they were looking for divisions in the spaces or a hidden area. Before he could consider that further, there was a long groan from above, followed by the hiss of water. For a moment, Izuku wasn't sure what was happening, and then he realized the building's sprinkler system was going. Since he was wearing a jacket, helmet, and full body leathers, he wasn't wet, but ugh, they were going to be a pain to get off and dry in. Why had the sprinklers triggered? Darby. Izuku shook his head slightly. He assumed it was Darby since using his quirk would most likely set off the sensors. Before he could think of anything further, his phone buzzed. Izuku pulled it out. Be quick. The message was from Mr. Compress. Under his mask, Izuku smiled. I know, he replied. He didn't know much about sprinkler systems, like how much water they delivered, how long the system went for, and all of those details, but he did know they were triggered by excessive heat to contain fires in a building, and that they sent an automatic alarm to emergency services. And the hero who was stationed with them. It was usually a lower-level hero whose job was to sortie and report back quickly so that a more appropriate hero could be sent. The double reporting wasted time, but people just accepted it. For him, it meant they were now on a time limit. He didn't know what the heroes knew about this building. If they suspected it was the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 base, they'd be rejoicing for the opportunity to raid it. If they thought it was a regular office, then they had a bit more time. He couldn't assume that. He went back to the group chat. Everyone head towards Mr. Compress, Izuku ordered. They were running out of time. Atsuhiro hadn't spent any time working in an office. He was a magician and a thief, and they didn't work in offices. With magic, a lot of it was about sleight of hand, of making one thing look like another, of making things appear normal when they weren't. So the instant he'd entered the office the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 were using, he'd felt it. There was something off with the office. It wasn't everything it seemed. There were parts that were normal, but there were parts that felt. There was definitely something hiding here. And that something was probably what they were looking for. The only thing Atsuhiro wasn't sure about was how big it would be. The physical item containing the cure for Himiko would likely be quite small. The storage space, or whatever the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 had here, was the bit he wasn't sure about. It could just be a small room, it could be a larger hidden space. They hadn't had time to get the building records, and even if they did, he knew they probably didn't have time to measure wall lengths and compare them to what they should be. So they were doing this the old-fashioned way, through intuition and brute force. On that, Atsuhiro had to admit the 𝐻𝐼 were very good with brute force. They were currently overturning everything as they searched, though they had no idea what they were searching for. He'd been tempted earlier to tell them to stop, that there was no need to rip apart the office space, before he'd realized that there was also no reason not to, and it was possible that moving the desks would reveal something or attract someone's attention. And with them somewhat occupied, it left him free to think about the problem in a logical manner. Magicians would tell you that magic was just magic, but it was also a matter of logic and showmanship. Your audience had to understand what you were doing, even if they didn't know how. So while the 𝐻𝐼 were destroying things, Atsuhiro was carefully looking at the internal walls. Most of the office was open space, but there was one solid internal wall. It was paneled, which he thought was interesting. For an office, why would you need to panel it when painting was so much cheaper? He felt a smile form under his mask and quickly moved to the wall. Atsuhiro looked along it. It was straight, and he could see that one end met the external wall, while the other disappeared into a corridor. He made his way down there and looked at the corridor. The signs proclaimed it to be a facilities area. Male and female toilets and changing facilities. They'd take up some space. He looked back at the wall. It didn't quite make sense. A secret door wouldn't come off the internal wall that was open to the rest of the office. That defeated the idea of a secret area. The secret door was far more likely to come off this shorter corridor. Atsuhiro stood at the corner and examined both walls. There was a bit right at the end of the facility corridor that could be it, and there was one point along the internal wall where you could slip away. To separate the walking area from the desks there were some hanging dividers. They could be arranged to obscure the view. He still thought the door would be better in the facility area, but he needed to check that out. Snooping is no good. Atsuhiro whirled at the voice and stared at the man. He had a slight figure with blonde hair covering one eye and was wearing a plague mask that he'd been told the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 favored. Except for the mask, he looked, well, not like a typical office worker, but like the one who wanted to stand out with a green shirt and a salmon-colored tie. You could just open the door, Atsuhiro replied, touching one hand to his top hat in greeting. And you could leave, he countered, raising one hand. Mr. Compress shook his head and reached into one of his pockets, drawing out several marbles. He held them between his fingers. He always carried a few filled with various, useful items. He wasn't expecting them to shoot towards the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 member. The blonde caught them in one hand and looked at them curiously. Atsuhiro watched as the plague mask tilted back and forth. Not what I was expecting, the man admitted. Usually I get a gun or a knife. How uncouth, he shook his head slightly. The goons used guns. He, Mr. Compress, was not a goon. He was a higher caliber of villain. Atsuhiro watched the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 member for a bit. He wasn't going to be fooled into attacking just because he didn't appear to be a muscular powerhouse. Those were the more dangerous types generally. They usually had some sort of sneak attack. He watched as the blonde peered at the marbles. As their creator, he could tell what was in each one by how they felt to him. Others took far longer to discern what was inside each one, and sometimes, they couldn't tell. It was usually easy when it was a person, or something with a distinctive shape, but some of these marbles were filled with more genetic items. "This is interesting," the man said. Mr. Compress thought about calling the 𝐒𝐿 but figured he could use the opportunity to gain information. The 𝐒𝐿 could be put to work later. "We are at somewhat of an impasse," he agreed. "Though you could just give us what we want." Atsuhiro made the suggestion with a chuckle. He already knew the response. "I don't think so." The reply was cold. "Your little brat has started a war he can't win." Atsuhiro pet his head slightly at that. The 𝐒𝐻𝐼 boss was in custody. This facility was under attack, and once it fell, Yakuza thugs tended not to remain loyal to those who had no hold on them. Not that villains were any different, but they didn't pretend to have any relationship past the goal they were working towards. "We are different," the Yakuza declared. "We will not crumble simply because the boss is absent." "He's arrested," Mr. Compress pointed out. "Only for now," the Yakuza corrected. "You should be thankful, you won't be around to see him freed," he added. They'd moved on to death threats. So typical. Mr. Compress shook his head again and watched as the Yakuza tossed one of his marbles into the air, playing with it. He was meant to take it as an insult. It was an opportunity. "I wouldn't play with them," Atsuhiro warned. "Oh," the Yakuza asked, mockingly as he tossed several more marbles into the air. Mr. Compress shook his head slightly and felt the marbles being tossed. "They are somewhat dangerous," he said as he released one. Instantly a boulder appeared and gravity took effect. The Yakuza didn't even have time to give a startled cry before it hit him, and as Atsuhiro watched, the man's head was snapped to the side and his body crumpled under the weight of the rock. The noise brought the attention of the 𝐒𝐿. Mr. Compress raised one hand to indicate he was fine before he took the few steps to the Yakuza. The rock was about 2 meters long, the best part of a meter high, and that again in width. It weighed close to 6 tons. Only those with enhanced strength could even hope to lift it. The Yakuza didn't have enhanced strength. With the way he'd fallen, his head was clear but his body was trapped and he was unconscious. Atsuhiro sighed and crouched down to retrieve the other marbles that had been stolen earlier. So much for asking him where the door was. He gave the Yakuza a critical look before adding the rock to the marble again. Someone would probably view this scene, and there was no need to make interpretation easy. He got up and looked back at the paneled wall. He'd have to find it the old-fashioned way. While he was reasonably sure the opening wasn't near the external wall, Atsuhiro moved there and walked along the wall, tapping each panel as he went. Tap, 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 tap. There it was. 𝐒𝐿, he called. The creatures were almost instantly at his side. They moved shockingly fast when required. "Break this wall," Mr. Compress instructed, stepping back slightly. He wasn't sure how the 𝐒𝐿 decided which one would break the fall, but one reached out and punched it. The paneling indented. The 𝐒𝐿 hit it again, and this time there was a crack. The 𝐒𝐿 had an odd intelligence scale. Dragon had told them that they wouldn't act independently, but they would obey orders. You could order them to fight, and within the confines of that order they would act independently. But once the fight was over, they had to be given new orders. Since he'd ordered the 𝐒𝐿 to break the wall, Atsuhiro wasn't sure if it would stop now that the wall was broken, but the 𝐒𝐿 didn't. It latched its pointed fingers into the crack and pulled. The paneling ripped away to reveal a deformed door. The 𝐒𝐿 did pause at that. "Take that away too," Mr. Compress ordered. The 𝐒𝐿 obeyed, reaching out to rip the door away. It flung it over to the office furniture, where it landed with a very loud clatter. The door revealed a long, dark corridor paneled in gray. He couldn't see the end and was about to order the 𝐒𝐿 to go down it when something shimmered a foot or so into the corridor. Mr. Compress stepped back. The 𝐒𝐿 could find out what that was. "Hit it," he ordered. The one who had ripped the door away stepped forward again and reached in. Its arms stopped when it reached the shimmer. Whatever it was solid. It was probably someone's quirk, but Mr. Compress couldn't see anyone, so they were most likely at the end of the corridor. The 𝐻𝐼𝐲 hit the shimmer a couple of times. The noise produced was odd. The shimmer, whatever it was, didn't resonate, so the main noise was just the sound of flesh on something hard. There wasn't even an echo from the corridor. Well, the Yakuza had blocked that entry, but most people forgot, it didn't matter how strong the door was, if the wall was weak. Mr. Compress stepped back and used his cane to tap the panel next to the corridor. "Destroy this," he ordered. One of the dun-colored 𝐻𝐼𝐲 hit the wall. While it was paneled, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼𝐲 was expecting the punch to go through plaster and into whatever space was behind the wall. He was not expecting the solid thunk that came from the wall. While the barrier, whatever it was, didn't make a sound, the wall did. It almost rang as if it was steel. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐲 sighed and looked at the black 𝐻𝐼𝐲. Izuku had said they were the strongest, which was why he only had one black 𝐻𝐼𝐲. They weren't intelligent. He'd seen that earlier, but if it couldn't break the wall, then he'd have to consider another way. The 𝐻𝐼𝐲 knew what he wanted and moved to the wall. Mr. Compress saw its muscles bunch before it threw a punch at the wall. The reverberation sounded again. He sighed. For all that the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had been disappointing so far, and 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐲 was thankful that Dragon wouldn't be allying with them, they were finally showing some intelligence. He was considering what to do when his phone pinged. It was the sound he'd set for a message from Dragon. "How is everyone going?" Mr. Compress sighed and typed his response. "I'm afraid I am rather pinned down. But I believe I have found the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 section," he added. He couldn't go anywhere until he found out what was down that corridor, and with the barrier, it was obvious there was something. "On my way," came the reply from Dragon. For a moment 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐲 wondered how Izuku knew where he was, but then figured the young man knew what the 𝐻𝐼𝐲 felt like and could be guided that way. He didn't have a chance to think of anything further before a hiss from above, followed by a burst of air, and then water distracted him. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐲 sighed and looked up slightly. He was careful to keep the brim of his hat tilted so that he didn't get a face full of water from the sprinklers. That was not good. He assumed Darby must have set them off, but it now limited their time with the alarms that would be sent. "Be quick," he messaged to Dragon privately. "I know." The response was quick but was followed by another message to the group. "Everyone head towards Mr. Compress." 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐲 nodded. That made sense. If no one else had found anything, then this was the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 hideout, and centralizing their forces would be the best. And assuming it was only reinforced metal forming the wall, then the warper could get them out easily enough. Dragon was learning. That was good. They could work with that. Ted blinked as he regained consciousness. He knew the difference between waking up and being unconscious, and he had definitely been unconscious. He hurt, which he attributed to why he'd been unconscious, but he was cold. That was unusual. The office was temperature controlled. There was a hissing noise and the drip of water. He focused and saw a mist of water. The office fire sprinklers were on. That was what had woken him up. He took several deep breaths and focused on feeling the water run over his face. He'd lost. That much he knew. The creatures had been stronger than expected and had actually broken through his crystal. He didn't know exactly when he'd fallen unconscious, but it was likely that they pulled back reasonably quickly after that. He felt, he was beyond sore, and he thought his arm was broken, but that pain was nothing. It didn't matter. It was temporary. What mattered was that he'd failed. Kai was captured and he hadn't even been able to defend their territory. He'd failed so badly. You took another breath and considered just letting the water drown him. Except that was a vain hope. The sprinklers put out a lot of water, but not enough to drown him. And what would drowning accomplish? He was prepared to die for the 𝐒𝐻𝐻. He'd been prepared to die to defend here, but he hadn't, and now he was alive, lying on his back, wet and hurting, with no idea what to do. He could get up and go fight again, but that would do nothing. With a broken arm, he wouldn't even be a challenge. And if any of the 8 bullets were having better luck against the creatures, he'd just be a hindrance. You wouldn't do that to them. He couldn't. It meant he was a burden. No. He would not be a burden to Kai. The 𝐒𝐻𝐻 leader had taken him in and given him a new purpose. He would not betray that. The sprinklers hissed and the pipes made some ominous clanging noises before the constant spurt of the water lessened and it dribbled to a halt. The sound changed from that of flowing water to that of dripping water as the desks and chairs dripped. The change was, with the flow of water stopped, he actually felt colder. Yu groaned and sat up, letting the water run down his face. The motion confirmed his left arm was broken and as best he could, he pulled the limb to him, resting it on his right arm. He couldn't fight like that. Even with crystallize, he couldn't effectively compensate. But maybe it wasn't about now. Yu had been around Kai long enough to know that the boss focused on the now, but always had an eye on the future. He knew where the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 would go. He knew what he was doing. Yu sighed. He didn't want to think about that. Kai had provided that guidance but the boss wasn't here now. Yu sighed heavily and hunched over. The water dripped off his eyebrows. Kai wasn't here. If the boss had have been there, that brat would never have dared come here. The problem suggested the solution. The brat was here and candor compelled you to admit that the brat would probably win. Whatever those monsters were, they were strong and while you knew the other 8 bullets were tough, the brat appeared to be ready to spend resources. What an alliance it would have been. But it wasn't going to happen. It would never happen now and the only way the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 would survive was if Kai was there to lead them. Yu pushed himself to his feet, stumbling slightly and leaning against a desk before he felt he could stand unaided. Kai wasn't here. Part of the plan with Shin was to defeat this upstart brat, and then go and collect the boss. If they couldn't do one, then they could at least do the other. Kai would be disappointed in their failure and Yu would accept whatever punishment was due, but so long as Kai was there, the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 would prevail. Eventually. He couldn't fight now, but he could fight again later, at the boss side and then the brat would know. Yu shook his head. It was best not to get ahead of himself. For now, he'd leave because he couldn't burden the others with his weakness. Then he'd heal and get the boss. And then there would be a reckoning. Ted.